Teen Wolf video. Hey guys, let's talk about Teen Wolf. So in 2011, the CW's block of supernatural programming was starting to pick up steam. Fueled by the success of Twilight and all the derivative works it spawned, many networks had been looking to tap into the YA paranormal market for some time, with varying degrees of success. While there was some limited success overseas with shows like Wolfblood, here in the States, the CW had pretty much cornered the market, with popular adaptations such as The Vampire Diaries and Arrow scratching that YA, romancy, paranormal itch. With shows like The Vampire Diaries pulling in unbelievable ratings at the time, it was only a matter of time before other networks started to hone in on their territory. Enter Jeff Davis, who in 2010 approached MTV with the pitch for a sexy YA supernatural teen drama loosely adapted from the 1985 comedy film Teen Wolf.
I'm a werewolf.
And with the film continuation from Paramount Plus on the horizon, I think it's high time we as a society revisit this beloved series. As such, this video is intended for those who haven't seen the show and those who have alike. And let's be honest, we could all use a refresher course anyway. So without further ado, let's dive headfirst into what will surely be a brief history of MTV's Teen Wolf. Teen Wolf, as a Twilight knockoff, is about horny teens of various supernaturalities reacting to plot that happens around them while they're busy forming a dating tree that, after a while, starts to resemble a spider's web on LSD. Each season has its own big bads, but what you need to know going in is that Scott, the titular Teen Wolf, is a high school student who starts the series as an asthmatic loser with a neurotic best friend and dreams of playing front line for the school's lacrosse team. A dream that gets immediately fulfilled when he's bitten by a werewolf on the last day of summer and gets superpowers, landing him the role of co-captain and a date with the hot new girl whose family has just come to town. But there's a twist. See, Allison, the aforementioned new girl and transfer student, is an Argent, a prominent werewolf hunting family that acts under the code Nous chassons ce qui nous chassons, or we hunt those who hunt us. I really struggled through that French pronunciation, guys, I'm sorry. What this means is that if a werewolf or similarly supernatural creature has spilled human blood, no matter the circumstances, they will be hunted down, strung up by their wrists, and cut in half with a giant sword.
And what the hell is this?
Go.
It doesn't matter if they killed the person in self-defense. Any human blood spilled, especially if the victim was a member of the Argent squad, instantly puts them at the top of Allison's father's kill list. Every one of these YA shows dealt with the rules of the supernatural a little differently. Twilight had their infamous sparkly boys who were tailor-made to appeal to young girls and teenagers.
It's like diamonds. You're beautiful.
The Vampire Diaries, meanwhile, leaned a bit more into the classic vampire lore, burn in the sunlight, have to be invited inside, etc. Being based on books, both Twilight and TVD had a lot to work with, so the various vampire, werewolf, and witch powers felt pretty locked in from the get-go. Teen Wolf, on the other hand, takes a different approach. Being based on the movie in name only, Jeff and his writing staff lacked a lot of the direction other shows had. As such, new powers were being introduced all the time, making it seem as though there wasn't much thought being put into what abilities this cast of teenage monsters possessed. What do I mean by that? Well, at the beginning of the series, we are introduced to our two main factions, werewolves and werewolf hunters. The hunters are just humans, nothing special about them other than their increasingly impressive arsenal. Werewolves, meanwhile, are shown to have a lot of classic werewolf traits. They can run really fast, they're super strong, they have an accelerated healing factor, they can see really good, hear really good, smell really good. The main way for a human to tell if someone is a werewolf or not is to take a photo of them with their eyes open. If they're a werewolf, they'll have this crazy bright light reflected into the camera. This is because werewolf eyes glow in different radiant colors depending on what level they are. Alpha's eyes glow red, Beta's eyes glow either gold or blue, and Omega's eyes glow orange. Omegas, however, aren't really that special, as other characters who aren't werewolves have orange eyes as well. Not a whole lot of characters are Omegas though, so it's not like it causes much confusion. Yeah, the photo thing seems like a pretty cut and dry way of telling werewolves from humans, but I guess the Argents must not know how to do it, because we only see it happen when Matt, one of the season 2 villains who's a photographer, takes a photo of Scott to confirm his suspicions. The werewolves on Teen Wolf are able to transform into these half-human, half-monster hybrids that allegedly resemble wolves. They got the pointed ears down, I guess, but really they look more like a cross between a Hylian and Spike from Buffy. Male wolves get mutton chops and a plunging widow's peak, while female wolves just get the boring skin prosthetics, I suppose in an effort to keep them aesthetically pleasing as they do battle with lizard men. Werewolves' main weakness is a plant called wolfsbane, which is toxic IRL. The myth of wolfsbane as a supernatural poison stems back to Ovid's Metamorphosis, where the plant is said to come from the frothing mouth of Hades' emotional support dog, Cerberus. Apparently, wolfsbane poisoning in humans looks a lot like rabies, so Ovid took it upon himself to conflate the two. Romans, man. In the show, wolfsbane poisoning can be achieved by grinding the plant up into a powder and having a werewolf inhale it, shooting them with a wolfsbane-laced bullet, injecting them with a syringe, stabbing them with a blade laced with it, vaporizing it, and creating a wolfsbane mist, or, my favorite, spiking punch with it at a party, causing people to hallucinate their dead orphan parents. Beacon Hills, the town in which Teen Wolf takes place, is set in the state of California. Now, Ryan, you may be saying to yourself, California is a pretty big place. Which part of California are we talking about? To which I am pleased to report that I don't know, and neither does the production team. Originally, the show seems pretty firmly set in NoCal, with tall pine trees and crisp mountain air, creating a very distinctly Pacific Northwest vibe. The climate seems pretty temperate too, with the cool color grading and cold weather breath furthering the PNW aesthetic and atmosphere. But then with 2 seasons under their belt, the showrunners decided to move the entire city south of the Bay Area and closer to LA, because filming. The color grading warms up considerably, and the industrial school and pine forests are traded out for outdoor hallways, palm trees, and arid mountainsides. Derek's traded his burnt-out family estate and empty subway car for a luxurious loft uptown. The animal clinic is given a spacious new parking lot, and the high school has gone from an industrial misery chamber to a modernized open-air collection of buildings. Personally, I like the change in scenery. As much as I hold my PNW roots near and dear to my heart, the warmer setting and color grading works better for the tone the show grew into, and it presents a nice contrast to the dank hideouts of the show's various villains. I also think it works to give the setting a bit of an identity in comparison with shows like TVD and Buffy the Vampire Slayer, as well as Twilight, whose Western Washington aesthetic this show's first season was clearly attempting to invoke, what with all the blue-filtered scenes of Scott running through the forest. I'm a Washington native, and believe me when I say that there's nothing sexier to me than watching a grown man dodging gunfire run shirtless into the wilderness with not a dollar to his name, and even I prefer the warmer color grading. It's just nicer, and it makes the show much easier on the eyes. The town of Beacon Hills itself is a bit of a mystery. It's said to have a population of 30,000, which, while respectable, doesn't justify the skyscrapers seen in the downtown quarters of some episodes. And it certainly doesn't explain the port area from Season 5 that seems to contradict the town's status as a landlocked territory of Greater Beacon County. It's also apparently big enough to have nightlife, including at least 2 gender-inclusive clubs, one of which plays old movies while horny teenagers drink test tube shots. There's a river that flows through the town, separating the residential districts from the downtown quarters. And it's also where Allison's grandfather drowns a child out of spite. To the west of the town is Beacon Hills Wildlife Preserve, a forest where most of the show's supernatural shenanigans take place. I don't really have all that much to say about it. It's the woods. Into the woods they go. Look at him go. Teen Wolf is a very character-driven show, and by that I mean it's less so driven by, plot, and more so driven by the characters and their relationships with each other. Sure, every season has 1 or 2 main story conflicts, but the structure of each season is very much predicated on the emotional conflicts of the main characters. So I hope you'll forgive me for spending the next 20 minutes diving deep into the show's cast. Is that okay with everyone? Well, too bad, you're getting it anyway. The Drew Torres of Teen Wolf, our main character is Scott McCall, a serially benched asthmatic lacrosse player who works at the local animal clinic as a veterinarian's assistant. And for the show's entire 6-season run, that is quite literally all the development Scott gets as a character. He comes into his own as a leader later on, mostly by virtue of protagonist boy syndrome, but only in that boring, let's save the day and help other people out of the kindness of our hearts way. I'll save most of my discussion regarding the problems I have with Scott for later on, but he's just such a blatant example of that whole uninteresting, blandly attractive protagonist that I feel is so common in YA fiction. We got it in Twilight, we got it in TVD, and even later shows like Riverdale and Shadowhunters. Like, what are his traits? He's nice. He plays lacrosse. He wants to save his friends from the bad guy. Okay. Is that it? Scott has a few flaws. He's pretty impulsive at times, and later seasons make a point of showing how lackluster of a student he is compared to his friends.
This is the academic quiz team.
And I would like to try out.
You need to be smart.
You're saying I'm not smart?
Yes.
But the show rarely ever dwells on these things. Like, sure, maybe academic trouble isn't really the kind of thing teenagers come to a show about horny werewolves fighting other hornier werewolves for, but surely the writers would do well to get us invested in the show's title character before sending him off to do battle with the evil bad guy of the season. Instead, the new girl in town shows up, sits right behind Scott, prompting him to give her a pen, and the rest is history. Well, almost. I feel like I'd be less hard on Scott if his best friend Styles wasn't the best thing about this goddamn show. Dylan O'Brien is immaculate as Styles from the first episode all the way to the end of the series, which is more than I can say for most of these people. He has such a grasp on the physical comedy and campy energy that makes the show fun to watch, and it feels wrong to even talk about him in the same breath as a show with such scenes as...
All right, little man. How about you tell me where you're getting your juice? What? Where are you getting your juice? My mom does all the grocery shopping.
And...
Wow. This one grew up in all the right places. I don't know whether to kill it or lick it.
At first he plays Styles with this sort of Bo Burnham energy, but as the show goes on and his skill as an actor develops, the writers give him more room for emotional depth that makes Styles the most enduring and memorable character in the entire show. Styles is Scott's quirky best friend slash sidekick who really does most of the legwork story-wise early on. He's really into detective work, so whenever there's a new monster in town or a string of unsolved murders, you can bet Styles is going to be on the case. We first meet both Scott and Styles when the latter drags the former out into the woods to search for a dead body. He's pretty nosy and doesn't have a whole lot of respect for authority, a trait that is enabled by his cop dad bailing him out of any legal trouble he finds himself in. He has such 2000s energy, like I could totally see him trolling Reddit and Newgrounds for days on end instead of making any meaningful connections in his life. God, remember Newgrounds? I feel so old even mentioning it. Even his style is reminiscent of that era, what with his flannels and pullover hoodies. Scott has a more general aesthetic, probably to make it easier for audiences to put themselves in his shoes. His one defining accessory is this jean jacket he starts wearing in season 3 when he buys a dirt bike, so the director can have cool shots where he rides right up to the camera and takes off his helmet. Styles, however, pretty much always wears variations of the same template. And I like that. It's always good to see characters with their own distinct styles. It shows that the producers are putting time into characterizing each of these boys through the details and subtleties. Shows like The Umbrella Academy are the real gold standard for this sort of thing, with the production team defining even the way individual characters do their makeup and tying that into who they are as people. We get a bit of that with Styles. He wears a lot of ill-fitting flannels and jackets to cover up his skinny frame, and his hair is buzzed, eliminating the need to style it. As the show progresses, he starts to wear more form-fitting jeans, t-shirts, and pullovers, and starts styling his hair more. I don't think it's a coincidence that around the time Styles started to gain confidence as a character was when the wardrobe team changed things up. See, Styles is also on the lacrosse team, serially benched just like Scott. However, he never gets bitten, and therefore never reaches the same heights on the team as his friends. Even before he gets bitten, we see Scott doing pull-ups in his room, and he seems pretty toned from the get-go, held back only by his asthma. Styles is just not that interested in athletics, and it's so obvious that he's more interested in the social capital that comes from being on the lacrosse team than he is in the game itself. His dad even shows up to every game to support him, despite fully knowing he's going to be benched the entire time. And we don't ever actually see him practicing on his own until he gets subbed in during a championship game and discovers a bit of natural talent. A big part of Styles' character, especially early on, is his ADHD. Styles hyperfixates, which allows him to stay up all night working on a case or studying monsters. It also allows him to maintain perfect grades while simultaneously being a horrible student.
So Styles, great kid, zero ability to focus, super smart, never takes advantage of his talents.
How do you mean?
Well, for his final question on his midterm exam, he detailed the entire history of the male circumcision.
Well, I mean, it does have historical significance, right? I mean...
I teach economics.
Ah, crap.
Now, I'm going to talk more about Styles later on, because believe me, there's a lot to talk about, but I want to take a moment to appreciate just how the show handles his neurodivergence. I have ADHD, I've lived with it all my life, and so going into the show, I was perpetually worried that his neurodivergence would be nothing more than a punchline, a cheap way for the writers to pick on an easy target. However, I'm impressed to report that not only is Styles' ADHD rarely, if ever, the butt of a joke, usually an insult via one of the show's villains, it actually informs his role in the plot as the team detective and know-it-all. He's not the main brains of the group, that's her. He's just the guy with a lot of stray knowledge swirling around in his head, the will to conduct a thorough investigation, and an unusual amount of free time on his hands. And it makes him the most consistently involved in advancing the show's main plot.
Styles, that's right. I thought Styles was his last name.
His last name is Stilinski.
You named your kid Styles Stilinski?
No, that's just what he likes to be called.
Oh, well, I like to be called Cupcake.
Rounding out the show's holy trinity is Allison, heiress to the Argent name and the new indie girl in town. If Teen Wolf was Game of Thrones, it's a big if, Allison's family would be the Lannisters. Her dad and aunt are pretty ruthless werewolf hunters, and her grandfather, Gerard, is basically the kingpin of the whole global hunting community.
And what if you were wrong? Would you have burned my eye out?
Yeah.
Despite this, when we first meet Allison, she's just the shy transfer student who's sick and tired of having to move around so much. All she knows of her dad's business is that he sells firearms to law enforcement. Great. And her mom is a former school administrator, so it's not until later on, when shit starts to go down, that she learns about all the werewolfery going on in Beacon Hills. Allison's character is sort of aimless in the first few episodes, as from Scott's POV, she's sort of just the pretty girl that he's really attracted to, and it's not until he goes over to her house that we get any real insight into her inner world. She really wants to be a creative type, as evidenced by her personal collections of photography and poetry, but the only thing she's ever been good at is archery. Well, and gymnastics too, I guess, but it's only ever mentioned once offhand to explain how she can sneak out of her second-story window, something that generally doesn't need to be explained to an audience. Oh wow, Allison. 8 years of gymnastics? You'd think that'd come up more in fight scenes and basic conversation, maybe? Juxtaposed with Scott, Allison's main conflict on the show is internal. You know, like a character. She keeps finding herself in dangerous situations, unable to really defend herself, and relying on the men in her life to protect her, which she resents. Allison's resentment of her own weakness, which bubbles to the surface in scenes like these.
I'm not crying to get out of the ticket, I just, I don't want you to think I'm like this.
No, it's okay, perfectly okay. It's,
No, please, write me a ticket. I need you to write me a ticket, okay?
Okay, I don't see how that's gonna really make you feel a lot better.
It's so humiliating. I swear I'm not like this.
I understand.
This isn't me. This is not me. This is not me.
actually explains and in some ways justifies her not like other girls girl presentation, because the one thing she hates more than being seen as vulnerable is actually being vulnerable. And in a season whose plot essentially revolves around bigotry by way of dick swinging, it makes her the most interesting and emotionally complex character on the show. While generally guarded and able to keep most people at arm's length, parents included, Allison's resentment creates a crack in her armor, allowing her to be easily manipulated by her more insidious family members. This leads to Allison, towards the ends of both Season 1 and Season 2, aligning herself with the season villains, adding a real Ygritte and Jon Snow dynamic to her and Scott's R&J romance.
We'll go about that. I can't. I can't take your pain.
It's because it doesn't hurt.
Because of this, many younger fans actually tend to view Allison rather negatively. Just a quick peek into the Teen Wolf subreddit reveals a complete hostility toward her, predicated on a complete inability to empathize with a complex character with her own inner world. Seriously, the lack of basic media comprehension skills is baffling to me, and the lack of grace these people afford Allison while simultaneously praising characters like Derek is very revealing. I actually think Allison's actress, Crystal Reed, is really good when she's given good material and room to breathe, which is not often with these kinds of shows. I didn't expect to like Allison, because I remember having quite a few of the same thoughts as those Redditors I just made fun of when I was a teenager, but upon rewatch, Allison ended up being one of my favorite characters. Her inner world is really interesting from a narrative standpoint, and her archery makes her a real asset to fight scenes that honestly get a little repetitive after 2 straight seasons of slash guy, bite guy, throw guy into wall, Derek moment, repeat. Speaking of Derek, let's talk about him. Tyler Hoechlin was really wasted by this show, and I don't just mean that they never let him smile or have any fun. Derek's writing is so schizophrenic. One episode, he'll be a strong-willed, calculating leader with a cold, tough guy exterior and a warm heart, still hurting from the loss of his family. And the next, he'll be a selfish, egotistical, power-hungry tyrant who grooms children to be his puppets and then throws vases at them when he doesn't need them anymore. Even his basic character aspects, like his age and backstory, get fumbled worse than Styles trying to cradle a lacrosse ball.
Oh, crap.
When we first meet Derek, he's a recent high school graduate who, a few years prior, had lost his entire family in a giant house fire that left his uncle in a coma and him and his sister Laura as the only survivors. He's a little older than Scott and Styles, and he spends most of his time sulking alone in his burnt-out ancestral estate and lurking in the woods to scare teenagers off of his property. His sister Laura's death is literally the first thing that happens in the show. Remember that body Styles was dragging Scott out into the woods to find? When we first meet Derek, he's a young adult who's just lost the last piece of family he had, leaving him completely alone in this world to care for his catatonic uncle and uncover the mystery of who turned Scott and why. As the show goes on, Derek's age becomes more and more ambiguous. He becomes a landlord, he spends all his time hanging out with his Uncle Peter, and he develops romantic ties with several women canonically much older than him, if the initial framing of his character is to be taken at face value, that is. Rarely is it that we even see Derek processing the deaths of his family. There are a few moments in Season 1 where he make a sad face when someone brings up his dead sister, and there's a really dumb plot in Season 4 where he communicates with his dead mother through burned claw mind meld, but he's not given any time to react like one would expect a man who'd lost his mother in a tragic house fire when he was a teenager and is now seeing her again for the first time in literal years to react. And don't give me any of that his actor is older than Scott and Styles as actors, so the audience is meant to assume his character is older crap, because Tyler Hoechlin is the exact same age as Holland Roden, whom we'll talk about in a sec, and 2 years younger than Crystal Reed. That is not a joke. She's the oldest one in the cast and still somehow more convincing as a teenager than Tyler Posey. I know Allison's supposed to be older than Scott in this show, but I wasn't expecting her to be older by 7 years. I'll talk more about Derek's 7 evil exes later because they're all pretty fleshed out as their own characters and deserve time to be talked about. But I want to spend a bit of time talking about one of his romances now because later on in Season 1, Allison's hot Aunt Kate comes to town and, surprise, surprise, Derek is her ex. which is pretty weird given the supposed age gap between the two, as well as the fact that the house fire, which happened while Derek was in high school, was orchestrated by Kate, literally meaning that she, as an adult, groomed a child to get information about where his family lived so she could burn them all alive while he was at school taking an algebra test. I know she's the villain, but that's honestly pretty fucking dark for a YA show. That's a storyline I'd expect out of something like The Sopranos, not a Vampire Diaries redux from the music video channel that brought at you the Andy Dick Show and Awkward. And of course, the show never stops to examine the predatory nature of their relationship beyond, oh, she's the bad guy, she's the werewolf hunter, and he's the werewolf, so it's bad. There was an interesting parallel between them and Allison's relationship with Scott. This is inevitably what happens when werewolves and hunters get romantically involved. But it's completely undercut by the decision to just breeze past the genuinely concerning nature of their relationship. It just felt irresponsible, and it called into question for me whether or not the writing team even stopped to ponder the implications of the relationship they were writing here. We never see a proper flashback with them, so it's hard to be sure of anything beyond what's said in passing, but all that means is that the writing of these two characters feels sloppy at best and concerningly careless at worst. Doesn't help that Jeff Davis circles back to this age gap dynamic with two other characters in season 5, but we'll get there. I don't want to make it sound like I hate Derek. I don't hate any of the show's characters, not even Scott. Tyler Hoechlin is actually one of my favorite actors from the show, and like Crystal, he's a lot of fun to watch when he's given good material. I love Derek's warmer moments, such as when he's encouraging Scott to get his shit together as an alpha and lead his pack. Also, shout out to this absolute gem of a scene.
Trick or treat!
I love Hoechlin as an actor, and I think Derek had a lot of potential to be one of the show's most interesting and dynamic characters. It's just unfortunate that he was so misused and his character was managed so carelessly by the writing team, because there's a lot to work with this type of character. Hoechlin left the show at the end of season 4, but came back for the finale along with a bunch of supporting cast members. So for all the time we spent with him, I just wish we could have gotten more from Derek's inner world. If you want to see Hoechlin actually have fun with some good material, go watch Superman and Lois. He's really good in it, and we get to see him in spandex. W's all around. Lydia Martin is the most popular girl in school. She's well-dressed in high-end clothing, dating the captain of the lacrosse team, and she walks through life blind to Styles' affection, instead zeroing in on anyone she believes can get her more social clout, such as Allison, the pretty new girl in town, and Scott, the most talented player on the lacrosse team. Think Cordelia, but not a cheerleader. Whereas Allison hides her weakness with a coat of N-Log paint, Lydia uses her rich, popular girl shtick to hide her passion for academia. We're never given too much of an explanation as to why she does this, but one can surmise that given her propensity for fashion and makeup, people just assumed she would be this vapid, thoughtless herbo, and she used those presumptions to climb the social ladder at the school. Lydia and Allison are such a great combo, and it's interesting that Lydia's ditzy, goes to Macy's every day after school facade is the exact persona Allison tries to distance herself from. Whereas we see Allison's attempts to fend off her family's propensity for violence with various failed artistic endeavors, Lydia masks her intelligence with a glossy veneer. Sure, she finishes math problems fast and corrects Jackson's vocabulary, but she's always right there to maintain her mask of airheadedness. Because both Allison and Lydia are essentially living double lives, albeit differently than characters like Scott and Derek, it's their hidden abilities that allow them to save the day on more than one occasion, which is honestly pretty cool and progressive for a show like this. So while I don't mind the fact that they essentially turned Lydia into Black Canary in season 5, I do think that her most interesting and versatile asset is her intelligence. For all of her smarts, Lydia is a pretty relatable character. Over the course of the show, we get a glimpse at her insecurities, such as in the way she responds to Jackson's very public, very cruel dumping of her in season 2, or the way she intellectually puts down characters like Kira to assert her dominance in season 3. We also get a look at her home life, more specifically her parents' tumultuous relationship. This stuff is gold for audiences because it allows us to not only psychoanalyze these characters, but also to relate to them. Surely there were plenty of teenagers who watched this show and felt seen by Lydia's rocky home life and her masking of her immense talents for fear of ridicule and loneliness. And that's not to downplay Lydia's passion for makeup and fashion and hairstyling. In fact, her love of beauty is one of the things that allows her to connect and bond with her mother, played by Tyler's slavery apologist mom from The Vampire Diaries.
Well, this is the South, honey, but no one likes to reminisce about the old slave days.
Yeah, sure they don't, Carol.
Lydia's relationship with Jackson is how she spends a lot of her time in the first 2 seasons, so Colton Haynes' departure after season 2 allowed Lydia a lot more space to develop and grow as a character on her own, which allowed her to become an incredibly versatile member of Scott's pack. Her relationships are also interesting, specifically her friendships with Allison and Stiles. I have a whole section on Stydia later on, so I'll spare you all the gory details right now, but I really feel as though Lydia and Stiles function best as friends and close confidants. Holland and Dylan have great chemistry, but once the writing team decided to pull the trigger on Stydia, their dynamic changed from a lot less banter and solving mysteries to a lot more yearning. Allison and Lydia have the best friendship on the show. Every time they have a scene together, they're either having fun or doing something interesting that progresses the plot forward. Whereas Scott and Stiles meander, bicker, and let the plot happen around and at them, Allison and Lydia are much more consistently engaged with the main story, or often their own subplots and side objectives that make for fun, interesting TV. I like this moment especially, where Scott and Stiles are on a bus on their way to a lacrosse game, and Allison is so zeroed in on following them that she forgets to fill up her gas tank. Meanwhile, Lydia is just there in the passenger seat, reading about thermonuclear astrophysics. I don't know, they're just so much fun together. I'm always so happy when they share a scene together, even if it sometimes results in moments like these.
Oh my god! Oh my god, Lydia.
This scene rules, by the way. I just hate it when Senpai's in danger. Kira is introduced in the second half of season 3 as a pseudo-Allison replacement because by this point, she and Scott had broken up and the writers were forcing her into a relationship with sad boy Isaac, aka my traumatized king.
Allison, can I see you in my office? Where I keep my guns?
Another werewolf?
Her family just moved to Beacon Hills from New York, where her father worked as a professor at Columbia. How far he's fallen. She's awkward, dorky, a little shy, and she's also possessed by a Japanese fox spirit that causes her eyes to glow and makes her really good with a sword. Her fox, known as a kitsune, is electric type, and she finds this out when an escaped mass murderer chains her to a fence and tries to electrocute her. Being electric type, she has the ability to absorb electricity through her hands and redistribute it. Although, I do wish we could have gotten a bit more of her powers before she was unceremoniously written out at the end of season 5. I imagine that the lack of real elemental combat in the show was a consequence of budgeting. The show already has a few telltale signs of financial constraints, so I can't fault the team for working around said constraints and cutting corners where they could. Still, if you're gonna introduce a concept as cool as katana-wielding fox girl with the power to control electricity, you'd better give me the full Pikachu warrior princess fantasy. Just imagine if after her training in the desert, she gained the ability to throw lightning bolts like Zeus in Zack Snyder's Justice League. Imagine if she got the ability to control the weather like Storm in X-Men. Even the CW had the budget to do that. I mean, not well, but they still made it happen. I like Kira a lot. I think she's a really fun character with a very distinct personality from the rest of the cast, and Arden Cho is so likable in the role that I couldn't even really be mad when they completely wasted her in season 5. There's this whole subplot about the main bad guys of the season performing some procedure on her with a lightning rod, and it's very sloppy and all told via flashbacks. But it basically means that she's going Dark Phoenix and becoming a danger to her friends and society as a whole. Because women, am I right? I hate Dark Phoenix storylines like this, specifically because they almost exclusively happen to female characters and, as a result, are often laced with a layer of misogyny. Her ageless mom has to take her out to New Mexico to be trained by, these people, and we'll get to them, only to pull a reverse Uno card once they try to go through with their deal. As Allison's replacement, Kira almost immediately becomes infatuated with Scott, to the point of doing hours of research for him on a specific piece of Buddhist lore that, once again, Scott could have done himself, only for the two to have a whirlwind romance that the writers desperately try to convince us is a slow burn because they don't say I love you right away. The keyword for Kira is underutilized, because unlike Derek, whose wasting was predicated on mismanaged characterization and boring writing, Kira's character was wasted on confusing cul-de-sac storylines and a lack of screen time. The writers seemed to like her as a character, but didn't have a great grasp on what to do with her, because for as many great moments as she had in her seasons, she'd just as often spend time completely separate from the main cast and storyline, or just miss entire episodes altogether, only to show up at the last minute with a storyline-ending weapon or technique to wrap everything up into a tidy bow. She actually reminds me a lot of Bonnie from VPD in that regard. Still, Kira is definitely a highlight of the show for me. Arden Cho is so charismatic and has a great grasp on comedy, both physical and timing-wise, so I was honestly really sad when they wrote her out of the show at the end of 5B. They couldn't even get her back for the finale. She's just gone, and honestly, Arden is probably better off with a project that respects her talents enough to give her an interesting storyline with ample amounts of screen time. Malia Tate was introduced in season 3 as a sort of overarching mystery for the first 2 episodes of 3B. Her subplot revolves around the death of her mother and sister, which occurred when she was 8 years old. The case is reopened by Stiles' dad after he finds out about the supernatural, prompting him to re-examine old files with the added context of, oh, werewolves are real. Her dad has lived in sorrow since the death of his wife and daughters. The official story was that all 3 died in a horrible car accident on the night of the full moon. Upon re-examination, however, it's revealed that Malia, who is presumed dead despite her body never having actually been recovered, was actually a were-coyote who had her first shift on the night of the full moon and caused the collision that killed her mom and sister. So not only are werewolves a thing, but were-coyotes are also a thing. While initially seeming very similar, closer examination reveals a few defining traits that set were-coyotes apart from their werewolf brethren. Were-coyotes, unlike most were-creatures, have the innate ability to full shift, allowing them to completely transform into actual coyotes at will, whereas Derek has to undergo a process of metamorphosis that involved losing most of his powers and having to be trained as a human before he could transform into a real wolf. Malia was able to transform into a full-blown coyote at just 9 years old. Coyotes also have the ability to go into a frenzy at the smell of blood, causing them to kill everything around them. Originally, it seemed like Malia went into a frenzy which caused the car crash and in turn her family's death. However, it's revealed in season 5 that something else caused the crash. We'll get to that. And Malia was sent into a frenzy by the smell of her family's blood, causing her to kill them and run off fully coyoted, and that's why her eyes glow blue instead of gold. It's dark. I remember not liking Malia much during my first watch through, like 4 years ago. I found her characterization repetitive and her storylines weak, and I overall was just sort of annoyed by her presence. This time, however, I completely fell in love with the character. I don't know what I was on, because Malia is such a great fresh addition to the cast, and Shelley Hennig, her actress, is so much fun to watch. Whereas Kira shares Scott's proclivities for dorkiness, Malia shares his naivete, combining it with a cold exterior, a fish-out-of-water scenario acclimating back to human life, and a distinctive edge from her time as a coyote to create one of the most complex, dynamic characters on the show. Malia makes every scene she's in better, and she's given a lot more freedom to explore moral ambiguity than her counterparts. Scott often fulfills the Batman archetype in that he wants to save everyone from the bad guys while never sullying his hands with that whole killing thing. And he enforces this rule on his pack because killing is bad, and if you ever do it, no matter the circumstances, you are a bad person, and he's gonna have to stop you. Without killing you, that is. Personally, I generally find no-kill protagonists to be really lame, because so often that hard line is used to justify other acts of violence and violations of personal autonomy. Beyond that though, I just find them to be narratively pretty boring. Malia then is sort of a Catwoman archetype in that she'll work with her friends to accomplish her goals, but she has no problem going off on her own and doing what she needs to do in order to get what she needs. And And I like that. It breaks up the monotony of Scott's squeaky clean demeanor, which is rightfully called out and examined by the characters, even if the show itself is wholly uninterested in challenging Scott's philosophy. And it's not like there's a reason given for why he doesn't kill. Remember, this is Scott we're talking about. We're just meant to assume that because he's the good guy, he would never even consider the possibility of killing his foes, even in self-defense. At least Batman has the lore of not wanting to do to anyone else what the man who murdered his parents did to him as a kid. So when he actually does start killing people, it's a clear sign that he's lost his way, and the story revolves around him finding his way back. Also, and this is completely unrelated, but I love coyotes. They're so fluffy and mischievous, and they're so good at getting into places that they shouldn't be. I love their big ears and their bushy tails, and they're just so cute and their fur is so soft. I miss waking up to a chorus of yipping and howling at 3 a.m. It made me feel like a mountain man being beckoned into the woods to go touch a deer. Introduced in season 4 as Scott's first beta, Liam is a freshman lacrosse player who transferred to Beacon Hills High after being kicked out of rival private school Devonford Prep for desecrating one of his teacher's cars. See, Liam has IED, otherwise known as intermittent explosive disorder, which makes him burst out in uncontrollable fits of rage during stressful situations. It's real, and the writers definitely made note of its very unfortunate acronym. Season 4, which is basically just a retread of season 1 with Scott as the mentor instead of Derek, spends a lot of time with Liam as he learns to balance his anger and his ambition with his newfound supernatural abilities. And it is extremely boring. Season 4 Liam reminds me a bit of Jeremy from the Vampire Diaries. He's like if you took Tyler's aggression and general suckiness and applied it to Jeremy's whiny kid brother persona. He can be nice, and he has some funny moments sometimes, but his rage issues are more frustrating as a viewer than anything else. And his whole "I'm a teen wolf, doesn't this suck?" storyline hits just enough of the same beats as Scott's to be evocative of season 1, including this exchange.
Liam. We're brothers now.
What?
Oh, God, that's...
What are you talking about? We just met and you bit me.
The bite. The bite is a gift. Scott, stop. Please stop.
But because Scott's story happened almost entirely around him, it simply isn't all that satisfying because we don't have enough to emotionally connect with beyond a simple, "Oh, I remember that." And Sprayberry is a good actor, don't get me wrong. I was actually really happy to see him here after Man of Steel. But I swear, in a show where everyone is perpetually angry, gloomy, and glowering over their domain, the last thing we needed was a miniature version of the least developed character with rage issues. But like I said, Liam isn't all bad. He has some genuinely funny moments, and even his anger is sometimes used comedically. Like this scene where Styles tells him that Scott's bite could kill him, and it looks like he's about to start crying, only for him to launch into a fit of rage and beat the shit out of them, gifting us with this beautiful image. I also think that Liam is at his best when the writers are emphasizing his youth. Take, for instance, the scene where his stepdad tells him he's not going to be able to play lacrosse this season. So often on these shows, characters aren't allowed to just be sad. When something bad happens to them, whether it's the result of another character's actions or a simple matter of coincidence, they have to either go into a fit of rage and try to kill the people responsible, or do something extremely self-destructive to maintain a sense of control over their life. It's poetic, then, that the character with the disorder whose acronym is literally IED should be the one who is allowed to simply sit in a hospital bed and feel sad about his broken leg. Beyond that juxtaposition, though, I realized watching the scene just how much of a quiet dignity there is in allowing a character to just sit in their sadness and feel bad for themselves. Like, okay, maybe Inside Out made some points in this regard. Likewise, Liam's youth and naivete works to only strengthen Scott as a mentor figure, because now not only is he responsible for himself and his loved ones, he also has this kid to look out for. It's established in season 3 that the relationship between an alpha and their beta runs potentially even deeper than that of a parent and their child. Derek's sister describes the act of losing a beta as less akin to losing a child and more akin to losing an arm or a leg. Whereas children are their own autonomous people and have the potential to lead completely independent lives separate from their parents, A beta is an extension of their alpha, sharing with them their power and their energy. Because werewolves get stronger in a pack, when you lose a member of your pack, you also lose a part of yourself. It's really good, interesting drama, and it makes Scott's relationship with Liam easily one of his strongest. That about covers it for the main cast. However, before we move on to a broader discussion of the show's setting and the events that take place therein, I want to spend a bit of time talking about a few supporting cast members who I feel are important enough to also warrant a brief overview. While none of these characters, for the most part, were ever billed as anything more than recurring cast, they all played an important enough role in the story and/or my time watching the show that they warrant a mention. Start off, let's talk about Danny. Oh, Danny. Danny is introduced in season 1 as the best friend of Lydia's boyfriend Jackson, whom we'll get to later on. For a while, we don't really get to spend a whole lot of time with Danny. We know that he plays goalie for the lacrosse team, he writes his own code. He plays the trumpet. Yep, he plays the trumpet in the school orchestra. We know that. But really, the first and most important thing that we learn about Danny is that for the first 2 seasons of the show, he is Teen Wolf's token gay character, where his entire persona that people know and refer to him as is the gay. And the writers treat him as such.
I'm having some personal issues.
Is it a girl?
No.
Is it a guy? You know, our goalie Danny's gay.
Yeah, I know, Coach, but that's not it.
You don't think Danny's a good-looking guy?
I think he's good looking, but I like girls, and that's not it anyway.
People talk about how he's gay, and Scott dances with him at homecoming to get the coach off his case.
You're not supposed to. What the hell are you? What the hell are you doing?
Yes, Coach?
Okay. Hold on. I was just saying he was not supposed to. I mean, I wasn't saying that he shouldn't. You guys don't think. I was just dance, everybody. Just dance. It's a dance. It's a party.
At one point in season 2, the boys chase Jackson to a gay club where he attempts to kill Danny, and Styles ends up partying with Phoenix from Drag Race. I'm not saying that Danny is a stock character with the gay label thrown on so the show can claim representation, but he does feel like an extremely well-meaning yet lazy person's idea of what positive queer representation looks like. We're shown that he's athletic because he's always taking his shirt off in the locker room. We're shown that he has a boyfriend because Scott inadvertently causes their breakup. Absolutely 0 time is ever spent with Danny doing things on his own, which is fine. He is an extremely minor character in the grand scheme of things, so I'm not exactly expecting a heavy emotional arc where he, doesn't get into Nyada right away, or has to reckon his loneliness with his personal safety cruising in the woods. But he's so underdeveloped even compared to other side characters like Isaac and Mason, that he feels less like his own person and more like a composite of unrelated traits. There's an Advocate article from 2014, the year season 3 was airing, that featured a quote from Tyler Posey that always stuck with me. On the subject of the show's inclusion of queer characters, he says,
"We do it in such a natural way. It's not forced or over the top or anything like that. I think it's perfect and natural, and I think the kids that watch the show really do respect the way we include gay characters. That's why Charlie and Keahu, the characters they play, are so popular. We love it, and we're happy to be able to show kids that it's okay to be who you are."
I think what he's saying here has merit. It's important to remember that this show was made for teens and young adults, so complex and layered storytelling does tend to take a back seat, and that's okay. Like I said, not every character needs to be the center of attention. That being said, I think it's a little disingenuous to say that the fandom loved Danny because he was a great, well-written character and his sexuality was included to complement the development already done with him by the writers. Make no mistake, for most of his time on the show, his sexuality was his character. That's not to say he was steeped in stereotypes or anything, he wasn't. As much as it is to say that Jackson's gay best friend from lacrosse was all that he ever got to be in his time on the show. So for Posey to sit in that interview chair and say, "Our gay characters are so beloved by the fans," I have to ask, what characters? Queer fans aren't writing fanfics about Danny taking Styles' virginity because he's such a great character. They're latching on to him because for the first 2 years, He was the writer's only acknowledgement of our existence, not only as fans, but as people. This is something I see all too often in interactions between creators and fandom. Creators will give their audience pennies and crumbs of representation, and then pat themselves on the back for their inclusivity when the fandom starts ravaging the chum pile. It's pandering to an audience without actually doing the work of giving us proper representation or interesting stories. And while there will always be studio bullshit to contend with, I'm skeptical of the notion that Davis is allowed to absolve himself of responsibility as the creator, lead writer, and showrunner of this show. With that being said, Teen Wolf's queer representation wasn't all bad. Liam's best friend Mason is actually a bright spot in the show's uneven second half. Mason is smart, funny, resourceful, and in way over his head once Liam lets him in on the werewolfery of it all.
Okay, I know we're all tired and miserable. Except for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is all just mind-blowing. You're a kitsune. I don't even know what that is.
I'm still learning.
Liam, we said you could tell him not invite him to the inner circle.
I'm in the inner circle?
No.
He's essentially the Styles to Liam Scott, only this time he's actually queer, rather than simply baiting the audience for 6 seasons straight. And I like Mason. I think he's fun. He's a nice antidote to Liam's angst, and Kylan and Sprayberry have really good chemistry.
We just kind of...
We eat food, right?
Eat food, yeah.
Your favorite food is pineapples, right?
Yeah, I like pineapples.
Okay.
Yeah. It's funny you didn't remember that on our anniversary, but you know.
Yeah, but I will never forget it now because of how much you bickered about it and how long you cried about it.
Yeah,
so.
but see, the thing is, you're supposed to get it right the first time because that's what it is. To
Okay, well, so then, what's my favorite color then?
Favorite color is purple.
You must have read my text messages or something because I was talking about. That's all right.
Mason's not like remarkably interesting or relatable as a character, but he makes up for it by way of Kylan's natural charisma. As far as I know, Kylan has never publicly identified as anything other than straight, so I think it's time we solve the whole straight actors playing gay characters debate once and for all. Yeah, we don't have time for that. So all I'll say is I like Kylan and I like Mason. Brett and Lori are 2 werewolves from a rival pack led by a woman named Satomi Ito. Because werewolves don't age as quickly as humans, Satomi has been alive for well over 100 years. Here she is in a Japanese internment camp. Yeah, we're gonna circle back to that one later. Brett is introduced as Liam's main personal antagonist from his old school, the Jackson to Liam Scott in a lot of ways, but he gets fleshed out a bit later on. He's hot, he's bi, he's extremely competitive, and he cares a lot about his little sister, played by the daughter of one of the show's producers. They're okay. Both characters feel a bit extraneous and removed from the main conflict, but they were given enough screen time throughout their run on the show for audiences to really latch on to them, which is good considering their deaths are the main catalysts for the ultimate public shitstorm that erupts in 6B. Satomi's pack's whole thing is that they use Buddhist teachings to control their latent werewolf aggression, an interesting contrast to the Hale pack's reliance on emotional anchoring and pain. A mantra used by them is 3 things cannot long be hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. A quote derived from the Book of Threes by the Pali Text Society's Gradual Sayings, Volume 1. The quote is later adopted by Scott, who then teaches it to Liam. Their education shows up in other ways, such as when Lori attempts to speak directly to Kira's kitsune. But Satomi dies off screen sometime before or during 6B, so we can count their whole thing as a missed opportunity. I give them a C on that one, I guess. Like Lori, Sydney is a side character added in season 4, played by the same producer's other daughter. Unlike Lori, however, not only is she extraneous and adds nothing, but her actress is so stiff and wooden that it makes me wonder if her episodes were directed by Catherine Hardwicke. I hear she's a better director than she is an actor, so it's possible she's just a Sofia Coppola type, but seriously, the shameless nepotism on display here is borderline comedic, like a B-plot in an episode of 30 Rock. One of Liz's producers is working on a popular teen romance program, and his talentless daughter wants a part, so she has to work overtime on set trying to make her performance look less shit. Every episode she's in, her part could be played by any other actor who's been getting the shaft in that particular episode. So please forgive me for not singing my ode to Sydney today. Unlike a lot of YA shows, I'm pleased to report that a lot of the parents in the show not only get to live to the last few episodes, but are actually likable and interesting enough to get the audience invested in them as characters. Like I mentioned with Liam, a lot of the best emotional character moments are between parents and their children. Take, for instance, one of the most famous scenes from the show. Scott's having trouble controlling his powers because of his breakup with Allison, and his mom is trying to calm him down.
You told me that you and Styles learned a way to control this. You find an anchor, right? Find your anchor.
My anchor was Allison. I don't have Allison anymore.
Then be your own anchor. You can do this. Sweetheart, let me tell you something no teenager ever believes, but I swear to you is the absolute truth. You fall in love more than once. It'll happen again. And it'll be just as amazing and as extraordinary as the first time, and maybe just as painful. But it'll happen again. I promise. And until then, be your own anchor.
That quote, "be your own anchor," has resonated with so many people that there are literally thousands of pictures of people tattooing it on their body. Of the parents, Scott's mom, Melissa, is my favorite. Melissa Ponzio, who has also worked on The Walking Dead and Chicago Fire, has such a kindness about her. I don't know how else to describe it other than mom energy. With her interactions with Scott, we get a lot of time to understand her humor, her vulnerability, and her heart, and she's just so fucking cool. Whenever there's a scene at the hospital, Melissa is involved, and she's always doing something cool. Oh, hi, Danny. Top 10 TV moms, for sure. If Scott's mom is the mother of the show, Styles' dad, Noah, is very much the father. He's just such a dad, what with his fatherly declarations and "we play by my rules when we're in my car" attitude. I really love how emotionally charged his interactions with Styles are, especially when he's putting himself in danger, which, given that this is Styles, is a lot of the time. Jeff Davis definitely has a reverence for parent-child relationships because what ends up being extraneous relationships in other shows are so often the emotional cores of the cast. It's really refreshing, honestly, especially in comparison with something like TVD, where half the cast is orphaned by the end. Also, Styles' dad is played by the guy who played Johnny Cage in the 90s Mortal Kombat movie, which rules. Unlike Scott and Styles, Allison starts the show with two parents, but she does not finish it that way. I'll talk more about her parents in the Rogues Gallery, but her absolute dilf of a dad does end up pulling a complete 180 by the end of the show, becoming one of the most important figureheads in the fight against anti-werewolf racism. Also, he is really hot. Scott's surrogate dad and boss at the animal clinic where he works, Dr. Deaton, is played by the cowardly pastor from The Walking Dead. He's in every season, but those scheduling conflicts really start to show in later seasons when he started working for AMC. Originally, we don't really know what his deal is. Styles and Derek think he's the alpha who's been killing people around town, but he later turns out to just be this sort of normal dude who happens to know a lot about the supernatural and is also impervious to projectile damage, apparently. But then in season 3, we learn that he's actually a Celtic druid who worked as the emissary to Derek's dead mom, Talia. He's since sworn off emissary work, but once Scott becomes an alpha through Mary Sue powers, he starts his business back up again. I don't really know what to make of Deaton's reveal. At first, he seems really reluctant to share any information about himself, to the point where he gives Scott a raise in order to get him off his case. But when Styles approaches him about it, he just volunteers the information, which tells me that Jeff didn't know Deaton was going to end up being a druid until he was writing the episode where we find out. In later seasons, he certainly seems capable of defending himself, but nothing like how he shrugged off Peter's wolf-boosted chair throw in season 1. It's not the worst example of sloppy storytelling the show has to offer, but it definitely didn't inspire confidence in me that this was the direction Jeff was planning on taking his character all along, either. We get a few Irish symbols in the clinic early on, sure, but nothing that would really qualify as planting seeds for a big reveal later on. The handling of Dr. Deaton reminds me a bit of J.J. Abrams' mystery box storytelling. The idea that the mystery surrounding a character or a setting is more important than a proper payoff. Jeff created a compelling mystery and left audiences to their own devices in order to boost engagement with the series, but then the show continued getting renewed, prompting him to realize, oh shit, I should probably do something with this. Deaton's sister, Morel, is also an emissary, this time for the big bad of 3A. During the day, she moonlights as a guidance counselor and French teacher at the high school. I I don't know, she's cool, I suppose, but we don't really learn too much about her beyond her desire to maintain balance. Whatever that means. She reappears once in 3B, now apparently working as the head psychologist at the mental institution where Styles and Malia lose their virginity to each other. Then the episode ends and she's never mentioned again, even when they go back to the asylum and kill the evil scientists conducting experiments on supernatural creatures there. A wildly late season addition, that. It's a shame, too, because her actress, Bianca Lawson, is pretty good. That seems to be a running theme with this show, huh? Wasted talent. Speaking of, remember what I said about Derek's entire family dying in the house fire, leaving him and his sister Laura alone to care for their comatose uncle? Well, it turns out I was wrong, because in season 3, the writers introduced Cora Hale, a character that adds nothing and has no reason to exist. I'm sure the writers had good intentions when writing Cora into the story, but I believe those intentions were a bit misguided. The big threat to Derek in 3A revolves around a pack of alphas who want to recruit Derek into their ranks, but in order to do so, Derek will have to kill his entire pack. Cora, in this case, is a replacement for Erica, whose actress, Gage Golightly, departed the show after the second season, despite being generally well-liked by fans. So my thinking goes that the writers figured, well, if we can't use Erica, how can we create another female character whose being put in danger would stir up as much inner turmoil for Derek as possible? And Cora is such a transparent Erica replacement too. The writers try to force this chemistry with Boyd that was set up between him and Erica last season, and there are all these shots of them holding hands and exchanging looks, or doing things that would make so much more sense if it was Erica instead of Cora. Beyond the flimsy Erica erasure, though, Cora's presence further undercuts Derek's entire character premise. Because when we're introduced to him, he's literally lost everything, completely alone in this world with no purpose driving him beyond getting revenge for his sister, Laura. But that's not true if he has a younger sister who is simply vibing and minding her own business down in South America. It just speaks to the complete mismanagement of Derek's character I was getting at earlier, and it's a real bummer because giving Derek more family was probably the worst decision the writers could have made. And her actress is fine, I guess, but Erica's actress was better, so I don't have to like her. Braden is a mercenary hired by Miss Morell to save Isaac from the evil alphas that kidnapped Erica and Boyd. She then spends a bit of time wandering around the school looking for Scott before presumably being killed in the boys' locker room. Embarrassing. However, the writers liked her so much that they brought her back in 3B, where she's hired by the big bad from 3A to save Derek from the hunters holding him and Peter captive. And she has a scar now to communicate to the audience that no, the writers didn't forget that they effectively killed her off in her debut episode. They simply don't care. She has a romance with Derek in season 4 that culminates with both of them leaving the show to hunt down Allison's evil aunt. But she returns in season 5 to help Malia track down her evil mom, who is also tracking her down for some reason. There's a reason, it's just dumb. I like Braden. I like that she's ex-military and turned to a life of vigilantism once the job got too all-consuming to remain professional. It's very Batwoman. And you're probably expecting me, what with how this video's gone so far, to add a but in here, but I'm not. I very uncomplicatedly enjoy Braden as a character. I only wish we could have seen more of her and Malia hunting down the desert wolf rather than whatever the fuck was going on with Scott and Liam that season. When my main gripe with your character is that I want to see more of them, it probably means that you have a good character on your hands. Oh boy, have I saved the best for last. Bobby Finstock is the coach of the lacrosse team and also the best character on the show. Now, I know I said Allison was the best character on the show, but I lied, it's the coach. Orny Adams was such pitch perfect casting, and he brings such a manic, coked out energy to this character that is just... He's very much the Jane Lynch of this show.
Sloppy freak show babies!
And every scene he's in is a complete stitch.
So why don't you guys get the hell out of here? I hate charity games. They're meaningless.
Okay, well, I don't think the charities would agree.
What's it for this year?
Cancer.
For or against?
Against. Coach, deeply against.
Yeah, well, I'm deeply not interested.
I realized during my rewatch that one of the reasons why I hate season 5 so much is because over the course of 20 episodes, the coach makes an appearance in exactly one of them. He's such a magnetic presence to the point where even something as cliche as an Independence Day reference has me in tears.
Good morning. In less than an hour, aircraft from here will be joining others from around the world. And you will be launching the largest aerial battle in the history of mankind.
What?
Mankind, that word should have new meaning for all of us today.
What the hell is he talking about?
He does this every year.
Seriously?
Yeah.
We're fighting for a right to live.
Wait, is this?
Yeah, it's a speech from Independence Day.
Mm-hmm.
But as the day the world declared in one voice,
It's Coach's favorite movie.
we will not go quietly into the night.
He doesn't know any sports speeches?
Yeah, I don't think he cares.
Today we celebrate our Independence Day.
Well spoken, Coach.
Something I appreciate about Teen Wolf is how long it held out from mixing and matching relationship pairings, instead opting for the better, less traveled path in these kinds of shows and allowing characters to get together and just be in a relationship. There's a bit of mixing and matching. Allison and Isaac have a really forced flirtation in season 3, made especially weird because Isaac was living with Scott at the time. But quite a bit of respect is paid to each character's relationships with their significant others. Nobody cheats, and there are shockingly few dramatic breakup scenes. Instead, relationships tend to either A, fizzle out, such as is the case with Styles and Malia, or B, begin and end off screen, otherwise known as the Jackson and Lydia model. The only pairings that really feel forced are Allison's aforementioned fling with her stabbing victim and ex's roommate, Isaac, and Scott's 6B relationship with Malia, which comes out of nowhere, develops not at all, and they end the series presumably together. But we don't really know because they share so little screen time. They even say I love you to each other, but the actors are so devoid of romantic chemistry that it's legitimately painful to watch. Presumably, the writers, a few episodes after writing out Kira, realized that with Stydia going full steam ahead, Scott was rendered effectively celibate, which is not exactly what you want for the last season of your sexy werewolf show. So instead of exploring what it means for Scott to be single, or, having him explore his sexuality or something, they pull a relationship with their only other single female character out of their asses and present it to us, not even on a silver platter. What's lower than silver? Bronze? Copper? A copper platter? Maybe a nice iron platter. Feels about right. A rough, dirty iron platter for us to lick up our scraps on. Because this is MTV and the writers hate gay people. Obviously, none of the main characters were allowed to be confirmed as anything other than beer-drinking, boot-licking, 150% straight. The closest we ever get to a gay main character is Mason and his relationship with his pass-around party-bottom boyfriend Corey, and Kylan is never billed as anything more than recurring cast. I'm not saying that the show is worse because Scott never had a season-long arc coming to terms with his bisexuality, but hell yes, I am saying that actually. Because not only would that have given Scott's character a bit of depth to explore between fight scenes, but it also would have saved him from the ultimate Malia inning that befell him after both of his girlfriends were written out of the show. All I'm saying is that Scott and Isaac had double the chemistry Scott and Allison had, and leagues more chemistry than Allison ever had with Isaac. Is my inner Skyzik shipper showing? Good. Let them watch. Yes, Skyzik was my ship, and I will die mad that it never happened. They were even living together. They're literally sleeping right next door, and let's be a little bit crass, Jeff. It's not like y'all are afraid of exploring teenage sexuality on your dumb show. You can do your own take on it or whatever. Just give me my boys, please. See, this is what happens when you get an unhinged homosexual loose on a slutty MTV show. I get invested, and I should not be getting invested, but here we are. Werewolf mythology dates back thousands of years, with the earliest stories of shape-shifting humans showing up in Indo-European societies. The Greeks, for example, had a common myth of the people of Scythia, who were supposedly able to transform into wolves once a year for several days and nights, as chronicled in Herodotus's Histories. In fact, the term lycanthropy comes from the Greek story of King Lycaon, who, as punishment for sacrificing his own child at the altar of Zeus, was transformed into a wolf and exiled from Arcadia. With the Christianization of the Western world came a greater emphasis on lycanthropy as it related to the Christian god, a natural consequence of allegorical interpretations of non-Christian folklore. Like witchcraft, lycanthropy was not only widely believed in, but feared as a sign of devil worship. The Middle Ages were rife with werewolf witch trials, where those accused of lycanthropy, and by extension murder and cannibalism, would be tried and, if found guilty, burned alive like their witch counterparts. Not a good look. The rise in lichen anxieties directly correlated with the supposed rise in wolf attacks on humans and livestock. the most famous of which being the French myth of La Bête de Gévaudan, an alleged monstrous wolf-like creature that killed over 500 people in the French countryside between 1764 and 1767. I mean, haven't we all? On the one hand, it makes a lot of sense that the most feared predator in continental Europe would become a figure of folklore. Many regions in which wolves are scarce have created their own mythology surrounding their native apex predators, such as the Runa Ururunco and the Nagual. I also don't want to be one of those guys who just looks back at the silly peasants with the golden frame lens of hindsight. I mean, I'm sure I too would come to fear the dreaded Raeken, who was turned into a wolf by Zeus and worshipped by the devil, if I didn't have Wikipedia to do all of my research for me. Like, I'm sure they were doing their best, but this is an absurd world that we are living in, and it has been that way for a very long time. Dragon myths formed from excavated dinosaur bones, as did stories of the Cyclops, the Wyvern, the Hellhound. And believe me, we'll get to the Hellhound. With all of the werewolf folktales, it was only a matter of time before werewolves began showing up in our fiction. One could certainly argue that Gabrielle Suzanne Barbault de Villeneuve's 1740 fairy tale La Belle et la Bête, which English-speaking audiences know today as Beauty and the Beast, was the first real werewolf love story. The story, which was first published in an abridged form in a Magasin des Enfants, aka magazines targeted at young girls, follows the beautiful, humble Belle, whose father makes a deal with a tyrannical landowning beast for her to take his place as prisoner, treated like his fiancée, but under no pretense about her situation. Eventually the two fall in love, yada yada yada. You know how this story goes. You know, something, tale as old as time. True love turns the beast back into this beautiful, handsome man, and he and Belle live happily ever after. While La Belle may have been the codifier, it certainly wasn't the only one of what we'd consider to be fairy tales to feature a monstrous anthropomorphized man-wolf hybrid. Perhaps even more famous is the tale of Little Red Riding Hood, whose monstrous wolf has been reprinted and reinterpreted as a werewolf dozens of times. The Company of Wolves, Ginger Snaps, and the Amanda Seyfried vehicle Red Riding Hood all feature the wolf in a rather Lycan-esque role, and that's just the film adaptations. However, film is no stranger to explicitly werewolf-centric stories either. The silent era gave us films such as The Werewolf and Wolfblood, the former of which having been lost in the 1924 Universal Studios fire. The first full-length feature to portray an anthropomorphized werewolf proper was 1935's Werewolf of London, which established the idea that not only are werewolves vicious killers, but the thing which they seek to kill is the thing they love the most. It wasn't until 1941, however, when George Wagner brought werewolves into the mainstream with Lon Chaney Jr.'s star vehicle, The Wolfman, which took a much more sensitive approach in portraying the werewolf, depicting him not as a hideous monster to be feared and shunned, but rather as a tragic figure, grieving the loss of his father and longing for the touch of a woman. The film's thesis, that bad things can and often do happen to good people, is perfectly encapsulated in a poem told to Larry by Gwen in the film's first act. Even a man who is pure in heart and says his prayers by night may become a wolf when the wolfsbane blooms and the autumn moon is bright. So, a few years go by, Universal Monsters beat their properties into the ground with schlocky crossover upon schlocky crossover, cheapening the brand so much so that crossovers with Abbott and Costello sounded like a decent money-making strategy. Public interest wanes, Jean Cocteau premieres his magnum opus adaptation of Villeneuve's original story, and horror takes a turn away from the supernatural and into the psychological. So, what changed? What paved the way for campier YA works like Twilight, The Vampire Diaries, and yes, Teen Wolf to thrive in the way that they have today? It really can't be overstated just how much 1978's Halloween changed the landscape of blockbuster horror. While Carrie was society's first real introduction to teen-centric horror narratives, most of that film played out like a traditional teen drama a la Elia Kazan. For more on that, see the Carrie video. Now, with Halloween, suddenly droves of teenagers were flocking to movie theaters again to watch Michael Myers go on a rampage across Haddonfield, ultimately earning the film $70 million at the box office against a $300,000 budget. That's roughly $293 million today, or about 15 times what It Follows made at the box office in 2014. Halloween revitalized the dying horror genre, paving the way for slasher films such as Alien, Friday the 13th, and A Nightmare on Elm Street to dominate pop culture. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre also deserves a bit of credit here, as it worked to revive public interest in the horror genre among young audiences before Halloween and Carrie pushed it over the top. With the horror genre reaching all new levels of lucrative and young audiences thirsty for the next blockbuster smash, it was only a matter of time before the supernatural genre once again reared its ugly head. The Howling, based on Gary Bradner's novel of the same name, debuted in March 1981 to moderate financial and critical success, earning a cool $18 million at the box office against a $1.5 million budget. Its greatest accomplishment, however, was not reviving the werewolf genre on its own, but rather paving the way for the film that did. John Landis's comedy horror classic and arguably the best werewolf film ever made, 1981's An American Werewolf in London. I'm not going to spend too much time fawning over this movie because that's not what this video is about, but American Werewolf in London was undeniably a smash hit, earning $62 million at the box office and winning the first ever Academy Award for Best Makeup. The message was clear. And so, not 4 years later, Rod Daniel and Jeff Loeb gifted us with the 1985 Michael J. Fox rom-com Teen Wolf.
In fact, according to your Uncle Marshall, in the second half, the other team got even taller. And one of them turned into a teen wolf.
Kenny, there is a teen wolf on the court. That can't be legal.
I know the teen wolf looks different, kids, but try to make sure he feels included.
If you didn't know, our Teen Wolf is actually based off of not just one movie, but a bona fide franchise of films and animated television shows. So I watched them all, and I am pleased to report that the first Teen Wolf fucking slaps. You guys, it's so good. Michael J. Fox plays Scott Howard, a high school something and small forward for the worst high school basketball team in the state. Scott lives in Beacontown, Nebraska, and spends most of his time shooting the breeze with his buddy Styles and best friend Boof. Boof. Or pining after the hot girl from the drama club, Pamela Wells. His coach, Bobby Finstock, dismisses his feelings of doubt over his place on the basketball team due to his newly arrived werewolf abilities. It turns out that his dad is also a werewolf, and when the whole school finds out about him during a basketball game, he becomes a local celebrity and starts hanging out with the most popular girl in school, leaving his friends and teammates behind as the whole town gets a case of werewolf fever. Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. There are many differences between the show and the movie that it's based on, chief among them the visibility and reaction to Scott's werewolf powers. This movie is very 80s in its sense of small town naivete. Perhaps it's because of the post-90s irony poisoning or the fact that 9/11 killed America's desire to have any sort of fun whatsoever, but one needs look no further than the show that came out of this damn thing to see that a movie like this could not be made today. It's like an Easy Cheese can was emptied out into a 7-Eleven Slurpee and poured onto a flame-broiled Whopper in the middle of a blockbuster video. It's such a product of its time, and I don't just mean in ways in which the writers really show their asses.
Well, look, I wouldn't even mention it to you, except that I gotta talk to someone.
Wait a minute, are you gonna tell me you're a fag? I mean, if you're gonna tell me you're a fag, I don't think I can handle it.
Yeah, it's cool if his best friend is a monstrous non-human entity, but if he's gay, look out, kid. Your metrosexual best friend who rolls up to keg parties with his ass out and is never seen with the female love interest, played by that one guy from Will and Grace, is totally gonna beat your ass into the ground, Scott. I was surprised watching just how much of the show borrows from the movie. The entire first act of both the film and the show's first episode essentially play out the same, although the characters do start to diverge once movie Scott gets a bit of the old inner conflict. Adams' Finstock is a clear evolution of the film's portrayal of the character, as is Dylan O'Brien's take on Styles, this time not as a metrosexual fuckboy, but rather as a sarcastic nerd with a baseball bat. It seems, however, that movie Scott's infatuation with Pamela was transplanted to Styles for the show in order to make room for the new girl in town, dad is the bad guy R&J storyline. What really sets the show and the movie apart, however, is the tone. Whereas the show is a teen drama disguised as a YA supernatural horror series, the film is very firmly a coming-of-age romantic comedy. Just check out the scene where Michael J. Fox transforms for the first time. Now, contrast that with Tyler Posey in the TV show.
Scott?
movie Scott doesn't even hurt anyone. The closest he gets is throwing his crush's abusive boyfriend off balance after he starts harassing him at the school dance. You could tell the filmmakers were having a blast with this movie. Yeah, you go, Scott. And that's another thing. Scott is so much fun in this movie. He's got a personality, he surfs on top of Styles' Wolfmobile, and his love triangle with Booth and Pamela, while cliche, is believable and satisfying enough to make him feel like a complete character. I never thought I'd say this, but I think the 1985 Teen Wolf might be better than the show. At least it knows what it wants to be. You know, it's not better than the show. Teen Wolf 2, the sequel to and almost entirely distinct from the first film. So if Teen Wolf is a gem of a classic 1980s coming-of-age comedy about a boy balancing personal responsibility to his friends and his team after coming into possession of what is essentially an action replay for real life, what is the follow-up film? Garbage. Complete, utter garbage. Teen Wolf 2 is genuinely one of the worst films I've ever seen. It actually reminds me a lot of The Rage, Carrie 2. It's just a boring, extraneous sequel to a beloved classic that nobody wanted and cheapens the original in retrospect. It has all the trappings of a bad college movie, overly vindictive faculty, dorm life woes, and way too many wide shots that serve only to show off the big, expensive campus that let the producers film there. Part of me wants to be charitable to the filmmakers and call this parody, but even that feels like a stretch given all the terrible decisions made at the ground level. Jason Bateman replaces Michael J. Fox as Todd Howard, Scott's younger cousin and freshman at the fictional Hamilton University. This movie is Bateman's film debut, and his acting makes it clear that he only got the role because his daddy produced the movie. Other casting changes include Paul Sand as Coach Finstock, and in what may be the worst casting change of all time, Stuart Franklin of Ski School fame as Styles, taking over the role from Jerry Levine. Only two actors, the dad and Chubbs, the fat guy from Scott's basketball team, return from the first movie, and the new cast is mostly comprised of D-listers floundering to recapture the spirit of the original film. The story also makes zero sense. Todd Howard, the younger cousin of Scott Howard, is a human boy whose family werewolf powers skipped a generation, leaving his parents powerless and himself directionless as he attempts to navigate his burgeoning werewolf abilities. He is accepted into the prestigious Hamilton University on a boxing scholarship, courtesy of Scott's old basketball coach, despite never having boxed a day in his life, preferring to spend his time playing the clarinet and learning about biology. You know, like a nerd. You see, Todd here wants to be a veterinarian, but Hamilton's dean is pushing him hard into athletics. As indicated by the first scene, Hamilton's athletics program is floundering, and Todd is the only one who can save it. Why? I don't know. As a shameless retread of the original, it hits all the same major story beats, albeit more contrived and worse. He has a love triangle between a girl who doesn't like him and a girl who has literally no reason to. He's rooming with a rained-on cardboard cutout version of Styles from the first movie, who bullies him into being the Teen Wolf school mascot. Chubbs is here, gifting us, the audience, with so many fat jokes the Russo brothers are getting a bit uncomfortable. This joke is kinda cute, though.
Sit!
I don't want to say I didn't know what I was getting into when I sat down to watch this movie. The signs were there, the tomatometer was front and center when I was doing my Googling. Nevertheless, I watched, and nevertheless, I suffered.
I don't know what I expected.
So yeah, Teen Wolf 2 bad. Don't watch it. Towards the end of season 1, a lot of focus is shifted to Lydia when she is bitten by Derek's evil Uncle Peter on the lacrosse field during Homecoming. A classic supernatural YA trope, the supernatural threat comes home to the most popular girl in school. Very Caroline, very Cordelia. However, the bite doesn't take, and Lydia spends the rest of season 1 hospital-bound and wolf-free. Thus, here at the end of an unremarkable first season, we're presented with a tantalizing mystery. Why isn't the bite taking? Is she immune? Is she dying? Or is she something more? It's good. Season 2 opens with Lydia hallucinating a delicious stew forming in the base of her shower, which freaks her out so much she spends the next 2 days rampaging naked through the woods like something out of The Witch. She screams, Scott hears her, and Styles' cop dad gives her a blanket and some hot cocoa, and we're left to wonder what the hell was the point of it all. The storytelling is very loose here with Lydia, as we're not given too much of an explanation for her behavior for quite some time. We know something is up with Lydia, but we don't know what. She is experiencing visions of a teenage boy who lives in the woods and accosts her at her locker. She poisons everyone at her birthday party with wolfsbane, knocking out Derek so that she can use him to resurrect and heal Peter in a very ill-defined ritual. It's not until the second half of 3A when she gets Punjab lassoed by her English teacher that we finally learn what she is. And by finally learn, I really mean we don't learn all that much, and it's kind of confusing and really convoluted, but whatever, it's fine. Lydia is a Banshee, an Irish spirit that predicts death with a deafening scream.
You have no idea what you are, do you? The Wailing Woman. A Banshee. Right before my eyes.
In the show, Banshees are essentially humans with none of the standard supernatural abilities such as super strength, accelerated speed, a healing factor, etc., but do have the ability to tap into the supernatural in order to predict death or cause it themselves. Something the show really pushes is that Banshees themselves are not supernatural creatures, but rather humans who have an uncanny connection to the supernatural. They can break mountain ash barriers, they're immune to supernatural toxins like alpha bites and canema venom, and they can pass down their supernatural intuition to their children. On the one hand, having characters that are immune to the standard ways of trapping supernaturals in a largely supernatural cast is really interesting from both a utilitarian and viewing perspective. Both Lydia and Styles are immune to the effects of wolfsbane and mountain ash, as Styles very impressively remains human for the entire duration of the show. Asterisk. So while I understand why they made the Banshees a distinct class from most werefolk and werefolk adjacent, I don't quite agree with how they got there. The whole Banshees aren't supernaturals, but have the ability to access the supernatural thing is really confusing in a show that is ostensibly about the sexy supernatural teens and young adults that romp around the suburban town. Because the baseline assumption with a show of that genre is that everyone who isn't a human is a supernatural, and is therefore bound to the lore established by the show. Further complicating the matter is the fact that as the show goes on and their abilities are developed and expanded upon, the Banshees basically just become supernatural. Whereas Lydia's baseline powers are at the very least consistent with the idea that she's just tapping into supernatural energies of the town, in season 5 another character teaches how to weaponize those energies in a sonic scream, a seemingly supernatural ability. This Banshee, by the way, also has the ability to telepathically communicate with people like Professor X. Do with that information what you will. Then in season 6, the gang meets another Banshee named Lenore, who has managed to conjure up an apparition of her dead son by projecting her Banshee aura around the ghost town where she lives, causing Malia to have a vision of her dead family. Nothing supernatural going on here. She also shuts a door with her mind. Very Carrie White of her. That. I think this whole thing bugs me so much because it speaks to a larger writing problem that begins in the first season and plagues the show throughout. The writers, Jeff Davis, have a lot of really big, really great ideas. The popular girl gets bitten by the bad guy, but oh, she doesn't turn. What could it mean? What could be happening? They set up this great mystery and then they look at it and go, oh, I have to answer this thing? Ugh. So while you have a lot of great and memorable moments, the conclusions to the tensions they set up are pretty consistently forgettable at best and disappointingly convoluted at worst, weakening the original moment in retrospect. I call this the J.J. Abrams disease. It paints the picture that these writers only really drew up the broad strokes of their story, skimping out on the details and not really thinking through the implications of their writing. Lydia's immunity could have been really interesting if their concept of what a Banshee was didn't bother me so much. Okay. The Banshee thing is dumb and it's easy to nitpick, but I'm only talking about it here because the sloppy writing only gets worse as the series goes on. They haven't done their due diligence to ensure that their story is as tightly woven and intricately designed as it needs to be to provide a narratively satisfying conclusion, instead opting to uplift the more aesthetically appealing parts of the show that would have worked anyways. Yep, Lydia and Lenore are having a screaming match and her dead son is drowning Scott just like he drowned himself, but she's not supernatural! So while I understand the impulse to shift most of your focus to the things that will appeal to your core demographic, I wasn't really watching Teen Wolf for the detailed mythos when I was 17, now was I? You have to tell me a good story. So while I commend Jeff Davis for having a bunch of interesting ideas for his werewolf romance teen drama, I remain critical of the way he executed those ideas within the work itself. So, speaking of ideas that sound cool on paper but fall flat on their face in practice, Lydia Martin, high school senior and quasi-supernatural girl wonder, has a fling with the hot cop that works for Styles' dad. Jordan Parrish is a 24-year-old EOD veteran who moved to Beacon Hills after getting blown up in Afghanistan around the same time the Scooby Gang danced around a magical tree in the watershed, transforming the town into a veritable basin for supernatural activity. The writers try to play coy on Parrish's supernaturality for a little while, as if we're supposed to believe that the beaconing of Beacon Hills and the arrival of a sexy war veteran cop are completely unrelated. The show skirts around his true identity for a while as the writers try to make up their minds, eventually landing on the idea that Parrish is what they call a Hellhound, aka a firebender and fellow harbinger of death found in myths dating all the way back to the Greeks. He can shoot flames and burn through mountain ash barriers. More important to the plot, however, at night he enters a trance-like state, sleepwalking up to the corpses of dead children and taking them to the aforementioned magical tree, safely out of sight of the common folk. Lydia and Parrish connect when he, in true Onision novel protagonist fashion, offers to teach her how to fight, which totally isn't the weirdest thing in the world. My high school had self-defense classes taught by campus police officers, so Lydia getting CQC lessons from the rookie with combat experience isn't really that much of a stretch. From the first lesson, however, their interactions are very charged. They don't ever kiss IRL, at least not to my memory. But there's a lot of lingering touches and breathy, yearning gazes as this adult man with a gun and badge teaches this high school senior about muscle memory. Even Holland seemed uneasy about the pairing, remarking in an interview,
Deputy Parrish,
Is there a name for it yet?
I have said that.
They remember that she's like 16, 17, right?
No, Pitia will. I don't think Pitia will be happening. Is that safe to say?
No. Pitia?
I was like, she's a minor on the show. No.
Yeah, she's like 16, 17.
Shut up, Jeff. Yeah, they try to justify this in the text with what they call the Harbinger connection, where because Lydia's a harbinger of death and Jordan's a harbinger of death, they have an intrinsic bond akin to that of Malia and Theo. See, it's okay, you guys. My sexy fantasies and hallucinations about this one particular teenage girl who's still enrolled in high school and is also underage are okay, actually. They're not sexual, but merely a product of our intrinsic love bond. It's not my fault that I spend all of my time thinking about her. The universe made us this way.
The wait!
Do I even need to explain this one? You know it's creepy, I know it's creepy. And this whole plotline takes this otherwise incredibly boring milquetoast character and adds an insidious and completely unnecessary element to his persona in a show that is already far too police-friendly for its own good. Parrish is basically what you'd get if you took Captain America, plopped him in Italy in 1983, and lit him on fire. The whole subplot is incredibly gross and uncomfortable, and it all feels incredibly unnecessary in a show that's primarily a teen fantasy about sexy werewolves fighting and sexing each other. This feels less like an interesting dynamic the writer's room wanted to explore with cast input and the support of the studio, and more like one of Jeff Davis's kinks he wrote out as a thought experiment while he was holed up in the off-season with his husband in Calabasas. A DDLG fantasy conceptualized by a gay man to sell to horny teenagers watching MTV. Great.
The woods!
Strap in, folks, because this is going to be a long one. Because so much of this show's plot is directly tied to and driven by the villains, this section also serves as a de facto plot recap/analysis. A fun activity for this section you can do at home is, as the section goes on, do a shot every time I say words describing shit that's too incomprehensible to understand. Trust me, it really enhances the Teen Wolf experience. Back in season 1, the first of Scott's adversaries we're introduced to is his high school bully and captain of the lacrosse team, Jackson. When we first meet him, he's this arrogant jerk who drives a Porsche and really wants everyone to know that he drives a Porsche. But as time goes on, he grows and evolves into, oh, nope. He really just stays that way, huh? Yeah, Colton Haynes was main cast for the first 2 seasons of the show, yet for all of our time with Jackson, he never really grew past being this old money jerk who takes out his anger on anyone in sight. That's not to say Jackson doesn't have any pathos or good moments, he does. It's just that those good moments never really pay off in a satisfying way. Let me give you an example. In season 1, we learned that Jackson was orphaned when his parents were killed in a car accident, and that a lot of his competitive spirit on and off the field stems from a desire to earn the respect of 2 people that A, he's never really met, and B, don't even exist anymore. Season 2 expands on this with the lore that Jackson's mother was pregnant with him at the time of the accident, so the only family he's ever known has been his adopted one. But ever since they've told him he was adopted, he hasn't been able to bring himself to tell them that he loves them. Later on, we even see Jackson having a vision of his dead parents at Lydia's birthday party after she spikes the punch with Wolfsbane and incapacitates everyone in attendance. Now, a normal show, one with pre-planned arcs and storylines for each of its main characters, would probably try to explore this idea of an angry, grieving boy's desire to be loved by 2 people he lost in utero with the emotional toll that would take on him. But Jackson's whole arc this season is so tied up in the werewolfery of it all that his character is barely given any room to breathe, so by the time he could feasibly explore his past and his trauma in a compelling way, the season is over and Colton has departed for the Arrowverse, leaving all this shit behind. Jackson's main role in season 1 is blackmailing Scott into getting the Alpha to give him the bite, as he is jealous of Scott's sudden deluge of success and popularity. This backfires, however, when in season 2, Jackson is bitten by Derek and instead of a werewolf, he turns into a reptilian OC called a Kanima. In universe, the explanation for this is that the shape that you take when you shift sometimes reflects who you are as a person. And the word sometimes is doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, because the line between who gets to be a normal werewolf and who gets turned into a lizard man demon wolf thing is incredibly blurry. Some villains, like Cooley and Ennis, get to be regular werewolves with regular werewolf powers, while others, like Peter, become these beast-like monsters, a slave to his instincts and devoid of all faculties. I'm just gonna say it, season 1 Jackson really doesn't do it for me. He's just this stock asshole jock that's been done 100 times better 1,000 times before. His reasons for wanting the bite are clear enough, but he's such a non-threatening presence compared to Peter, the mindless alpha beast who turns Scott and could be turning him into a killer, or Chris and Kate, extremely dangerous and experienced werewolf hunters who also happen to be the family of Scott's girlfriend. Kate even manages to manipulate Allison into shooting Derek with arrows and pulling a gun on Scott. What did Jackson accomplish when he was manipulating Allison? Swam laps with her in the school lap pool? Got drunk with her at the school semi-formal? Season 2 Jackson is much more threatening until we learn that he's basically nothing more than a human Death Note. Sorry, Kanema, Death Note. He has a tail, claws, he can climb on walls and crash through skylights, and he's a lot stronger than most other supernatural creatures, taking several hits that would have sent Scott or Derek flying. He also has the ability to paralyze people with his venom, which I guess makes sense considering he's supposed to be partially based on a snake. IRL, Kanemas are creatures from Carib folklore, specifically within Guyanese tribes. From what I can gather, traditional accounts of Kanemas describe evil spirits that possess people and cause them to transform into animals, occasionally lizards, and go into a murderous rage. The show's Kanema, however, appears to be mostly an OC, loosely inspired by Guyanese myths, but for the most part, Jeff Davis's brainchild. Styles mentions in one episode a possible South American origin story for the Kanema, but nowhere in my reading did anything regarding masters or werewolf bites come up, so it's safe to say this one's just Jeff being Jeff. Colton Haynes left the show after season 2, presumably because his job on Arrow was more artistically fulfilling and or paid better. So in the beginning of season 3, Lydia tells Allison about how his dad whisked him away to London, which is funny. Which means that after 2 full seasons of Jackson doing nothing but blackmailing Scott into giving him the bite, complain about not having the bite, and going around killing people as a reptilian because the bite wasn't all it was cracked up to be, we get literally 1 short scene of Jackson as a werewolf before he's written out of the show forever. He comes back at the end of season 6 as this werewolf Kanema hybrid, which is kind of weird. Wasn't the whole point of this shot to communicate to us that he's a whole-ass werewolf now? Whatever, it's not like he's given anything to do this season. He and Ethan are basically just set dressing for the show's worst villain. Peter Hale is introduced as Derek's burn victim uncle who's been in a coma for the last 6 years, until it's revealed that he's the one behind the recent werewolf attacks around town. Peter is also, by and large, the best character on the entire show. Now guys, I know I said Coach Finstock was the best character, but I lied again because it is Peter. He has such classic Disney villain energy, just a being of pure malice who wants nothing more than to be the most powerful boy. There's something so refreshing about a character who is just uncomplicatedly evil. Even when they bring him back and he's more of a neutral presence, he makes no qualms about the fact that the only reason he's helping the gang is to further his own goals. The best part about Peter, what sets him apart from other series villains, is just how much fun he's having. And not just the character, but his actor as well. Every scene, from beating up Styles to biting Lydia, to getting tortured by the Calaveras with Derek, to escaping a ghost dimension on the back of a phantom horse, he's just there to have a good time. And Ian Bohen was such brilliant casting for the role. He's so magnetic, what with his smirk and his werewolf abs, and his charisma only serves to strengthen his already well-written character.
Styles, get out of there right now. It's him. He's the alpha. Get out.
You must be Styles. Say hello to the bad guy.
In a show where everyone is brooding all the time and the word pack is used unironically to refer to Scott's found family of friends and loved ones, Peter is a breath of fresh air, simultaneously annoyed and amused by everyone's self-serious antics. The show, I think, is at its worst when A, Peter isn't involved, or B, they're taking him way too seriously as a character. His role in season 4 sucks because he's not given the room he needs to breathe and play. Instead, the writers have him sulk in a sewer with Kate and her goon squad before brawling with Scott in a dilapidated Aztec temple. It's not that it's not cool, it's just not as fun as it could be because the writers aren't allowing the character to have any fun himself. Chris is Allison's dad, and he's just so pretty to look at. No, seriously, I could talk about how he's originally introduced as a big, threatening villain before his moral compass is pulled back into focus by his evil sister, or how he becomes one of the pack's most valuable allies after Allison convinces him to change the family code, but it is with great shame that I admit that J.R. Bourne's beauty is hampering my ability to critically examine his character. He's hot, he's pretty, and he's very nice to look at, and for that, I give him an A+. Let's move on before I get too carried away looking at this man. Allison's mom, Victoria, at first appears a bit mangled in her presentation. Her appearance, from her haircut to her manner of dress, is very corporate CEO platinum card executive realness, but the show's writing works hard to sell us on the idea of her being this traditional, unassuming housewife who bakes cookies and drives her kids to school. There's an intentional dichotomy with her character, her traditional housewife shtick being nothing more than a front she puts up in public to hide her more cutthroat tendencies, but the mismatch between her aesthetic and her persona completely undermines it. It's this trope where she'll say or do something completely ruthless or violent before buttoning it up by offering everyone cookies, all the while dressed in a blazer and a pencil skirt. I'm not saying a housewife can't dress in business formal attire while cooking dinner or doing the laundry. I'm just saying that if you want to communicate to your audience that dichotomy between devoted housewife and mother and ruthless tactician, dressing and styling her like Amy Klobuchar might not be the best choice. That being said, I do think the aesthetic helps to sell her as a credible threat. The Archons have a tradition where, while the men are trained to be soldiers, the women are trained to lead in a very matriarchal role, the rationale being that women are believed to be more level-headed and better at resolving conflicts. And she has this no-nonsense coldness about her, like the anti-Melissa, and it works to further contrast the lives and upbringings of Scott and Allison. She also sometimes just pulls shit like this. Yeah, she does this so that she can get some one-on-one time with Scott's mom. Allison and Scott are publicly broken up by this point, but have resumed seeing each other in secret. So Victoria is questioning Melissa on whether or not she knows anything about their relationship, which, of course she does.
Oh, I don't need the anesthetic.
Also, shout out to the scene where she tries to kill Scott with a marijuana vaporizer loaded with wolfsbane. Derek bites her in this scene, so she's forced to kill herself in accordance with the Argent family code, and Gerard uses her suicide, and specifically the note she writes to Allison, to radicalize her into stabbing Isaac and breaking up with Scott for good. The drama.
Is it me? Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama. Maybe I am. Am I the villain? I don't think I'm the villain.
Introduced a few episodes into season 1 is Chris's sister, Kate Argent, played by Wipeout's Jill Wagner.
All right, fellas, I've got Nick Santo down here with me. Hi, Nick. How are you doing today?
Hi, Jill. How you doing?
I'm wonderful. So, Nick, what do you do?
I used to actually be an elite child model.
I believe the question was, what do you do? Maybe he's retired.
So, what were some of the things you modeled as a kid?
Oh, just a couple underwear shoots.
By underwear, you mean diapers, don't you?
Of course, Jill.
That's precious.
Kate is great. She's a really imposing presence, and her way of manipulating Allison is very interesting. She's got this cool aunt persona that's immediately recognizable to anyone with emotionally distant parents, and she gets under Allison's skin very gradually, beginning with a family heirloom depicting La Bête de Gévaudan, who in universe was killed by Allison's ancestor, Marie-Jeanne Vallée. After Allison witnesses Scott transform, Kate takes her down to her dungeon and forces her to watch as she tortures Derek. Very sexy. I also like how she shouts, "Come on!" every time she does battle with Peter.
Come on! Come on!
It calls to mind the ending of The Mist, but in the best way. Peter takes her out in a rare moment of emotional vulnerability, but the scratch doesn't go deep enough to kill her, so she comes back at the end of season 3 as a were-jaguar and stays on in a recurring capacity through the rest of the series. Were-jaguars, for those not in the know, are people who can transform into jaguar-like supernaturals. Obviously. They share most of the common series were powers, but they are pretty visually distinct from their were counterparts. They have blue skin, which is spotted with jaguar print running down their chests and backs. Their eyes also glow green, rather than the usual red, gold, blue, or orange. This is because as felines rather than canines, were-jaguars are solitary hunters, preferring to act and hunt without the company of other were-jaguars. They don't have an in-universe need for status-related eye colors, so the writers just don't give them any. However, this doesn't mean that were-jaguars are exclusively solitary creatures. Au contraire, their most important relationships in the show's lore are with creatures called berserkers, which are based on the legendary Norse warriors of ye olde Scandinavia. The connection between the Central American were-jaguars and the Norse berserkers is never really explained, which is odd because the show goes out of its way to tell us that yes, these berserkers are Scandinavian and the Naguals are Aztec. Berserkers are basically like big Nagual bodyguards, acting as the muscle for Kate's operations. Through the use of magic via ancient Aztec temple, she can create berserkers and bestow upon them their brutish power. I like the berserkers a lot. You know, their design is really cool and intimidating, and I really dig the way that they lumber around, growling like bears. Their fight scenes can get a little repetitive, if not just for the level of power creep on display here with them, but they're used sparingly enough that it's not really too much of an issue for me. What I care more about with them and with Nagual Kate is just how hard the show fumbles their storyline. Unlike season 3, which consisted of 2 distinct plot lines separated into 2 sets of 12 episodes, season 4 was relegated back to the series' then standard 12 episodes for each of its competing storylines. And by both of its storylines, I do mean one of its storylines. While the first 2 episodes focused almost exclusively on the gang's exploits rescuing a de-aged Derek in Mexico as they come into contact with both Kate and the family hunting her, the next 8 episodes revolve around one of the show's most convoluted and poorly thought out plot lines in its entire run, and we don't return to the ruined Aztec temple, easily season 4's most interesting new locale, until the season finale. What is Kate doing during all of this?
I'm glad you asked.
Oh, yes.
For a vast majority of the season, Kate, the main villain of season 1, whose return was teased at the end of season 3 as the big end of season cliffhanger, spends most of her time hiding out in a sewer and making Peter act all serious and brooding for the camera. It's so clear watching season 4 that the showrunners had a vision for the season and then switched gears 2 episodes in after they ran out of ideas and got bored. This isn't the only time this happens in Teen Wolf, by the way, and it's just such a great example of a show that refuses to take risks and absolutely cannot commit to anything a bit more exciting than, oh, well, we were thinking of having another sophomore season, but this time it's Scott who's the mentor.
What if we had, like, sparklers, but we're inside? That's crazy.
Personally, I would have loved if most of season 4 took place in Mexico, with the gang working together with the Calaveras to hunt down Kate and rescue Derek. It would have really shaken things up after the show's monumental 3rd season and given it the opportunity to tell a new, smaller story, wholly unique from the high school-centric first 3 seasons of the show. Maybe it's summer break, and the season's A-plot sees Scott and Brayden leading the pack on a harrowing journey through former Aztec Nagual territory, meeting new friends and dangerous foes as they embark on a manhunt for one of the series' first villains. Meanwhile, back home, Melissa and the other adults, most of whom are fan favorites, get to embark on their own murder mystery B-plot around some of the recent supernatural killings that have happened around town, forced to recruit Peter as they hold things down on the home front. Instead, we get Sewer Kate, who's turned Derek into a child via ancient Aztec temple magic in order to break into his bunker and retrieve an amulet of 0 significance before sending her berserkers after a bunch of people who are busy killing supernatural creatures for money. The characters explain that in order to gain access to the Hale family vault, she had to de-age Derek to a time when he trusted her and then manipulate him into showing him the way. And it's like, bro, there's gotta be an easier way to do this. Introduced in the first episode of season 2, Matt starts off the show as a seemingly neutral character, with his main sinister quirks being his passion for photography and his obsession with Allison. Equally sinister, those. Matt is what we in the business refer to as a stalker. He tracks Allison down at school, sneaks past the police line at her aunt's funeral, and he even goes to her house in the middle of the night, all in order to take pictures of her without her knowledge or her consent. She calls him out on this after he takes her to a rave, and he's all, oh, they're just candids, blibbity blobbity bloobity. And you're just like, no, Allison, do something. Break his camera. Hit him with your bow. Matt gets involved in the plot seemingly by complete coincidence. The night Jackson transforms, Matt is the first person he encounters, owing to the fact that he'd asked to borrow his camera in order to document his transformation. Kanema Jackson then declares Matt to be his master, and in a hilarious turn of events, Matt edits out the footage of Jackson transforming, causing him to believe that nothing happened and he's just a normal dude after all. Disappointing. He then uses Kanema Jackson to get revenge on the old Beacon Hill swim team, who accidentally drowned him sometime when he was younger. To me, Matt works as a decent second season villain because he's just powerful enough to make him compelling and believable while still retaining all of the weaknesses that come from being a frail, hormonal teenage boy. I really love the episode where he completely loses control and holds everyone hostage in the police station. Seeing as how his entire character is basically what you'd get if a damaged teenager got his hands on daddy's gun, The emotional breakdown that comes with Allison's rejection and a near repeat of the incident that almost killed him is perfectly believable, and his actor, who looks a lot like Will Braun, really gives it his all. I can't, however, say that Matt has a lot of staying power as a villain. While effective in the moment, Matt's role as commander strips him of a lot of immediacy in his actions. Sure, he orders Jackson to kill Isaac's dad in the alley, but Jackson is the one you remember because Jackson is the one who killed him. The transition between season 2 and 3 was one of the hardest right turns in the show's history, owing largely to the show's geographic overhaul. So while series villains like Peter, Kate, and Gerard would return later on, a few characters whose arcs begin and end within the first 2 seasons were bound to get left behind, and there is no greater example of that, in my opinion, than Matt. Season 1 and 2 really do feel like a different show. Like, the show went on hiatus for a few years while MTV shuffled their executive staff, and by the time it was revived, the crew was ready for something entirely different, both tonally and location-wise, leaving early season characters essentially locked in the past. It reminds me a bit of Pokemon, how Gens 1 and 2 feel a lot older and more disconnected from the rest of the series than they are because of the inability to transfer Pokemon up from Gold and Silver to Ruby and Sapphire. I don't know if any of my fellow Pokenerds remember this, but there was a solid period of time between Gens 2 and the release of Heart Gold and Soul Silver where it was near impossible to get your hands on Johto Pokemon. Chikorita, Cyndaquil, and Totodile lived only as myths in my brain, and you know what? So does Matt. He's easy to forget about when dealing with the new adventures of Scott and friends, but he helps give season 2 a bit of a unique flavor in retrospect. Also introduced in season 2 at the supposedly dead Kate's funeral, Gerard Argent is Allison's grandfather and, oh my god, the best character on the show. Now, I know I said Peter was the best character, and I actually wasn't lying that time, because he is, but Jesus Christ, Gerard Argent is a very close second. The character is a complete anti-supernatural zealot with aspirations of genocide against Scott and his pack, and as far as we know, he has been this way his entire life.
Now on, these things are just bodies waiting to be cut in half. Are you listening? Because I don't care if they're wounded and weak. Or seemingly harmless, begging for their life with the promise that they will never, ever hurt anyone. Or some desperate lost soul with no idea what they're getting into. We find them, we kill them. We kill them all.
Say hello to the bad guy.
This is just who he is. His bloodlust and complete disregard for supernatural life is as integral to his character as the fleetingly small amount of hair on his head. Gerard is a complete master of manipulation and will use anyone and anything in order to get his way. See, for instance, the scene where he uses Allison's mother's suicide to radicalize her into almost killing Erica and Boyd on a hunt. While initially introduced as sort of raising the stakes type villain, making revolutionary speeches to his army of followers and declaring to Scott that he's just upped the difficulty on him, we come to realize that Gerard, more than anything, is really playing his own game. He takes control of Jackson's Kanima form after murdering Matt, and he makes some weird deal with Scott that's never really set up or explained in any way, but comes up a few times towards the end of the season. Season 2 ends with him forcing Derek to bite him in order to cure his cancer, a mere 3 episodes after forcing his son to assist in his wife's suicide. But he doesn't actually transform though, because while they were working together, Scott switched out his chemo pills for mountain ash, causing his body to reject the bite and start secreting this gross black liquid from all of his orifices. Oh god. Gerard shows up a few times in season 3, mostly to give Scott a bit of intel on the season's big bad, but it's not until the second half of season 5 that he really makes his return. And thank god he does, because season 5 is so boring without him. I guess that's a given, seeing as how it's the only season without Peter, but Gerard's big return is in 6B, where he begins training a rookie hunter and building back up the Argent Empire, eventually converting the entire town over to his cause. And there's a lot of discussions to be had about that plot, and don't you worry, we'll have them. But what I want to highlight about it that makes it work, what makes the character work really, is Michael Hogan's unstoppable performance.
Salmon, moutarde, creme fraiche? What is this?
A recipe. It's a cookbook. 2 days to prepare. I'm worth it. Oh.
He's so ding-dang-dong likable as a villain. Hogan understands the assignment. He knows exactly what this show is, a campy, over-the-top melodrama about werewolves and the people that hunt them. He really holds nothing back as Gerard, and you can tell just how much fun he's having with this charming, warm grandpa by day and self-centered, sociopathic, genocidal maniac by night. The show never dwells on his backstory because it never really needs to. His present-day characterization is so strong that through his actions and his relationships, we come out of the show knowing everything about this man. And it rules. Rounding out the season 2 villains is literally Derek, who becomes an alpha at the end of season 1 by lighting Peter on fire and slitting his throat. While not strictly antagonistic in their depiction, the Hale Pack is definitely a thorn in Scott's side more often than not. Derek really wants Scott to join his pack, and he's willing to use whatever means necessary in order to get him to. Scott, obviously recognizing Derek as the ineffective leader he is, stays in Omega, making him more vulnerable to Gerard and therefore playing on an even higher level of difficulty. Over the course of the first few episodes, Derek recruits various teenagers to his pack, promising them great rewards for becoming werewolves. Popularity, community, and the power to overcome their current demons and obstacles. The first and most memorable of these little fellas is Isaac. Originally introduced as the son of the groundskeeper at the local cemetery, it soon becomes clear just why he would be interested in joining Derek's pack. His father, as smiley and charming as he is when public-facing, is horribly abusive towards Isaac, going so far as to throw mugs at his face and lock him in a freezer, saddling him with horrible claustrophobia later in his life. Throughout the season, you definitely get the sense that Isaac is acting out via his antagonistic behavior. He spends his time scratching up lockers, making out with Erica, and feeding Lydia Canema venom to compensate for the abuse he suffered at the hands of his father. He gets way in over his head, more so than Scott in my opinion, and it's through his moments of vulnerability that you really start to see the pain behind his eyes. Isaac's not beating people up because he's secretly an angsty bad boy at heart, he's just hurt, and he finally has a mechanism to act out his emotions, however unhealthy that may be. Isaac goes to live with Derek after Jackson kills his dad, and it's obvious here that Derek's simply using Isaac for his power, but that's not really all that interesting because Derek's not interesting, and I've said my piece about that. No, his most interesting relationship has to be with Scott. Throughout the season, Scott seems to take a special interest in Isaac as a vulnerable person who's in a similar situation now that he was back in season 1. I guess you could say Isaac is his proto-Liam in that sense. However, there's a real tenderness to their relationship that isn't seen with many other platonic pairings on the show, especially towards supporting cast members. There's a solidarity between Scott and Isaac, possibly stemming from the fact that they are both estranged from their abusive fathers. But it's not until Scott pulls Isaac aside and tells him that he cares about him that Isaac really opens up to Scott, eventually leaving Derek's pack and joining Scott's permanently. Well, okay, maybe not that permanently. The two are so close that after Cora shows up, Derek kicks him out, prompting Scott to take him in. I feel like if the writers had just bitten the bullet and committed to making Isaac main cast, they could have done a lot with him, but God, did they ever run out of ideas of what to do with him, because after a middling romance with Allison that ends in tragedy, they just write him out forever, and that's after like 5 straight episodes of him being relegated to a coma. So it's not like this was some grand send-off to someone who is, at this point, one of the show's most layered characters. Obviously, as a brooding white boy, Isaac was insanely popular with the fandom, but God, did they waste him here. 3B is great for a lot of reasons, but the way they handled Isaac is not one of them. Erica and Boyd are Derek's other werewolf children, and they're also extremely boring. There's not really a whole lot to them. In the beginning, Erica and Boyd are both very socially isolated, Erica by her epilepsy and Boyd by being poor, I guess.
Come on, man, have you seen the piece of crap Jeep that I drive?
You seen the piece of crap bus that I take?
Making them prime targets for Derek's corruption. And I like them. I like their vibes. Erica seems nice until she's not, and I definitely had a good for her moment as she strode into the cafeteria all werewolfed up. And Boyd is fun. I like his actor a lot. He's very charismatic, which I now realize I've been saying about a lot of people, but that's only because the cast is pretty uniformly solid across the board. We get hints of his backstory, namely a tragedy that befell his little sister as the two were ice skating when he was a kid. But both Erica and Boyd die pretty early on in the show's run, so it's probably better just to let dead horses lie. While we're mixing metaphors, Season 3 introduces the Alpha Pack, a pack of alphas who, you guessed it, have formed a pack and have kidnapped Erica, Boyd, and Derek's stupid other sister. The pack is led by an ultra-powerful alpha werewolf named Deucalion, nicknamed the Demon Wolf for the monstrous form he takes on when he shifts. Deucalion is the one responsible for biting and turning Gerard's brother, Alexander, back in the 1970s, giving Gerard an excuse to be involved in more of the story and making me very happy in the process.
I want to know the alpha that bit him. I want his name.
Deucalion.
I'm wet.
The final episode of 3A features Deucalion's first transformation, which, to this point, had been built up by all of the other characters for basically the entire season, and credit where credit's due, the final reveal is really effective.
Should we show them why you needed to sacrifice 9 innocent people just to face me? Or is it 12 now?
For his crimes, Deucalion was blinded by Gerard with 2 of his flashbang arrows, making him one of the very few characters to have a disability. I quite like that one of the most powerful and feared werewolves on the show is blind, not only for what it adds to his character, but also as a nice piece of representation for the blind community. I'm of the opinion that villains being of a marginalized community need not be a bad thing, so long as they are written with pathos and depth, as that on its own can be a step to normalizing said characteristics to mainstream audiences. And while he is a bit two-dimensional as a villain, he's given just enough material to work with to feel like a multi-layered individual and not just some cheap monster of the week. He even gets a redemption arc, coming back as one of Scott's allies and mentors later on after the writers run out of storylines to ruin, I mean revisit. It's unfortunate then that he wasn't able to be redeemed until he got his sight back. If he'd been able to move on and grow past his rage and his ambitions of power while retaining the scars of his past, we could have had a real healing moment on our hands. But how does Deucalion reconcile what he's done with the new man he wants to be? The season's other villain, whom he'd been actively involved in taking down, gives him his sight back, and now he's not blind again, and he's an advocate for peace, and all is right with the world. It is funny how, after getting his sight back, Scott threatens him and he just nopes out of the series for a couple of seasons. There he goes. The Alpha Pack story is over and the good guys have saved the day. Yay. He comes back in season 5, adds nothing, and has a death fake out with Gerard. Apparently he's able to turn his eyesight on and off now, so that's neat. Yeah, nothing really to say about this appearance. He was literally only here to stir up dissent and service the fans. His real return in 6B is a bit meatier as he begins training Scott and Malia on how to fight with their eyes closed, which plays into the plot very little until the end when Scott has to gouge out his eyes to go hand to hand with the big bad. Also, this time he dies for real. Yep. The all-powerful Demon Wolf gets taken out by some guys with guns. It's very abrupt and very unsatisfying, just a twist for the sake of stirring up drama in the series finale. But hey, that's just a theory. A hack writing theory. Fuck. Rounding out the Alpha Pack are the Muscle, Kali and Ennis, as well as the twins, Ethan and Aiden. Kali and Ennis are mostly boring throwaway characters, more interesting for their aesthetics and their combat prowess than for having any kind of inner world. Kali gets more screen time owing to Ennis being killed by Deucalion around episode 5, and the main mystery villain of the season was formerly her druid emissary, drawn to the dark arts after Kali tore her apart to join the Alpha Pack. That only worsens the fact that they're given so little to do in the show outside of pack activities. Surely there was something to explore with these two, their relationship, for example, which is implied to be romantic. I feel like I see this a lot with these kinds of shows. Whenever the big bad is a group rather than 1 or 2 individual characters looking to cause mayhem, it's just a bunch of nobodies with maybe 1 or 2 of them standing out from the rest. Ethan and Aiden make it out better than the others, if not just for the fact that they survived to the end of the season and come back as Omegas for 3B. As twin alphas, they're able to fuse together into one big, gross-looking ultra werewolf, which raises a few questions for me about anatomy and the like, but hey, it looks cool. Let's just move past it. Just like their actors, Ethan is gay and Aiden is straight, and within 2 minutes of coming to town, the two managed to court Beacon Hill's most eligible bachelor and bachelorette. Danny and Lydia. And oh boy, there's a discrepancy here. Now, I'm not gonna pretend like Aiden and Lydia are the show's new main ship. There's an attraction there, but they don't really go out, and they only fuck like twice. But they certainly get more screen time than Ethan and his piece of meat. You know, if this is Danny's Halloween party and Ethan is the one doing most of the work to pull it all together, how come Aiden's pursuit of Lydia takes up most of the screen time in this episode? Danny isn't even the one to find Ethan when he's knocked unconscious. It's like the show doesn't care about these characters or their relationship, merely paying lip service to the queer community to draw them into their program with brief scenes of boys kissing? This moment is cute, though.
Ethan keeps checking his phone like every 5 minutes. It's like he's waiting for something, you know, like a message or a signal of some kind. I don't know, something evil, though, I can tell. I have a very perceptive eye for evil, you know that. I don't like him sitting with Daddy. Yeah, neither do I.
3A's other villain, the one responsible for the main mystery of the season, is the Duroc, a druid emissary who has turned to the dark arts after her attempted murder. Ooh, spooky. The Duroc is the one responsible for the human sacrifices that have been taking place around Beacon Hills in recent weeks, taking people in threes categorized in 5 groups: virgins, warriors, healers, philosophers, and guardians. The threefold death is a popular motif in many world cultures, but the Duroc and the druids at large specifically draw from the Irish Celts. In 3A, the Duroc performing these sacrifices is the gang's English teacher, Miss Blake.
The offing was barred by a black bank of clouds, and the tranquil waterway leading to the uttermost ends of the earth flowed somber under an overcast sky, seemed to lead into the heart of an immense darkness.
Who has a steamy fling with Derek, and it bites, and I hate it. I don't think the Duroc had to suck. The prosthetic work, while pure camp, is very effective, and I do like the Duroc storyline on paper. However, Haley Webb's performance, while effective as this anxiety-riddled English teacher, completely fails to live up to the hype built around the Duroc all season long as she fumbles her way through scenes that I think are meant to be intimidating. It's giving very high school drama festival, not mystic witch with the power to telekinetically kill, and the performance is so underwhelming that it undermines the whole plot in hindsight. All these great horror-infused scenes of death and disappearance have their bite completely stripped from them when you remember that she ends up being the ultimate culprit. 3B is home to probably the most famous villain in the entire series. See, towards the end of 3A, Scott, Styles, and Allison all had to undergo this ice bath drowning ritual in order to locate a mystical tree stump where their parents were being held. It's weirder in context, but doing so necessitated them to access their subconscious mind, leaving the door to their respective secret darknesses ajar in the process. This has a few adverse effects. Scott begins to lose control of his werewolf powers just like in Season 1, Allison begins to see Pennywise visions of her dead aunt foreshadowing her return, and Styles gets possessed by an ancient evil Japanese kitsune. Everyone, let's have a warm round of applause as we welcome to the stage Void Styles. Whereas 3A, while solid, definitely came down on the conventional side of the Agatha Christie murder mystery side of the fence, 3B leans a lot more into the realm of the psychological, and it's all this guy's fault. Take, for instance, the first scene of the first episode. Now, the main conflict of 3B revolves around our boy Styles getting possessed by an ancient Japanese demon called a Nagitsune. What's a Nagitsune? Why, it's an evil kitsune, of course. The Nagitsune, also called a Yako in many real-world stories, gained access to Styles' mind after the drowning ritual, broken free from its prison under the Nemeton by the Duroc's actions. We get hints that something's up with Styles in a very slow burn type of way, with various hints being doled out throughout the first half of the season, building up to the big reveal when Styles is accosted by demons in the hospital. In hindsight, it's pretty obvious that it was Agatha all along here.
Maple Street.
It's been Agatha all night long.
He's been sleepwalking, having strange nightmares about a riddling demon with a face full of bandages, and he has huge gaps in his memory that correspond with a bunch of bad shit happening around the town.
And I killed Sparky, too.
Void Styles remains popular with the fandom not only because he was this bad boy corruption of the show's most popular character, but also because, and say it with me folks, Dylan O'Brien is the best goddamn actor on this goddamn show. Every scene he's in is another opportunity for him to chew up the scenery like it's a bucket of fried chicken and he's a starving man in the middle of a famine. And he manages to thread the needle between corny and sinister really effectively.
Put it down. He's gonna shoot me. He's gonna kill me, Dad.
Don't listen.
Gun down. Put it down. Now! Do it! Put it down! Pull the trigger. Come on.
Listen to me! You put the gun down now! Put the gun down!
Shoot
put
me!
the gun down!
Shoot me!
Why did you put it down?
Divine move. Divine move. If you think you have any moves at all, you can kill the Oni, but me, I'm 1,000 years old. You can't kill me! Hi there. Could you page Melissa McCall for me, please? Say hello to the bad guy.
It'd be so easy to play this character as this scowly, one-dimensional Shadow the Hedgehog type boy, and while I won't sit here and pretend like he's the most complex or well-written villain I've ever seen, categorically he isn't, it's the subtleties in Dylan's performance that really sell him not only as a credible threat, but as an existential one. He's the perfect embodiment of the concept of pure evil. This character feeds off of negative emotions. Pain, strife, chaos, so he doesn't need a complex backstory in order to motivate his actions. And he can't be reasoned with or manipulated like Chris or Gerard. Void Styles is pretty straightforward, which, for the record, is a good thing, because it makes it really uncomplicated to enjoy the character and Dylan's performance. I feel like so much of online discourse around villains has to focus so much on their redemption, debating whether or not so-and-so deserves to be redeemed, and whether it would be responsible for the writers to do so. With Void Styles, no, he doesn't, and the writers make no qualms about having him be completely uncomplicated evil, which unburdens not only them from having to make him seem sympathetic in his sexy evilness, but us from any moral quandaries that might arise from that. And that's a collective us, by the way. I don't feel too strongly either way about characters who do murder being redeemed, so long as it serves to benefit the story being told. Kira's mom dispatches the legion of demons that live in her knives to hunt down and kill the Nagitsune, which is drama for the gang because the Nagitsune is Styles, and they love Styles. And it's drama for us because we also love Styles, but he's also killing people and causing all this mayhem, so if they don't kill the Nagitsune, more people will die. Listen, no one said the story had to be original to be interesting. The best scenes with Void Styles are the ones where the writers take advantage of this very dynamic. And let's not forget about his secret fly powers. Ooh, so weird. Gross. I don't want to understate Dylan's role in making Void Styles such a fan favorite. His acting is exceptional, and it's what made Styles such a beloved character in the first place. So it only makes sense that the sexier, evil version of Styles would be met with so much fanfare. That being said, I think it's fair to say that Void Styles is pretty tailor-made to appeal to Teen Wolf's target audience of horny teenage girls and gays. His pale skin and the way Dylan styles his hair this season brings to mind the image of a dehydrated Edward Cullen, and there's an almost subliminal level of eroticism underscoring Dylan's performance. For example, this scene is pretty neat. Yes, check out all of this Jeff the Killer style fan art of him. I just googled Void Styles fan art expecting to find the usual fare of horny paintings and sketches, and this is just so much better. I like this one the most. It's just so great, like if Thomas got Newt's ending in The Death Cure. I also like this one. It's got the big old self kanji in the back from when he carved it on the wall in Arkham House. Alright, let's proceed. Introduced in season 3, but making their proper debut at the beginning of season 4, the Calaveras are a Mexican hunting family that operates out of a dance club that's been booby-trapped to kill an incapacitated incapacitate werewolves. The Calaveras are cool. They're a lot stricter in their adherence to the code than the Argents. Their leader is played by Santana's homophobic abuela, and in her first appearance, she instantly establishes herself as a credible threat via her enhanced interrogation methods, which include forcing Kira to torture Scott in exchange for information. There's a really great scene after the gang is captured where Araya and Lydia sit outside of a cafe, and Araya asks Lydia to predict which of her men is about to die, before throwing a knife directly into this guy's chest, killing him on the spot. Lydia's all, what the fuck? And she's just chilling here like, he stole from me. Yvonne Cole is such an incredibly versatile performer, and I feel her talents are very well served by this character, which is why it's so unfortunate that this show wastes her talents on what amounts to little more than a bit part who appears in, like, 3 episodes across 2 seasons.
You're not Soraya! I'm coming to kill you next. Come, La Loba. Let me show you how the Calaveras die.
Araya's main motivation on the show is her hunt for a were creature known as La Loba, aka the She-Wolf, a cryptid from Pueblo mythology. Derek thinks La Loba is referring to Cora, who, if you remember, was hiding out in South America while the show pretended like she didn't exist. However, it's later revealed that La Loba refers to Kate, who fled south after the events of Season 1. I've already talked about the absolute mismanagement of Kate's storyline in Season 4, so it should come as no surprise that the Calaveras, as one of the most interesting new additions to the series this season, get completely shafted after the writers decide that, actually, no, we don't want to spend our entire season in Mexico. Maybe that's for the best, as their depiction of the unnamed Mexican town in which the Calaveras are based is pretty unflattering. The roads are unpaved, mostly made up of dirt and tumbleweeds, and they use that Mexico filter that so many American projects use, the one that makes everything look like a scene out of 300, but the filter is used in a very othering way that feels a bit patronizing upon rewatch. And I'm not saying that the shots in question look bad, as much as I'm saying that them being the only shots composed like this paint this unnamed Mexican town as a place distinctly different from Beacon Hills, which is pretty unnecessary in my opinion. We know that this place has some distinct cultural differences between it and the kid's hometown. You don't have to go out of your way to show us at every opportunity. It's fine. I've already touched on the fact that Kate and the Calaveras really got the shaft in Season 4 despite being introduced as the main conflict doers of the season. So why is that? Well, for most of the season, the main source of conflict surrounds a Moriarty-like figure called the Benefactor, who steals $117 million in bearer bonds from Derek and Peter's vault in order to finance a Deadpool. For those who don't know, bearer bonds were documents issued by a corporation or government entitling the holder to a set amount of money. Bearer bonds were generally undocumented, meaning that whoever physically possessed the bonds was assumed by the teller to be their owner and thus was entitled to the money. As you can imagine, this opened up a lot of opportunities for fraud. So in the 1980s, the US outlawed the issuing of any new bonds, meaning that the only people with access to bearer bonds were the people who had possessed bearer bonds prior to this ruling. Those who had bonds could still potentially cash them in, provided their issuer still existed, and to this day, bearer bonds remain a source of controversy in the world of finance. Peter's bonds being stolen is drama because as bearer bonds are unregistered, Peter is now essentially penniless with all of his capital tied up in documents that he technically has no legal right to, and thus no security to maintain his wealth, driving him to become much more ruthless in his attempts to get his money back. Teen Wolf predicted NFTs. Peter's out here like, I've been hacked, all my bearer bonds gone. The Benefactor transfers the money to her assassins by wire transfer, which is rendered a bit confusing when Scott finds a bag full of cash in one of the assassins' lockers. The assassins in question all follow a similar trend, aesthetically interesting but lacking any depth or complexity beyond a general desire for large sums of money. One of the assassins is a bald man with no mouth who sets booby traps and wields tomahawks while communicating with a power glove. And he's really cool to watch until Peter tears him apart. He's called the Mute, which is fitting given his whole situation. There's not much to say about this guy given how little we know about him, but we do see a woman with a similar condition in a later season, so we can at least group him into the broader category of Teen Wolf's cavalcade of cartoon monsters. Here he is in the opening, forever immortalized alongside Dylan O'Brien's beautiful face. The orphans are friends of Liam's named Garrett and Violet, who infiltrate the high school in order to close in on the supernaturals that attend, including those on the lacrosse team like Scott and Kira.
Oh. Wow. Nice catch. Throw it back. Ah!
Oh my god.
Someone ask her if she's ever played lacrosse.
Violet wields a necklace that can superheat and behead people, and Garrett uses a polearm disguised as a lacrosse stick that he coats in yellow wolfsbane. And they're really cool and interesting until, oh wait, Kate just killed them both. Great. These two are pure camp, calling to mind Woody Harrelson and his girlfriend in Venom 2. There's just a primal joy in watching these two murder people with their unique weapons that I associate with the feeling of watching Mortal Kombat fatalities on YouTube. Last but certainly not least, the chemist is an evil PSAT administrator who kills much of Satomi's pack and incapacitates Scott and friends with a mutated form of the canine distemper virus that is specifically engineered to kill were-creatures. Scott and friends are saved by Derek's mom's stockpile of magic mushrooms, and the chemist is shot in the head and killed by Scott's dad as he holds Styles at gunpoint, which he seems to shake off pretty easily, all things considered. You'd think that witnessing the man who was holding a gun to his head get his brains blown in, splattering blood across his face, would leave him with, I don't know, a bit of the old trauma, maybe? I guess trauma's not really all that sexy now, is it? As you may have gathered, Season 4's biggest shortcoming is that it attempts to do too many things in a very short amount of time, while also horribly mismanaging the amount of time it spends with each of its tertiary villains. We spend multiple episodes with Garrett and Violet, and they seem like pretty effective villains in their own right, perfectly capable of carrying a half-season long subplot by themselves. But Jeff had a cool character design, so now we also have to shoehorn in the mute. But he's cool and the fans like him, so it's not the worst thing in the world if we end up keeping him around for a few more episodes than planned. Meanwhile, you also want to make effective use of the high school setting, and since Harris was killed off by the Duroc, we haven't had much in the way of mean teachers, so why don't we add another assassin to this already bloated subplot that has quickly become the primary focus of the season by way of sucking all the air out of Kate's storyline with the Calaveras. I'm not exactly sure why they went back to the 12-episode structures from seasons 1 and 2, rather than trucking on with the AB 24-episode order that worked so well last season. Maybe season 3 was just too much of a monetary investment for MTV, and they had to scale back the order for season 4. Either way, it's so apparent that the writers had a similar amount of ideas for this season as they did for 3, and were forced to cram it all into the length of 1 and 2. And it makes for a season that simultaneously drags and feels way too short to accomplish what they wanted to do. There were too many ideas, and not enough substance or interrogation to make them pay off in a compelling way. It doesn't help that they've spent the whole season building up the mystery surrounding the benefactor's identity, including an Arnim Zola-esque reveal in Lydia's lake house, and then in the last episode we find out, and it's literally just Meredith. Lydia's talking to her in the police station, and she's all like, "Yeah, your grandmother tortured me and put me in a coma, and the doctors put me next to Peter, who would hatch all these plans in his sleep about how he would make his own Deadpool in order to get revenge on the Supernaturals and rebuild Beacon Hills in his own image, which he then promptly forgot about as he returned to civilian life unchanged." And it's like, what? What's going on here? This doesn't make any sense. She even gets the abusive orderly in on her plans, as if she has some sort of domain over him. Rounding out season 4 is Dr. Valak, the evil three-eyed psychiatrist locked away in the basement of Arkham House. A Goosebumps villain, if ever I've heard one. In the past, Valak was a doctor at Arkham House who performed lots of illegal experiments on his patients, most of which involved trepanation, aka an archaic medical procedure in which the patient's head is drilled into in order to treat everything from various psychological disorders to demonic possession. Now, I'm no expert, but based on the way Dr. Valak is portrayed in the show, I'd be willing to bet that drilling holes into people's heads isn't a great treatment for depression or schizophrenia. The procedure seems to follow the same logical through line as lobotomy, a symbolic physical treatment for a psychological disorder. This show seems fixated on trepanation in much the same way that Sucker Punch felt fixated on lobotomy, with large amounts of time dedicated to explaining the procedure, what it supposedly does, and ultimately how it affects those treated by it. Only this is Teen Wolf, so by how it affects those treated by it, I of course mean that it amplifies supernatural abilities and basically turns whoever it's done to into a god capable of killing everyone around them, as Dr. Galaxy Brain over here unlocks their third eye chakra. Dr. Valak was locked away in Arkham House after performing the surgery on himself, revealing another eye tucked away inside of his brain that allows him to not only make use of his ESP, but share his visions with others. I love his third eye, personally. It's just so campy and out there, and every time someone looks into it, they either start freaking out or seize and go into a coma. The character himself, however, is very hit or miss. Just your run-of-the-mill evil scientist with an evil personality who wants to do all the evil experiments on his patients for his own personal gain. He's the definition of an extraneous villain, and once the Season 5 bad guys suck the eye out of his head, he loses the one thing that sets him apart from all the other bad guys. Valak's another one to throw in the missed opportunities pile, but he's definitely not the worst thing about Season 5. No, that honor goes to these guys. So these steampunk Bane cosplayers are prowling around town in their underground sewer basement LARPing as mad scientists so they can turn humans into half-human, half-supernatural abominations called chimeras. Yep, Season 5 just did evil mad scientist twice, huh? These fellas have a connection with Dr. Valak, as he wrote about their exploits in a book that he published after receiving a series of ESP visions. In this book, he names them the Dread Doctors, a name so cheesy not even Jeff Davis could resist lampshading it in his own text. I actually think the Dread Doctors are cool, at least from an aesthetic standpoint. Their costumes are really well designed, what with the tubes and the leather straps, and their masks are evocative of Hannibal Lecter, so if anything, I can take comfort in their boring A-plot in that it at least reminds me of a much better story.
Oh, and Senator, just one more thing.
Love your suit.
As for the plot itself, more than anything, they're just really boring, with most of their actions revolving around individual beat characters whom they have outfitted with vague animal characteristics. Lucas has stingers, Donovan has lamprey hands, Corey has chromatophores so he can turn invisible. Zach had wings before he went all the last stand on them. Josh is an electric eel, and Belasco has eagle talons that glow in the dark and conceal people's powers a la Rogue. Not to reference X-Men twice in one paragraph. Some of the chimeras were outfitted with proper supernatural characteristics. Tracy is a half werewolf, half Kanima chimera, which means in addition to all of your standard werewolf powers, she also has access to Kanima venom and a tail. Until Kira chops it off, that is. As you watch, you start to realize that most of these chickadees have werewolf as a sort of base with something else built on top of it. The most important chimera of note here is Hayden, who is introduced as Liam's primary personal antagonist and also love interest, and also looks a lot like Selena Gomez. Hayden's a sort of anti-Allison when she's introduced, holding a grudge against Liam over something he did to her in the 6th grade. We spend like half a season with Liam as he tries in vain to make it up to her, and she's over here the whole time like, nothing you do could ever atone for the horrible things that you've done to me.
No, I was wondering if you're still pissed off about the 6th grade, but guess you cleared that up.
I'm not pissed off, Liam. I'm vengeful.
And you're sitting here thinking, oh my god, what did Liam do? What horrible, dark, duplicitous skeletons could he possibly be hiding in his closet? And then Mason whips out his phone and explains to Britt that Liam accidentally socked her in the nose during a fight with another kid, ruining her yearbook photo. Her 6th grade yearbook photo, I should reiterate. For the record, she broke his nose right back, ruining his picture too, so as far as I'm concerned, they should be even. Furthermore, this all happened in the 6th grade. They're juniors in high school now. Isn't that like 5 years? So if she's so hung up on some mutual nose breaking from 5 years ago that she'd put gum on his seat, I'm sorry, but that's throwing up a few red flags for me, you know? Run, Liam. Don't pursue this girl who has made it abundantly clear that she wants absolutely nothing to do with you. What happens if, like, in the relationship, he does something real bad, like cheats on her or something? She's like, oh, that's really bad. You thought gum on your seat was bad? Well, now I'm gonna kill you. I don't know. It's just fucking weird ass fucking relationship, and I don't like it. Of course, they eventually get together, and she becomes the driving force behind all of his destructive behavior, just like Allison did for Scott. Only it's even less justified here because their enemies to lovers arc completely forgoes the foundational axiom that they should have any on-screen chemistry to begin with. The Hayden-Liam relationship is easily one of the worst parts of seasons 5 and 6, and the fandom seems to agree with me here. They're both fine characters on their own, but their relationship is so unenjoyable to watch that it weakens the both of them, reducing them down to their worst characteristics and weakening any story they're a part of by proxy. So you know how in all of that time spent talking about the Dread Doctors, I didn't actually spend all that much time talking about the Dread Doctors? That's because for as many cheesy one-liners as they spout, as they plunge harpoons into the torsos of teenagers.
Why did you do that?
His condition was terminal.
They really don't have much character to speak of until the last, 2 episodes of 5B. The lead doctor, apparently known as the Surgeon according to the fan wiki, was once a French countryman known as Marcel, who uncovered the secret to extending his life by tapping into electromagnetic frequencies, a pseudo-scientific plot point so poorly explained it's giving the 100 a run for its money. He takes off his mask looking like a slimier version of Anakin from Return of the Jedi, and his resurrected boyfriend is like, "You're ugly now," and kills him. For all that season 4 tried to do in just 12 episodes, season 5 struggles to pad out its story in 20. The Dread Doctors cannot carry a season on their backs, as their motivations are deliberately left in the dark until it's time to reveal the true big bad of the season, who is honestly just as lame. Their main goal is to resurrect La Bête de Gévaudan, the beast said to have been killed by Allison's ancestor, Marie-Jeanne, which is only revealed in the last moment of 5A and not explored at all until 5B. So for 10 joyless, tonally offbeat episodes, the Dread Doctors are just these Slender Man-like entities, coming in and killing children for no discernible reason while the show bumbles around trying to figure out what its story is and where bad boy Theo fits into the plot. They're not interesting enough beyond their aesthetic to keep your attention, and all of the camp that should come with a group of evil scientists called the Dread Doctors is deliberately sucked away by the writers in order to create a season that is convoluted, dark, and above all else, boring. Which is why it was such a pleasant surprise when I got to season 6 and instantly fell in love with my boys, my absolute gang, the Ghost Riders. The Wild Hunt, a folkloric motif that has its roots in Scandinavian Europe, was first alluded to by Kira's mom in the first and only good episode of season 5.
You know there's a legend for a storm like this.
Dad, please don't turn a 3-hour traffic jam into an educational experience.
He's talking about the Wild Hunt. About the Ghost Riders. Imagine a night like this, kiddo. In storm clouds just like these, phantom hunters would appear. Riding black horses with blood-red eyes. Wolves and hounds at their side, baying and snarling.
What were they hunting?
Souls.
Unlike the Dread Doctors, these guys aren't given any individual names or identities because they're not really characters as much as they are a force of nature that rides into town every once in a while and erases its residents from reality, causing their belongings to disappear and everyone to forget their existence. In this way, the Ghost Riders are sort of like Godzilla, a force of nature that ravages lands and takes countless lives, leaving behind shells of towns and cities across the world. The Wild Hunt can't be stopped, but it can be diverted, as seen at the end of the season when Scott miracle whips the train away from Beacon Hills. I wish 6B could have focused on the ramifications of that action, like how in Batman v Superman, Jonathan tells Clark about the time he diverted floodwater away from the farm, saving it but in turn causing it to drown their neighbors.
Your grandma baked me a cake, said I was a hero. Later that day we found out we blocked the water all right. We sent it upstream. The whole Lang farm washed away. While I ate my hero cake, their horses were drowning. I used to hear them wailing in my sleep.
It feels like with the Ghost Riders, Jeff Davis has finally figured out what show he's making. They're these spectral cowboys with leather faces and phantom horses that have glowing red eyes, and they ride around the lacrosse field hog-tying athletes and engaging in gunplay with their interdimensional revolvers. There's one scene in the library where Mason finds one of his classmates suspended in the air, and Corey pulls him into another dimension to find that the ghost cowboys have drawn him up by their bullwhips before vanishing him into thin air, leaving behind only his student ID card. Someone better get that back to him fast. I know they're like $40 to replace. I love cowboys, and there's a very childlike joy to be had in watching these fellas romp around the sheriff's station like an episode of Woody's Roundup. A lot of the season revolves around our heroes struggling to remember the people that have been erased, adding a psychological element to the supernatural drama that we've been dealing with over the course of the show so far, and it blends together really naturally. The Ghostwriters are basically everything the Dread Doctors wanted to be, and also everything they should have been. Namely, fun, campy, and effective catalysts for teenage drama. I've been waiting to talk about this ever since I watched it, because I think I genuinely purged this from my memories of watching the show as a teenager, but the other main villain of season 6 is a Nazi. And I don't just mean an American neo-Nazi who listens to too much Steven Crowder and harasses women and minorities online. No, this guy was there. Garrett Douglas was a captain in the army of the Third Reich, where he researched the occult, specifically focusing most of his time studying the Wild Hunt in hopes of one day gaining control of the Ghostwriters so he can have his own supernatural army to ride around and do Nazi things with. He gets whipped by a Ghostwriter and poisoned with their venom, prompting him to seek out the Dread Doctors for help, whom he knew for some reason. I don't know, maybe they were on the debate team together in high school. Either way, his plans fail, and the Dread Doctors keep him locked away in a tube of suspicious liquid for the better part of a century until an earthquake or something breaks him free. See, kids, this is why you don't build your secret research lab over fault lines. This is all really poorly communicated, but hey, he's alive now. Bad news, guys. The Nazi has come to town, and he's teaching at the high school. Great. There's this moment in one of the episodes where Mason, the only major black character on the show, implies that this guy was more so using the Nazis as a means to his own ends, sort of like Hydra in Captain America, which, I mean, sure, Jan. The Nazis were very occult inspired, so it sort of works from a lore perspective, but watching the season, I just found myself asking, was this really necessary? I know this guy is the bad guy, but I can't help but be bothered by the way this show distances him from the Nazi party. It's like they want to make big story moves, but they're too afraid of the implications that having a Nazi villain would bring to their show starring a bunch of in-universe minorities, and in some cases, real-world minorities. Yeah, he's a Nazi, but he's also evil. Dun dun dun. It's okay. Being a Nazi is evil enough. I feel like a lot of media, especially supernatural genre fiction, has to be obsessed with the idea of Nazis as something other than what they are. Nazis are the closest real-world thing most people can point to as supervillains, so it makes sense to use them as a motif to strengthen your already bad guys. But few of these shows, movies, or video games ever seem to concern themselves with the historical reality of the Third Reich's death machine. Only X-Men had the balls to do that, and even then they made the Jewish man who lost his parents in Auschwitz as a child the bad guy because he fought a little too hard for civil rights. Magneto really was the ultimate what if woke, but too much, huh? My point here is stop using Nazis as a plot device unless you actually have something to say about their atrocities or the subject of civil rights as a whole. He's also like a werelion, but I don't really care. Like, this dude's a Nazi before all else, right? They don't even give him a lion's mane or anything. He's just a boring organic wolf lion chimera that breathes helium and eats brains. They have this whole mystery they set up about him eating people's pineal glands, which Allison's dad hand waves away with a little metaphor. And he ends up taking command of the Ghostwriters, tainting an otherwise perfect cowboy society. The good guys save the day by remembering who the show is really about, and the Nazi ends up getting turned into a Ghostwriter himself before piecing out with his new homies to raze a neighboring town to the ground. The end. So yeah, the Nazi didn't really work. The only good thing I can say about this guy is that he didn't overstay his welcome. After a few seasons of having faceless supernatural hordes out to get our heroes, the writer's room tried to right the ship by bringing a group of werewolf hunters back into the limelight as the final big bads of the series, to mixed results. While I like the idea of the show being brought back to its roots in a sense by having one of its first big threats end up being the end-all be-all, the writers fumble the ball pretty hard with the new characters they introduce. I can't really say for sure what went wrong here, but the acting budget this season seems to have just straight up disappeared. Maybe the Ghostwriters took it with them to San Francisco. Most of the performances are incredibly wooden in a cast that, up to this point, has been pretty universally solid. Producer's daughter notwithstanding. I think the bigger issue here, however, is just how little unique characterization they're given. They all feel like composites of past characters the fandom liked more. Take Monroe, for example. She's a guidance counselor who spends her day job coaxing information about the supernatural out of her students, meanwhile moonlighting as a morally ambiguous adversary in the supernatural world, bringing into question the ethics of a supernatural protector defending the meek against other supernatural threats.
And I sent her to do what I've always done. Maintain balance.
She's also a ruthless, psychopathic killer with no qualms about taking the lives of innocents, even children, in the name of defending humanity.
Kate, what are you doing?
I love those brown eyes.
I want to know now, right now.
What you want right now doesn't matter. What you need is to stay quiet.
But these are all just surface level parallels, right? Most of her parallels with past adversaries are either aesthetic or utilitarian, so any critical comparisons between them can't really count as anything more than pedantic nitpicking, right? Surely her motivations and inner world set her apart from the likes of Kate, Victoria, Morel, or even Gerard, right? And any other day of the week, I would agree with that 100%. Unfortunately, I do feel compelled to point out that her inner world does not and cannot distinguish her from this show's other baddies because her inner world doesn't really exist. Monroe is so flatly written, so ill-defined as both an educator and an adversary beyond a general desire to see all supernaturals meet their demise a la Boulevard Trask, so to center her in the narrative here as a sort of end-of-series big bad is very underwhelming. I generally don't like it when shows introduce their final boss in their last season without much preamble, because it makes me think that the story wasn't particularly planned out with a firm ending in mind. Like, imagine in Game of Thrones if they'd waited to introduce the Night King until the last season, and then spent half of their precious running time inventing reasons for us to be afraid of this character that we don't know yet and don't really care about, while also still having to churn out a compelling conclusion to a years-long story with individual conclusions for all of our favorite characters. You'd probably say, wow, that was a pretty sloppy and boring last season, huh? Well, maybe Game of Thrones is a bad example, given that that's pretty much what people said about it anyways. But back to my point though, I think Gerard as an anchoring force in Monroe's villain arc is the only thing really keeping it from derailing entirely. Not only is Gerard established, he's also beloved by the fandom and a joy to watch. So having the last season revolve around him training a new apprentice isn't the worst idea in the world. But by God, if you are going to take that big of a risk with your last season's primary tension, you have to make the new apprentice a bit more interesting than an unpolished serial killer with a neat collection of guns. There are things that work about Monroe. Her backstory, while generic, works to establish A, why she has come down so hard on the werefolk, and B, why she has such a mistrust for law enforcement. As if being a black woman in the state of California wasn't a good enough reason already. She was in a bus with a few of her colleagues when Labette attacked the school. She only survived the attack by hiding under the corpses of her dead colleagues. When the gang showed up to intercept Labette, they didn't really bother to check the bus for survivors, instead opting to chase it down to prevent anyone else from being put in harm's way. When the cops finally came and picked her up, they told her she was attacked by an animal, essentially the sheriff station's go-to since Peter incited the incident with Scott. I also like how resourceful she is, the way that she sets traps and allows her instincts to take over in combat, and her Batman and Robin-esque relationship with Gerard is fun when the two are out in the field together, even if they are out there to murder children. I mentioned before how wooden Monroe's actress's acting is, but she's honestly not even the worst of the season. That honor goes to this kid! His name is Nolan, and he's a piece of shit. I genuinely cannot stand this character for a number of reasons that I think are pretty fair, all things considered. Nolan's main utilitarian purpose in the narrative is to serve as a metaphorically racist lackey for Monroe, whose bigotry against werewolves is exploited and used to turn this 16-year-old child into a killer. Nolan's racism, and racism as a whole, is a pretty big plot point in 6B specifically. And like I said, I'm not going to spend too much time on it here, but I'd just like to say that they completely redeem him by the end of the season, showing him to be peaceful co-captains of the lacrosse team with Liam in a story beat that calls to mind the plot of Green Book.
Co-captains. You want to be co-captains now.
We've, gotten past our differences. Oh, Jesus. Gross.
The second reason that I can't stand this guy is that he suffers from the same writing problems as Monroe. All of the villains this season, with the exception of Gerard, are extraordinarily unremarkable in their characterizations, what with their anti-werewolf racism and retreading of old character beats, and Nolan is no exception. He feels like a portmanteau of Season 4 Liam and Season 1 Jackson, with a bit of Connor from Dear Evan Hansen thrown in, but without any of the things that made those characters interesting. The third and most inexcusable of Nolan's sins, in my opinion, is just that his actor is so bad. I thought watching that Monroe was already bad enough, but Jesus Christ, 2 scenes with this kid and I was happy to see her again. I can see his actor trying to remember his cue lines as he walks to the spot the director told him to land on, going over the script in his head to make sure he gets his lines just right. And the theater kid in me wants to run to him on set with a script in my hands so that he and Liam can rehearse their scenes between takes. What results is an empty-headed performance that rivals the likes of Sofia Coppola in The Godfather Part 3. I got so sick of this guy that every time a blank expression washed over his face, I wrote down the words "No Thoughts Nolan" in my notes. It's become my nickname for this guy, just no thoughts, head empty. There are a few extraneous adversaries that I didn't mention, such as Mr. Harris, the mean chem teacher who torments Styles before getting sacrificed by the Duroc, or Mrs. Finch, Scott's harsh AP bio teacher who's later revealed to be an alpha werewolf with a problematic daughter. There's also Gabe, Liam's other evil teammate who somehow manages to be even more boring and two-dimensional than good old No Thoughts Nolan over here. He even shoots Melissa in one episode, relegating her to the hospital for the rest of the series, so that's an instant boiler room tier ranking for you, Gabe. Other than that, I hope you enjoyed this tour of the Teen Wolf Rogues Gallery, because it only took half the video. Fuck. In fairness, like I said, this section also served as a de facto plot summary, so if at this point you still don't know what all went on in this show, I don't really know what to tell you. Do better, I guess. As a show, Teen Wolf was really bad at telling a coherent narrative. It becomes a trope watching where you'll be going from episode to episode and Deaton's all, "Scott, if you're going to save Lydia," he doesn't talk like that. "Scott, if you're going to save Lydia from the evil South American bear people, we're gonna have to perform this ancient ritual that's been around for ages, but I've neglected to mention it until now." Such a clear example of a show that is utterly unable to stay on track. Even the actors have no idea what's going on in the show.
Towards the end of each season, I'm just like, wait a second, what the hell is happening? I'm sure you guys do the same exact thing. Because a lot of it doesn't make sense sometimes. No. It doesn't. Sometimes we skip over things, and I'm not to blame. I'm not a writer. And I'm a producer now, so hopefully things will make sense more. I don't know.
I think when we started the show, I was supposed to be like 2 grades ahead of Styles and Scott, and all of a sudden I'm like 35 or something.
So with that being said, I hope you can at the very least sympathize with my struggle to deliver this deluge of information in a concise way. Because piecing all of this together, even with the pages upon pages of notes I took watching the show, has been a total nightmare.
I don't know why
the Nazi teacher was eating people's pineal glands.
But no matter how you try, Oscar, it's never gonna make sense because it doesn't. It doesn't make sense.
Maybe I'd have more success here if I did that thing where I went season to season analyzing the plots and characters as they come up. But honestly, fuck that. It's boring. So unappreciated in my time. Hidden deep in the Beacon Hills Nature Preserve is the Nemeton, the stump of an ancient tree that once held magical properties until it was cut down by someone. We don't really learn who did it, but it doesn't really matter. You know, who cares, whatever. The tree's magic is revived when, in order to find their parents, who at this point have all been kidnapped by the Duroc, the gang performs an ancient druid ritual to delve deep into their subconscious and locate the damn thing. It's basically GPS. The Duroc herself had been using the Nemeton's magic to complete her sacrifices and go from Tony Mon Scissorhands to Mommy Milky Supreme. Now revived, this stump begins radiating energy across the telluric currents that run through the area, attracting supernatural creatures to the town like a beacon. Oh wait, that's the name of the town. That's how it got its name. As explained in the show, Nemetons were a real thing. Places where Celtic druids would gather and talk shop, pray, and other girly things that the Irish loved to do before the Catholic Reformation. The word Nemeton actually shares its roots with a legendary figure of medieval Irish folklore named Nemet, leader of the Nemetians, the third group of people to settle in Ireland who eventually all either left or died out after years of oppression by the Fomorians. Think of the Fomorians as like the deviants from Marvel's Eternals. Remember, kids, this is fantasy. The Chad Fomorians versus the Virgin Nemetians. The root word Nemos, taken from the reconstructed Proto-Celtic language, means sky or heaven. Likewise, Nemed in Old Irish means holy or privileged. Essentially, these people, the Virgin Nemetians, were a holy religious people, deeply in tune with the heavens, who settled upon this bountiful land of prosperity and peace before being subjugated and forced into bondage by the true supernaturally awesome beings native to the land, eventually resulting in a mass exodus where a majority of their people wound up dead. I do think it's interesting that in a show with 0 nationally Irish characters, they'd capitalize so heavily on mythology that is, both aesthetically and linguistically, distinctly Irish in nature. Irish tree skills are all over the place from very early on, and the etymology the writers pull from, specifically the words druid and duroc, are distinctly Irish language words. Duroc in particular, said to mean dark oak in the show, is actually a fairly common Irish male given name. But whatever, the show's set in California, and the Irish diaspora is 7 times larger than Ireland's population in the US alone, so it's not really that big of a deal. What's a bigger deal to me, however, is when in season 6, the gang breaks into Gerard's safe room and finds a map of all known Nemetons currently in existence. There are 7 in total, scattered around the world in California, Brazil, Greenland, France, Egypt, China, and Russia. Now, you may have noticed there that that list did not include Ireland, and that's because, according to this show, which heavily capitalizes on Irish mythology, specifically in regard to this very plot point, there apparently just isn't one. Yeah, these writers made an executive decision when placing these little dudes that there would not be any Nemetons found in Ireland or Scotland, despite the fact that, again, these are Irish stories being adapted here, instead placing them all around the world without any seeming regard for the real-world dispersion of cultures that actually worship these damn things. Imagine if, when adapting the Nagitsune plot, they placed Japanese shrines pretty much everywhere except for Japan, instead opting to place them in China, Egypt, Brazil, etc. You know, places where people historically lived and were, therefore, the only places where people historically lived, I guess. And let's not forget about northern Greenland. You know, northern Greenland, the breadbasket of the modern world. But not Ireland, one of the few places on Earth where Celtic cultural artifacts remain alive and well to this very day, and from which we've pulled a majority of our real-world information about druidic medicine and cultural practices. The writers of Teen Wolf employ many types of herbs in order to nerf the overpowered super teens they have created here. I mentioned Wolfsbane very briefly at the beginning of this video, but that was one whole rogues gallery ago, so I feel like we could all use a bit of a refresher. There are 3 main types of Wolfsbane: blue, purple, and yellow. And yes, I too was surprised to learn that the blue Wolfsbane and the purple Wolfsbane are different things. They look almost identical on the show, which is due in no small part to the show's very weird color grading. I literally can't see what's happening in this scene. Purple is the most common form of Wolfsbane and generally acts as your run-of-the-mill slow-acting poison. Because werewolves can heal fast, the most common cure for Wolfsbane poisoning is simply burning it out. If you know the exact strain you've ingested, ingesting more of it can, cure the poisoning, I guess? I don't know about that one, Chief. A blue Wolfsbane is basically just a rarer form of purple Wolfsbane, making it generally harder to cure because in order to create an antidote, you need the exact strain of Wolfsbane that poisoned you. This is also the Wolfsbane that poisoned Jackson, making him hallucinate that Tyler Posey's dad was pulling a giant vine out of his neck during a routine physical. As you do. Yellow Wolfsbane is probably the most interesting to talk about. It's introduced as this ultra rare form of Wolfsbane that needs to be imported from, like, overseas somewhere that it grows, and it's got a lot of unique properties that distinguish it from its cold-colored counterparts. As a plot device, Yellow Wolfsbane is basically whatever the story calls for it to be in that moment. One season, it's a sedative-like poison that can be cured by cracking the chest and letting out its vapors. The next, it's an antidote that can cure werewolf bites after they happen, a topic we will circle back around to in a bit. Despite its apparent extreme scarcity, around season 4 we start seeing Yellow Wolfsbane basically everywhere as the primary strain these kiddos have to contend with. God, the lack of internal logic on this show staggers me. The Dread Doctors have also manufactured their own strain of wolfsbane, which is black and administered via IV because they're A, evil scientists, and B, the bad guys. There's not much to say about this one. It basically acts as a tranquilizer, keeping were creatures in a sort of limbo state where they're fully conscious but unable to fight back or use any of their werewolf abilities. That is, of course, until you've reached a certain level of enlightenment or something like that. We talk about all the Tocalian stuff for hours, but I don't really care. Introduced as a sort of companion piece to wolfsbane in the fight against werewolves, Mountain Ash is ash made by burning the wood of the American mountain ash tree, which apparently grows all over the northeastern United States and Canada. Another thing that must be expensive to import. Man, how much money do these people have that they can just import all of these herbs and things from all around the world all of the time? I know the Argents are rich, but what about Deaton? He's a veterinarian, and vets don't make all that much money in the grand scheme of things. Does he invest? Is he a finance bro? Is Dr. Deaton hoarding all of his wealth? What was I talking about? Mountain Ash basically acts as a supernatural barrier one can throw down to keep supernaturals in or out, depending on your needs at the time. It doesn't, however, protect against projectile weapons, so remember to be mindful of that when you're running for your life from the man for whom you work. Your mileage may vary. Scott comes into his own as a true alpha by breaking through a Mountain Ash barrier by the force of his own will, something that is usually impossible for supernaturals to do. Mountain Ash is typically a full-stop, impenetrable barrier, so Scott breaking through his first Mountain Ash ring is treated with a lot of gravitas. They do some cool things with Mountain Ash, like filling containers with it to protect the valuable objects inside, or renovating buildings to include Mountain Ash wood in their make.
Mountain Ash. That's an old one.
Now you crack open my ass like that on you!
A nice subtle detail about the animal clinic, where Deaton keeps his collection of herbs and spends most of his time, is that it's entirely constructed from Mountain Ash wood, and the barrier activates when the welcome gate closes, meaning that as long as they're there after hours, the animal clinic is literally the safest place in town to hide out from the show's various monsters of the seasons. This is why we need workers' unions. Like Yellow Wolfsbane, Mistletoe is another very utilitarian member of the herbs and things category. It's introduced as a poison used by the Duroc to ensnare her victims, and the way she employs it is similar to how the Argents lace their bullets with wolfsbane while hunting werewolves. Later on in the season, Scott is able to turn the tables on her by dousing her in mistletoe, reversing the effects of her glamoring and revealing her true scarred form. Mistletoe is then used once more in reviving the gang during their ice bath ritual before making one final appearance in season 5, where Deaton uses it to plug up the hole that Dr. Valak drilled in Lydia's head, saving the day and apparently allowing her hair and skin to grow back, completely healed by the very next episode. You know how I titled this section Herbs and Things? Well, these are the things. As previously stated, in season 4, the chemist unleashes a mutated strain of canine distemper virus, also called footpad disease, around the school on the day of the PSAT, which is actually a pretty good plan if you don't think about it too hard. The scenes in which the CDC quarantined the school hit very different post-COVID, especially when Styles takes the group to the bunker where Peter hoards all of his wealth and everyone just starts dying. I'm not super big on viral outbreak stories in these kinds of shows. The 100 is another boring example of this sort of thing, but at least that elevated itself by virtue of featuring cool visual elements such as bleeding from the eyes and blowing up a bridge in the most exhausting scene possible. Like, someone please get this woman a smelling salt or something, she's going down hard. A Connecticut native, Jeff Davis was born in 1975. You know, we can probably just skip ahead a few years. As a writer, Davis sold his first script in 2003 at the ripe young age of 33, a pilot that, after a few rounds of revisions under the watchful eye of CBS television, would come to be known as a little procedural you may have heard of called Criminal Minds. Davis was only attached to the show for the first season, working as a co-executive producer while letting CBS and their team take the reins. After a few more years of struggle, he found his forever home at MTV, selling and producing the pilot of Teen Wolf, which he claims was inspired by TV shows such as The X-Files and Moonlighting, as well as the works of Stephen King and Thomas Harris, the man who wrote The Silence of the Lambs. Davis, for all intents and purposes, seems like a decent guy. Everyone who's worked with him, when asked, has spoken highly of the on-set atmosphere he has worked to cultivate, an important quality, especially when working with young people. Likewise, he comes off as incredibly personable, charming interviewers with his crooked smile and dashing good looks during one-on-ones and in group settings. His work is also very interesting. Criminal Minds in particular has received a fair bit of criticism for its various depictions of gender and brutality against women, a critique that he seems to have grown past as a writer. The biggest through-line I can discern between Teen Wolf and Criminal Minds is that both shows go a long way with pure, unfiltered melodrama, raising the stakes via appeals to emotionality rather than placing that confidence in their premises and scenarios. Like Teen Wolf, Criminal Minds is incredibly pulpy, and it relies less so on intricately designed, well-thought-out scenarios to sell its stories, and more so on relationship drama and angst. Contrast this with something like Succession, and I know comparing Jeff Davis with Jesse Armstrong is like comparing Red Robin with 11 Madison Park, but just go with it. Succession's characters are the world, both figuratively and literally. It's a family of the most powerful people in America trying to outdick each other in an arms race for their family business, which just so happens to be the largest media empire on Earth. However, the conflict is not contingent on the ever-evolving relationships between the show's characters. Rather, the interpersonal drama is informed by the actions the characters take as they compete against each other in pursuit of their own goals. In this way, it's a lot like Game of Thrones. Well, the early seasons anyways. Again, a show that at its core is all about how powerful people manipulate the world around them to best suit their own agendas, thereby influencing the trajectory of their relationships and creating scenarios for richer storytelling that is even more layered and complex. What's Kendall's main goal in Succession? He wants to take over as CEO of Waystar Royco after his father retires and will stop at nothing short of sending him to prison to do so. This is motivated by his fraught, often abusive relationship with his father, an upbringing that he actively fights against as he navigates the world, leading him to do many incredibly self-destructive things in pursuit of his ultimate goal. What then is Scott's goal in Teen Wolf? Well, he really wants to be with Allison, and he really wants to protect his friends from the evil, spooky monsters that come to town each season. Whereas Kendall's goal in Succession is active, something that motivates him to take action and propel the plot forward, Scott's goal is passive, reactionary, and entirely contingent on circumstance, diminishing his agency at every turn as the plot happens around him and he is forced to interact with it. Some would argue that this is part of the appeal of teen dramas, because oftentimes, as a teenager, you don't feel a sense of control over your own life. You're forced into an education system that does not care about you or value you beyond your contributions to athletic programs or national standardized test scores. And your teachers, to whom you are assigned at the beginning of the year, saddle you with so much homework you barely have time to sit in your car and cry, let alone pursue any of your own goals. The world and the structures that operate within it intentionally limit teenage agency at every turn because teenagers generally need a bit more time to cook before they can become fully self-sufficient contributing members of society. As such, it's easy for all of your attention to snap to your relationships with your peers, both romantic and otherwise. Teenage relationships feel like the center of your universe because they're the only part of your life where you, the teenager, are allowed to express yourself and feel as though you are in control. However, that lack of agency is immediately overshadowed in a story about a young man who gets bitten by a werewolf and suddenly gets superpowers. Scott goes from a serially benched, asthmatic, socially awkward outcast to an athletic, superhuman, wildly popular Chad who gets muff-dived by the crowd the moment he steps onto the lacrosse field. Likewise, he also finds himself in a lot more immediate danger, now at the mercy of his hot new girlfriend's psychopathic father who has a gun locker the size of a New York studio apartment. And it's all well and good to represent this side of growing up. Teenagers constantly find themselves torn between having their agency diminished like children and being penalized for their actions like adults. And milestone achievements like getting your driver's license or getting your first job all come with increasingly grown-up consequences for failure to comply with the rules of your setting. However, the show's reliance on this particular facet of the teenage experience to deliver its plot and drama is completely undercut by the presence of supernatural elements that immediately elevate the drama from intimate teenage coming-of-age story about overcoming adversity to holy shit, we're running for our lives from the big bad wolf. Let's hide in the room with the wall of glass windows. Even if you don't agree with me that it's not as compelling of a narrative as it could have been if Davis had put his trust in the world he created to deliver drama effectively and compellingly, you have to agree that this approach, one reliant on the characters reacting to events that happen around them with little to no agency in their own story, is incredibly lazy and half-baked. Look at Succession, look at The X-Files, look at Moonlighting. What do all of these shows have that Teen Wolf lacks? Something to note about Scott is that for all of his faults as a series lead, the fandom really loves him. They love his dorky one-liners and his naive yet optimism-filled approach to challenging situations. They love Tyler Posey's dorky dude bro energy and his uneven jawline. Even if his relationships aren't always hits, the way he interacts with his various love interests hits a lot of the right spots to make all of the various girls and gays swoon. Mentioned before that Scott's driving motivation is his desire to be with Allison, as she is his emotional anchor and OTP, so it's important to note that after she dies, that trait doesn't immediately get transferred over to Kira. Season 3 actually did well to wean Scott off of his incessant need to be with Allison, instead shifting the focus to regular teenager things like getting his grades up and fighting off an evil gang of superpowered Sigmas. Hell, he and Kira aren't even dating by the time he gets his true alpha period in the shower moment. And this is good. Season 4 is much more about his budding mentor relationship with Liam, and Season 5 dedicates most of Scott's screen time to his struggle to keep his little girl group together in the wake of the strange interloper Theo's sudden arrival. 5A actually ends with him failing to do so, and 5B is basically him putting his life back together after hitting rock bottom and nearly being torn apart by his boy wonder. One of the primary themes of Teen Wolf is nature's ability to maintain balance in an absurd world. And there is a quote Deaton shares with Scott in one episode that really speaks to Scott's arc in Season 5.
You ever heard the term regression to the mean?
No.
It's a bit of a technical way of saying that things will always even out.
Like things will always get better?
More like things can't always be bad.
So no matter how bad things get,
or how good,
they always come back to the middle.
Regression to the mean.
It just resonates, you know? So while Scott has some interesting stuff to do throughout the show's run, you know, the bare minimum for your show's protagonist, as I said before, very little of this is a direct consequence of any actions he took of his own accord. Every mogul move Scott makes is reactive, because the only things he's ever given to motivate his actions are the events that happen around him. His relationship with Allison? She moves to town, runs over a dog, and the two have a meet cute in the rain. His relationship with Liam? He's forced to bite and turn him after his arms are restrained during a brawl with the Mute, with the only other option being to let Liam fall to his death. His ascension to true alpha status, arguably his culminating moment on the show, a plot device thrown in at the last minute so that our protagonist doesn't have to bloody his hands climbing the ranks of the werewolf corporate ladder. In my opinion, this is all because of one fatal flaw the writers made as they were first conceptualizing the character of Scott McCall. Every trait they assigned to him in the first episode is immediately stripped away from him the minute he gets bitten by Peter, which, as you'll remember, is literally the first thing that ever happens in the show. For the rest of his time on our screens, Scott's entire identity revolves around him being a werewolf, being team captain, and being with Allison. Three things which ring pretty hollow when each one of those core personality traits are challenged and put in competition with the other far more interesting characters and storylines happening in his peripheral. The blank slate protagonist is a fairly common trope in YA media, especially in genre fiction where it can be harder to place yourself in the world of the piece. Whether it be video games, movies, TV, or literature.
His eyebrows lifted and he regarded me. He was utterly still. The type of quiet that I'd thought could not belong to humans. A stilling of everything but breath and pulse, like a deer, listening for the hunter's bow. I found myself holding my breath.
Young adult fiction is littered with blank slate protagonists the audience is meant to project themselves onto in order to better connect and engage with the story. Take Bella Swan, for instance, probably the purest example of a blank slate protagonist, seeing as how she has all the personality of a laptop charger. It's easy to put yourself in Bella's shoes because her personality is so non-existent that it doesn't prove alienating to the audience watching/reading at home. However, just because a character is meant to function as the audience insert doesn't mean they can't have just as much of a complex set of goals and backstory as the rest of the cast. Some of these chickadees even outshine their fellow castmates in the personality department, depending on which Hunger Games book you're reading, of course. Scott then stands in sharp contrast to the examples I just listed. The only interesting elements of his backstory are his abusive relationship with his estranged alcoholic father, which one would expect to be explored a bit beyond an episode where his dad can't come to his lacrosse game and Scott make a sad face, and his low social status at his suburban California high school, a fact that is immediately rectified the moment he gets bitten and is gifted with werewolf powers. We even see this problem spill into the admittedly amazing title sequence. The writers are grasping at such straws for any sort of characterization here that they flip-flop back and forth on what little vignette they can give Scott to really sum up his character. His first one is okay, just him in the shower getting bodied by Jackson, but then once Jackson leaves the show, they can't use that one anymore, so they settle on having him float up out of the void menacingly. This is so random. It's not like Scott has the ability to fly or levitate or anything, so this moment is just sort of weird and out of place. They get it right in season 4, but his season 3 intro vignette is just too weird not to mention here. Contrast him with Stiles, who, in addition to having the biggest personality on the show, is given one of the most interesting backstories. I see we've gotten to the Stiles as the real main character part of the video. When he was just 9 years old, Stiles' mom passed away after a long battle with frontotemporal dementia, and the show dedicates a lot of time to exploring how this event might continue to affect Stiles as a teenager, whether it be through his relationship with authority or the anxiety disorder witnessing his mother scream paranoid delusions at him caused him to develop. He has severe anxiety about his father's health and well-being, going so far as to police his diet and maintain a vice grip on the police scanner just to make sure his dad doesn't end up leaving him too. There's one particular scene from season 2 that I want to highlight here because it perfectly illustrates the very problem I'm talking about here with Scott. After Lydia spikes the punch at her Sweet 16 with Wolfsbane in order to knock out Derek and resurrect Peter, her party guests, which include Scott, Stiles, Allison, and Jackson, all begin experiencing severe visual and auditory hallucinations. I guess the Wolfsbane is amplifying the effects of the alcohol. Anyways, here is where we get our first real insight into each of our main characters' greatest fears. We see Stiles hallucinate his father turning up to the event drunk, berating him and telling him that he should have died instead of his mother. We see Allison have a vision of herself in a hunter's cloak holding a crossbow, signifying her fear of giving in to her family's violent traditions and relinquishing her humanity, which, for the record, is basically what almost happens to her towards the end of the season. You know, like character development. Jackson, meanwhile, has a vision of his dead parents, two people whom he's never known and never will know, yet has a deep yearning to win the affection of. I firmly believe that had Colton stayed on past season 2, much of Jackson's arc would have revolved around him coming to terms with his birth parents' deaths and moving past that unyielding need for mommy and daddy's love. What did Scott have a vision of? Allison making out with the Kanema, who also happens to be Jackson because Jackson was making moves on her last season, and Scott's biggest fear in the world is losing a girl who he's known for about 2 whole minutes now. Then in season 3, he has another vision in yet another biggest fears episode, in which his mother's throat is ripped out by Deucalion. Again, his other biggest fear, being unable to protect the ones he loves from the supernatural monsters that come to town every season. Then in season 5, in a flaccid attempt to flesh out his backstory because the writers realized they didn't really do that for the last 5 years, they add in the lore that Scott had a dog named Roxy who was attacked and killed by an unknown entity at some point during his early childhood, which apparently traumatized him enough to motivate his actions for 5 whole seasons, despite the event never really being brought up until the exact moment Jeff Davis decided to write it in. Why do I write long fucking sentences? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not exaggerating when I say that Scott has no real character to speak of beyond a protagonist boy's sense of justice or a too horny on main trainwreck approach to dating that almost gets him killed multiple times, which is why it's so baffling to me that the fandom eats him up so much. When the movie was announced, I remember seeing so many tweets about just feeling like shit and needing him back.
Oh my fucking god.
A Teen Wolf revival movie? I never thought this day would come. Oh my god, give me Styles, Linda, Scott, and Derek, and you got it.
It's been 4 years since the Teen Wolf was finished, but they just confirmed a movie. It's impossible to be sad. Scott McCall is coming back.
While I do think Dylan O'Brien not being in the Teen Wolf movie would be disappointing, and I don't trust Jeff Davis to take the characters I love anywhere good, he gets points for having Allison tell Scott she loves him as she dies, though. I will watch the movie for Scott.
Do not care about anyone from the Teen Wolf movie, only Scott McCall. Best boy.
I've never seen Teen Wolf, but I've followed enough Teen Wolf fans to be protective of Scott McCall, so the movie better do him justice, and the racist fans better stay silent.
I went either way with the Teen Wolf movie, because I get Scott McCall back.
Teen Wolf movie, Scott McCall coming home, I can't move.
Dare I say, Scott is the best Teen Wolf character.
In reading all these tweets, I'm finding myself asking, am I missing something? What is it about Scott that's enraptured you all to the point where you're legit getting hyped at the prospect of seeing him again? Is it just because of Tyler Posey? Is it just the abs? It's okay. You can tell me. Alright, let's talk about the fandom. Like its sister shows, and like most Tumblr fandoms in general, much of Teen Wolf's fandom was composed of teenage girls, gays, and theys who spent more time fantasizing about the characters and their interactions with each other than gathering to savor in the fine notes of the elegant story being told on screen. All of which, by the way, I am 100% in support of. And Teen Wolf is remarkable, if not just for the legs it had within fandom spaces, both online and in person. AO3 user Destination Toast compiles a lot of annual data for various tags fanfic writers use when writing their stories, and in a list of highest rated fandoms by number of works created, Teen Wolf, 4 years after ending, has remained within the top 10. The fandom was pretty split down the middle between Steric shippers and Stydia shippers, with Steric holding majority stake in the fandom pretty much everywhere. For the ancients among us, shipping is when those in fandom come together to support the idea of 2 or more characters being paired into a relationship. Steric and Stydia being portmanteaus of Styles and Derek, and Styles and Lydia, respectively. You'll note that most couples feature Styles as a core part of the relationship, which tracks considering Styles' immense popularity within the fandom. While Steric was the fandom's biggest ship, Stydia was the one that was most supported by the higher-ups at MTV, because A, age of both parties, and B, gay. So Stydia shippers generally had a lot more content to work with than Steric shippers, leading to a bit of friction between the two groups. Now, I'm not really in the fandom, nor was I on Tumblr back during the show's heyday, so this section isn't really going to concern itself with petty fandom bullshit, as much as it is a dissection of the relationships portrayed within the work itself. I mentioned Stydia, so it's worth noting that the show itself spent a lot of time moving away from Stydia as a concept, allowing the characters to grow and have relationships with other people on their own before cramming them back together in the first half of the last season. They pulled a real D&D in that the characters they wrote developed a real life of their own outside of the ending they'd prepared for them in advance. So when they finally got them together in 6A, it was incredibly awkward and weird. And yeah, the city is rejoiced. However, it needs be remarked that not only was Canon Stydia remarkably short on actual screen time, owing mostly to Dylan O'Brien's face getting torn off between 6A and 6B, but they also actually spent most of their time as a couple interacting either with other people one-on-one or, more commonly, as a group. So while the city has won the shipping war in canon, you'd be hard-pressed to make the argument that they came out of the series with any sort of leg up on the tidal wave that was Steric. And by tidal wave, I do mean a torrential downpour of fan-made content. One glance at the Teen Wolf tag on Tumblr and AO3 reveals a deluge of fanfics, fan art, and other fan works dedicated to a relationship between 2 characters with an age gap similar to that of Elio and Oliver, a relationship that fandom Tumblr generally hates. To this day, Steric remains the 3rd most popular ship on AO3, right after fandom juggernauts Destiel and Johnlock, which, yeah, I'm just gonna leave those 2 alone. There's a 3B press interview with Tyler Posey where the interviewer asks him about Steric.
How do you guys? What are your thoughts on it? Because I know that's like fandom is fandom, but like how do you guys feel about that? Is that like
me? Steric?
Yeah.
I think Steric is a bizarre, weird, twisted thing, and I think that anyone who pays more attention to Steric than the show isn't watching the show for the right reasons. And that's all I gotta say about that.
And honestly, Yeah, I completely agree with him. Starrick is bizarre, and it has to be exhausting as the alleged leading man of this TV show to be constantly asked about the made-up relationship between two characters played by your white co-stars. My lisp right now? Oh my god. Fuck, I sound so gay. Okay. Now, while I never ventured too far into fandom territory growing up, I was watching Teen Wolf and I was on AO3 at the time of the show's airing, so I'm coming into this discussion a tad biased. I was a Skyzik shipper, and I read just about every Skyzik fic written on the site between 2016 and 2017. So when Isaac was written out of the show in season 4, I was disappointed at my ship never being canonized by the writers. Skyzik, in my opinion, was much more supported in the text of Teen Wolf than Starrick ever was, owing in large part to the many, well, let's just say charged exchanges between Scott and Isaac during the latter's tenure on the show. Whereas most of Styles and Derek's interactions were layered with that sweet, sweet contempt that Tumblr teens loved to make out to be lust in 2015, Scott and Isaac's exchanges were kind and intimate in a way that the two generally weren't with anyone else, save for Allison. Like this scene, when Scott, who's generally been nothing but antagonized by Isaac for most of season 2, speaks right to his soul with a very kind and compassionate,
"Be careful. I doubt I'll even slightly hurt him. No, I mean you. I don't want you to get hurt."
Very tender, very loving. Or this scene where Isaac, after having been violently kicked out by Derek, shows up at Scott's house with an odd request after trudging through the rain for what appears to be hours.
Come in, Mom.
I was wondering if I could ask you a favor.
Very steamy, very vulnerable. Or this scene, where Isaac horns in on Scott's battle plans before riding through an abandoned mall on the back of his motorcycle.
I was gonna go get some food to eat. Oh, cool. I'll come with you. Nah, dude, it's okay. I can eat alone.
What are you getting?
Mexican.
Dude, I love Mexican.
Isaac. I can eat alone. It's okay.
Not going alone. Come on.
Like the gayest shit I've ever seen. Starrick, meanwhile, well...
Thinking about punching you in the face. Start the car, or I'm gonna rip your throat out. With my teeth.
Aye. You know, if this is the best the gays can ask for, maybe we shouldn't be asking at all. Now, I don't want to make it sound like this was the Skyzik show. Compet eventually won the war against the gays after Isaac was assigned to Allison in 3B, the second worst pairing on the show if not for Daniel and Crystal's utter lack of chemistry. And the show never framed these interactions as anything more than Scott being kind to a person who'd never been shown kindness before. I paused to talk about Skyzik more so to give you some insight into the psychology behind the shipper's mindset. These interactions between Scott and Isaac were never framed by the work itself as romantic. I was just a gay 16-year-old with a massive crush on Tyler Posey, so I saw what I was looking to see, and I suspect it's what everyone else was looking to see in this guy too. This is just confirmation bias, right? If you go in looking to find something you want to see on screen, your subconscious mind falsely attributes certain characteristics or subtext to interactions that simply are not there. It's not good media comprehension, and it's definitely not representation. And I see this in myself now in hindsight, looking back on how I interacted with this show when I was a teenager. The work never claimed to support Skyzik, so when I would get disappointed at the lack of Skyzik on my screen, that wasn't the work's fault. It was mine. But this water gets muddy when the meta-narrative starts to get incorporated into the show's marketing, even when the show very clearly has no intentions of including that narrative in the work itself. Yep, it's that time of the video, folks. The above video is titled Dylan O'Brien and Tyler Hoechlin Get Freaky on a Boat, and it was re-uploaded by YouTube user Divalicious Christina right after it aired on July 12th, 2012, smack dab in the middle of the show's second season. Here we see two of the show's main actors and presumably the show's producers acknowledging a ship with an implied intent to make Starrick canon, or at the very least develop the pairing a bit, if the fans vote for Teen Wolf as Choice Summer Show at the Teen Choice Awards. For the record, they did, and it won, and Season 3 featured fewer interactions between Styles and Derek than either of the previous 2 seasons. So what we have here is a production profiting off of teenage viewers, many of whom were queer and desperate for representation, in order to maintain viewership and win awards with false promises of said representation and fan service. Okay, just another day in Hollywood. What's notable here is just how cavalier these fellas are with the way that they throw their clout around with regards to their queer fandom. With shows like Supernatural and Sherlock, not only did the writers take the opportunity to be shitty about their most popular ships in interviews and at conventions.
You know, I know there's a lot of stuff that goes around out there about how we treat gay people, or the whole STL thing, and you know, and all that. I can tell you, you know, I know the actors get this question all the time. I can tell you in the writer's room, this never, ever comes up.
The shows acknowledged and derided their fandoms within the work themselves. With Teen Wolf, however, the showrunners have taken the opposite approach, leaning into their queer audience for profit with equally fleeting intentions of developing these ships beyond a handful of smarmy fanservice moments every 2 or so seasons. And this extends to the work itself. Jeff Davis himself has said on numerous occasions that his intention when writing the show was to create a world free from homophobia, where being gay was as normal as a flock of wooloo rolling down a grass-green hill. As quoted in a 2013 Advocate article titled, "Why Teen Wolf is an Orientation-Blind Utopia."
One of the most important things to me when we were creating the show was to try to build a world where we weren't actually talking about coming out and all of the problems of homophobia. I wanted it to be an idealized world, one where being gay isn't just accepted, it's a part of everyday life.
It follows, then, that in a work partially shaped by the desire to attract and maintain a passionate queer fan base, yet still beholden to the laws of the land set by the higher-ups at MTV, that Teen Wolf would go on to become one of the most infamous examples of a certain pernicious trope to ever queerbait in the history of queerbaiting. Queerbaiting, as defined by Wikipedia research, is a marketing technique designed to increase viewership. God, are we still talking about this? Didn't Sarah Zed and Rowan Ellis put this topic to rest with their videos on the subject back in, 2019? But I like to perform media autopsies in my spare time, so here we are again beating this very dead horse. Break out the incision scalpels and crack that chest wide open. You want an autopsy? Here you go. Queerbaiting is the implied inclusion of queer characters and relationships in a work without any desire by the work's creators to follow through with any meaningful representation in the work itself. This can be done by subtly nodding to a character's ambiguous sexuality to spur on fans, or referencing fan pairings in a way that leaves the door open for speculation on the reference's meaning. Queerbaiting can also be done in the meta-narrative, either by hinting at a character's queerness in interviews or online on social media platforms such as Twitter. Looking at you, Joanne. And I just want to say that, for the record, queerbaiting is an academic term used to describe a phenomenon in the media wherein creators will intentionally court a queer fan base by pandering to them with a carrot on a stick of queer representation. It is not, for example, your favorite Minecraft speedrunner flirting with his bros for a bit of extra attention online. That's weird, and it deserves to be scrutinized, but it's not queerbaiting. Queerbaiting is a specific term with a specific meaning, and the diluting of it by way of misuse online is only helping aid those who do it by turning it into another cringe-worthy buzzword. So, at its core, queerbaiting is... it's a marketing tactic designed to suck dry the wallets of underrepresented groups of people, and it tends to be most effective when targeting a young skewing audience. So, how does Jeff Davis, out and proud gay man navigating the world of Hollywood with the backing of a major television production company at his disposal, thread the needle between authentic queer storytelling made by and for queer people and offensive pandering that borders on parody?
And I also gotta say, this newfound heroism is making me very attracted to you. Shut up. No, seriously. Do you want to just try making out for a sec? Just to see how it feels. Dude, everyone in here's a dude. I think we're in a gay club.
Man, nothing gets past those keen werewolf senses, huh, Scott?
That one's paid for.
Oh, shut up. I didn't say anything.
Yeah, well, your face did.
I thought you liked girls.
I do like girls. You?
Absolutely.
Great.
So you also like boys?
Absolutely. Do you?
One more question. What? Do you find me attractive? Was he like, could he have been a virgin maybe? Did he look like a virgin? Was he, virginal?
No, definitely not. Deaton makes me have sex with all of his clients. It's a new policy. No, I don't know if he was a virgin. And why are you talking like he's already dead? He's just missing.
Missing and presumed dead because he's probably a virgin, Scott. You know who else is a virgin? Me. I'm a virgin, okay? And you know what that means? That means that my lack of sexual experience is now literally a threat to my life, okay? I need to have sex, like right now. Someone needs to have sex with me, like today. Like someone needs to sex me right now.
All right, I'll do it.
Whoa! What?
Come to my place at 9. Plan to stay the night. I like to cuddle.
That was so sweet. Are you kidding?
Yes. I'm kidding.
Okay, you don't toy with a guy's emotions like that, Danny. It's not attractive, all right?
No!
Woof. Howl. For the record, none of those characters were ever confirmed in the work, or even online after the fact, to be anything other than straight. One could make the argument that the clips of Scott more so serve to highlight the absence of homophobia in the world, but their world is not our world, and in our world, a straight teenager probably wouldn't respond this way to being sent a drink by two men in a gay club, so I'm adding it to the list. And while scenes like this and this can be explained away with, oh, there's just no homophobia in this world, so everyone's just really comfortable with their sexualities, the same can't really be said about this.
She's a lesbian.
So Teen Wolf has a bit of a queerbaiting problem. So what? It still pulls its weight in the cultural conversation about representation in YA genre fiction, while creating interesting stories for its queer characters to tell in an engaging and authentic way. Right?
No.
Of the queer characters in Teen Wolf, all but 2 of them are gay or bisexual men. A vast majority of those men are white, with the only queer men of color being our boy Mason and everyone's gay best friend, Danny. And these guys, Danny, Ethan, Brett, Mason, Corey, and Jackson when he comes back, are all relegated to, at best, side characters who occasionally intersect with the main story in some semi-substantial way, most commonly as a villain of some sort. And gay villains are nothing new, but a conversation about the Hays Code and its legacy would take up its own video. What's more interesting to me is how, once these characters become aligned with the heroes, they cease to hold any major plot relevance, and their relationships get completely sidelined to the point where the characters spend more time apart from their supposed OTPs than they do together. And when they are together, we get...
I can't handle this. Yes, you can, and you've handled so much worse than this. You're practically the alpha now. I'm nothing without her. Liam, can you help me with this, please? Aiden left me. She moved to protect her sister, and it's not like she dumped you or anything. Why is your arm so heavy? Okay, Scott says Coach is losing it. Scott's leaving too. Going to college is not leaving, okay? It's called growing up, and we're all gonna be going to different colleges eventually. I thought we were both applying to UCLA. You guys are going to the same college? That is not the point. What is the point? The point is, the summer's almost over. We're about to be seniors. This is about to be the best year of our entire lives, and you're still captain of the lacrosse team, so come on, we've got to...
The poor treatment of gay characters within the text of the show, taken in conjunction with the blatant baiting of queer audiences with promises of queer relationships for the characters people actually care about, is a running theme with this show. I've already spoken about Danny's utter lack of importance to the narrative. His scenes could have been reassigned to any guy, and all we would have missed was a bit of context about Jackson's personal life. His relationships definitely don't matter, including the one Scott inadvertently throws a wrench into by dancing with Danny against his wishes at the school dance in order to make the coach look like a homophobe and leave him alone to get it on with Allison in a bus. It's like he always dreamed of. God, he's such a romantic, that Scott. Danny gets black holed at the end of season 3 and is never mentioned again, further proving my point about his utter irrelevance to the plot. According to his actor, he simply wasn't invited back for season 4. Oh yeah, but queer storytelling is so important to these chuckle fucks. Jackson and Ethan are brought back as a couple in 6B, and their reintroduction is great. The scene is phenomenal, and it's one of the standout sequences in the entire show, perfectly balancing action and humor with the weight an international terrorist organization like the Hunters would bring to the lives of the people they seek to persecute. And in this one scene, we get to know so much about the lives and relationship of these two people with whom we haven't spent any time in the last 3 years. Then they come to America and get immediately captured and separated, and they aren't brought back into the narrative proper until the finale, where they contribute nothing, turn to stone, and get a cute little fairy tale ending living nice, quiet lives over in the UK, safe from any promise of being reintroduced in the upcoming film.
Jackson? Styles?
Jackson?
Already covered that. Okay, alright. That's nice. Okay, not too close. Watch the hands. Okay.
Do you feel seen yet? Do you feel represented yet? Oh, and remember those two queer characters who weren't gay or bi men? Caitlin and Emily are a young couple on a camping trip. You can probably see where this one is going. Their tent gets infiltrated by a swarm of cicadas, and Emily literally gets carried away to their bug kingdom, where she is then sacrificed by the Duroc, and Caitlin is left to pick up the pieces of her broken heart with Styles in Derek's blacklit loft. I love Zelda Williams as much as the next guy, and I think Caitlin is a very worthy addition to the world of Teen Wolf, but she never reappears, meaning her only purpose as a character was to immediately upon introduction invoke the bury your gays trope with the tragic death of her girlfriend Emily, before making out with Styles and piecing out into the void. Someone really needs to explain to these guys that creating a world where being gay is totally normalized does not preclude them from invoking harmful tropes and stereotypes about queer people that continue to affect us to this day while writing their story. Mason's relationship with Theo's chew toy Corey is probably the most fleshed out queer romance on the show, which honestly isn't really all that hard considering...
Danny, dance with me. What? Dance with me. No. Please, right now, come on.
I just don't think I can do it. Date me? Date a werewolf. You knew? Dude, it's Beacon Hills.
They have cute moments, they go on adventures, and they have plenty of tender exchanges that make my heart sing whenever they happen. But that doesn't really change the fact that Corey feels incredibly supplementary and utilitarian as a character. He feels like a replacement for Liam, like Mason's straight best friend got busy wooing a girl that hates him for no reason, so he just got a boyfriend to take on excursions whenever the plot called for it. Whenever the narrative can't justify having Liam go off on an adventure with Mason, the writers send Corey. I understand that MTV is a studio, and studios have standards and expectations and bottom lines to worry about. But if a core foundational part of your show is the normalization of queerness, and your show seeks to send a message to young queer audiences that a world without homophobia is not only possible, but in fact achievable, and the best you can come up with are a few throwaway bait and switch moments and the sidelining of your queer characters to the margins of your stories, you have failed at one of your show's primary goals. You have betrayed your show's meta-narrative about normalizing queerness, and you have sent a very clear message to your audience that, while we want you to keep watching and engaging with our show, we don't actually want to put in any of the work of delivering on our promises of queer representation and queer storytelling. And as a gay man and longtime fan of Jeff Davis's work, I do feel alienated by this. So while I do agree that much of shipping culture is built out of a few scenes that are willfully misinterpreted as horny or romantic in nature, I also recognize that said misrepresentation is born out of a primal need to see yourself represented on screen. And when you're being edged by a show that tries to have it both ways, appealing to queer audiences with the promise of representation without doing anything to alienate homophobes from your program, The betrayal of that meta-narrative hurt so much more. I'd honestly preferred if Davis took the Moftis/Robert Singer approach and wrote the fandom off as petulant children who are reading too much into things that are not there. At least I would be honest. It's worth mentioning that in online conversations about queerbaiting and homophobia in the media, it's often actors that are the first to face the heat of the fandom, and the propping up of Dylan and Tyler in this discussion by the showrunners through this Teen Choice Awards campaign, as silly as it is, represents a clear problem in the way that we interact with performers in the media we consume. At the end of the day, Dylan O'Brien and Tyler Hoechlin are employees, and even if they weren't paid to do this ad specifically, which I doubt, it's still part of their job to promote their show as the showrunners see fit. So while Tyler Posey's offhand dismissal of Steric and its utter dominance of the conversation around this show did earn him many angry tweets and tumbles from teens on the internet, it's almost more concerning that the writers are seemingly hiding behind their actors as they take the brunt of criticism on this subject specifically. After all, when you think about the way Styles was used to queerbait audiences, you don't think about Jeff Davis typing away in his writer's room. You think about Dylan O'Brien and the way he delivered his lines. The way his eyes brushed over Hoechlin's bare chest and the small blush that formed on his cheeks as he turned back to his computer. What? Oh, only I noticed that? Oh. Okay. Cool. So, history lesson. Back in the halcyon days of... Peter had a tryst with a were-coyote woman who was being hunted by U.S. Marshals all across North America. As trysts often do, things got heavy and the woman became pregnant. For 9 months, she hid out with the Hales, who at this point were not all particles of ash baked into the ground. Peter's sister and Derek's mother Talia tried her best to convince the woman of the miracle of childbirth, as well as the beauty of the ritualistic passing of the mother's power to her infant. The woman, undeterred, sought to reclaim her stolen power, and after giving birth, her infant child was taken from her and hidden away with a family of humans. The woman, weakened, fled, and Talia, as the pack's alpha, took all of Peter's memory of her as well as those of their child, leaving only the pseudonym the government was using to track her, the Desert Wolf. Much of Malia's tenure on the show revolves around her search for the Desert Wolf. See, Malia is not the only one responsible for the death of her family. She learns from spending time with Senpai that the Desert Wolf was not only there the night of her mother's car crash, but that she was actually the one who caused it. Learning this sends Malia into a revenge quest that lasts for the remainder of Season 5, teaming up with Brayden to ultimately steal the remainder of the Desert Wolf's power in a very poetic end to a remarkably half-baked storyline. The problems with the Desert Wolf storyline are very evocative of the greater writing problems the show suffered from as a whole, especially in its second half. The story isn't given enough screen time to really stick with the audience or create any real tension, so it's a genuine surprise every time she pops up because we've been so busy dealing with steampunk witch doctors and bad boy interlopers that I'd practically forgotten she was even a thing. And this all reeks of the same problem the writers had with Kate and the Calaveras in Season 4. They had a solid foundation for their season, only to, a few episodes in, switch course and focus on something entirely different while trying to hastily reassemble this labyrinthine jigsaw puzzle they'd devised for themselves. There's a scene in the first episode of Season 5 where, in a too far flash forward, Lydia is being questioned about all of the things that have happened to her and her friends over the last few weeks, and it's really effective at getting the audience pumped for Season 5. Watching the cold open, we're left wondering, what's that? Why did Styles' Jeep flip over? Is he dead? What's going on? And there's this part where the evil not Dread Doctor asks Lydia what happened when the Desert Wolf caught up with Malia, and we see Malia cowering in her coyote den as this ominous figure steps into frame with a shotgun. Instantly, it sets up this manhunt storyline between a mother and daughter that's going to be really engaging to watch. How will Malia duck and dodge her principal adversary as she works with Scott to stop the bad guys? What does happen when the Desert Wolf finally catches up with her? But remember, this is Teen Wolf we're talking about here, so the writers change their minds to allocate more time and attention to the Dread Doctor's science experiments while the hot cop goes full Houndoom on their asses. This shot returns as a hypothetical future being shown to Lydia by Meredith during her psychic training in 5B. And this scene, nor nothing like it, ever plays out in all of season 5. All that manhunt shit, gone. All that setup and potential, wasted. And it's made even more egregious by the fact that of all of these shots set up in the first episode, this is the only one that the writers don't follow through on. Stiles' Jeep is flipped by Parrish, who is confirmed to be a Hellhound halfway through the season, and Lydia ends up in her catatonic state, halfway between Black Canary and post-lobotomy baby doll. So Malia's drawing the short end of the stick here is not only disappointing, it's absurd. You had 10 hour-long episodes and you couldn't follow through on one of your principal cast members' core storylines, but you had more than enough room for all of this?
His condition was terminal.
You're the only thing that feels the same. The only thing that feels right. Yeah.
Hellhound. I fell in a hole.
Not only that, but the story we do get is so loosely devised that every time new details about it are revealed, it feels like they weren't even factored into the storytelling until the moment the writers decided to write them in. New ideas come out of left field all the time, like this scene where the Desert Wolf, real name Corinne, has Deaton in a hostage situation because his actor was busy filming The Walking Dead and couldn't be on set for more than 2 days. And it looks like she's got Malia cornered until, oh no, it turns out that not only can she not reclaim her lost power by killing Malia until the night of the full moon, but doing so now would cause her to lose her powers forever, effectively rendering her impotent. So she fucks off until the night of the full moon, only for Malia and Brayden to set a trap for her and use these Chimera talons that I think were supposed to be more important than they ended up being, to suck out her powers and treat this storyline to a very anticlimactic end. Mess. When I sat down to rewatch season 5, I was prepared for the worst. I remembered how boring the Dread Doctors were, and I could vaguely recall the way that they fumbled the ball with Malia and the Desert Wolf, but in all of that, what I wasn't expecting to find was true love. We've been chatting for a while now, and I feel like we've gotten to know each other pretty well, so let me speak candidly with you as I recount how I fell in love with the one and only Theo Raeken. Introduced at the tail end of Season 5's first episode, Theo initially comes off as this charming, handsome young were-coyote with great hair and a jawline for days.
You have a jawline for days.
A childhood friend of Scott and Stiles, the former, while initially reluctant, agrees to accept Theo into his pack on a probationary basis. Stiles, meanwhile, is suspicious of Theo and drags Scott and Liam out with him as he stalks him in the woods.
I fell in a hole.
It's immediately clear from the outset that there's something up with Theo. His sister died under mysterious circumstances, and he just sort of comes out of nowhere. He gives the boys his origin story, explaining that one day, while he was skateboarding in his neighbor's empty pool, an alpha approached him and offered him the bite. However, by the time of his first full moon, his sugar daddy had been offed by a set of twins, whoever they are, who took his power and skipped town, leaving Theo to wander the streets, condemned to an eternity as an Omega. He got word of Scott's ascension to godhood by way of the supernatural grapevine and tracked him down, so now here he is, doing all that shit. Just in case it wasn't clear that he's supposed to be a dark interloper with an evil agenda hell-bent on infiltrating Scott's pack and taking it for his own, the second episode ends with him brutalizing 2 people implied to be impersonating his parents. These characters never reappear, and this whole thing is quietly dropped between episodes, rendering the whole scenario as another missed opportunity. Imagine if we didn't see the hand-breaking scene and the big reveal that Theo was evil was built up gradually over the course of the season, leaving us feeling just as gaslit as Stiles by the end of the whole thing. Even Cody Christian, Theo's actor, when questioned about the whole false parentage thing, came up short.
Whatever happened to your fake parents? You like broke your dad's hand?
I killed them.
He ate them.
I killed them.
Okay.
I bashed them with a hammer. I chopped them up, like Dexter style.
It's incredibly sloppy and really evocative of the show's bad writing, but that's pretty par for the course at this point, so I won't waste time on it here. Sloppy writing aside, Theo is a delight. Once the show picks a lane and commits to him being this incredibly evil bad boy with an unstoppable, uncomplicated lust for power, he really excels at his role. Cody Christian really shines as this two-faced infiltrator, and his chemistry with Sprayberry is off the charts. There's a reason Theo is so popular, people. Just look at his smolder, his devilish smirk, the way the light hits his body as he transforms from dog boy to fuck boy. Oh, another great detail I love. Chimeras, as artificial creations, the Dread Doctors don't play by the same rules of the supernatural, so their eyes don't turn blue when they take innocent lives. I don't know if I paused to explain that earlier. That's a thing that happens. When a werewolf takes an innocent life, they, eyes blue. If you didn't know, now you know. Theo uses this to fool Scott into thinking he's innocent when he still thinks he's non-GMO, and he only realizes what's going on when Theo walks right past a barrier of mountain ash. And it's good. This moment right here really works because it's something that's been built up all season, so Scott's reaction here is really satisfying to watch. See guys, that's storytelling. I'm going to give the writers an A+ for subtlety here. Kira comes back at the end of the season and sends him to Turbo Hell, where he stays with his sister until he needs to be dug back out in season 6. His eternal damnation seems to have humbled him a bit because by the time he comes back, he's essentially just ready to be a good guy again, for real this time. But, the damage is done, and it's hard to tell when he's being sincere and when he's just using you, so Scott tells him to fuck off and he ends up homeless, living out of his truck. There's a great scene, one of the best in 6B, where for 5 minutes straight, Theo is just being woken up by cops and security guards and park rangers, being told to get off of their property and go somewhere else. And it's really effective at showing just how monotonous and miserable his life has become. He's at an all-time low by the time of this scene, and it ends with the death fake-out that lasts for 2 whole episodes, which is a lot for this show. I love how shamelessly evil Theo is in season 5. His motivations aren't clear, mostly because the writers were making up who he was as they were filming his damn episodes. But in this case, I actually think it kind of benefited him. I've spoken before on just how fun pure evil can be with Peter, and Theo sort of feels like a logical extension of what we would have gotten if Peter were introduced as a teenager. There's something very charming about someone who is a scumbag and knows he's a scumbag. He actually seems to revel in it sometimes, like in this moment where he's teaching Malia how to full shift and he just presents for her completely in the nude. In a season where everyone is taking themselves way too seriously and treating everything with the utmost gravity, Theo feels like a breath of fresh air. I go back and rewatch entire arcs in season 5 now, mostly because of him. And I even dig the scene where he kills Tracy in a moment of intimacy, because it just solidifies what a piece of shit he really is. God, I wish that were me.
Maybe you should keep your gay stuff a little more private.
His actions are all motivated by the virtue of his uncomplicated evilness, which makes it all the more effective when he comes out of Turbo Hell with a newfound pathos and humility to him.
Mom, you're always trying to give me potatoes. What is it with you? I just think they're neat.
Fun fact, back in 2016, as Principal Photography was gearing up for the 3rd installment of the Maze Runner series, titled The Death Cure, in which our king Dylan O'Brien played the lead role of Thomas, the young lad suffered a massive on-set injury while performing a stunt for one of the film's many, many action scenes. Reportedly, the stunt involved jumping from one car to another, which went wrong when, mid-jump, he was struck by one of the stunt cars in motion, causing major damage to his face and surrounding areas. The accident shut down production indefinitely, resulting in a year-long delay as O'Brien recovered in private. His first major production since the accident, Michael Cuesta's not very good spy thriller American Assassin, was marred by what O'Brien described in a Vulture article as intense anxiety and panic attacks. Said O'Brien of the project,
I didn't want to let it go. And I also had this really interesting, deeper connection to this character over the course of those 4 months because of what I was going through. But at the same time, I was in such a fragile personal state that I had this other force telling me, like, no fucking way that I can do it. This is too soon. Tell them to leave me alone, I need more time. Sometimes I'd literally show up at the gym having a panic attack and my trainer would be like, alright, let's just go get breakfast. I'd just been through a lot that summer, and the fact that you spend all this time not even knowing if you can do that again, even right now, it's just it's just kind of hard to talk about.
The accident occurred while production was gearing up for the second half of Teen Wolf's sixth season, so that had to be hastily rewritten to account for O'Brien's absence. Stiles appears at the tail end of the first episode as a freshman in FBI school, where it seems like they're setting up a season-long subplot involving Stiles and his pals hunting down Derek across the states, only for them both to spend the rest of the season in the contours of the story while Scott attempts to stop a race war and Corey and Mason go rat hunting in the sewers. And I don't envy the position of the showrunners here. For years, Teen Wolf was known as the most ambitious, low-budget supernatural teen drama on television, so with that compounded by the loss of their most popular and talented player, 6B's shortcomings start to make a lot more sense. The cast really rallied around him. Tyler Posey spoke about the whole thing on the season 6 red carpet. O'Brien still struggles with the trauma he incurred from the accident, telling Deadline in 2020,
"It was a concoction of shit. I had a rough and long road back from that, probably more than people realize. It was a very private and personal thing for me. I was going through that shit for a long time. I was fighting it for a while and freaking out when I felt so fucking broken. I had to accept that and sink into it."
He's thankfully still acting, although he does seem to be a bit pickier about the roles he's accepting at this point in his career. From roles like Bumblebee and Gay in Weird City to Joel Dawson in Love and Monsters and Jake Gyllenhaal in Taylor Swift's feature-length music video, Dylan's career is alive and arguably stronger than it's ever been. Here's a video of him playing with puppies. See? All better. It's pretty common for shows like this to have zero respect for the boundaries of life and death. One of Supernatural's longest-running jokes was the amount of times main characters die and come back to life, and the Vampire Diaries cast basically played hot potato with who got to be dead each season. So, I'm pleased to report that I was actually pleasantly surprised by the amount of gravity the showrunners of Teen Wolf treated with the subject of major character death. When Allison dies at the end of season 3, many of the main characters' stories become how do we move on from the loss of one of our closest friends. Likewise, for as haphazardly as he is characterized, Derek's one constant as a character is the burden he carries around with him regarding the deaths of his entire family, even if that loss is undercut by the existence of her. Now, with that being said, characters do have a tendency to come back to life in various loosely defined ways that teeter the line between seasons-long fake-outs and, hey, I know we killed him, but this guy was a fan favorite, so let's bring him back to drum up our viewership. Peter is burned alive and healed so many times on the show that by the time of his final immolation in season 6, the mains don't really have a reaction beyond, hey, I remember you. Also, I'm pretty sure it was fair to assume that Kate was dead after Peter ripped her throat out and her entire family gave her a grand send-off. So while the whole they buried an empty casket, she's still alive reveal at the end of season 3 was cool and all, it didn't really vibe with the story that they had written. Other characters ostensibly come back to life as well. Dr. Valak, although not confirmed KIA by the Dread Doctors, does make use of glamoring magic to disguise himself as Tyler Posey's dad. Jackson, in contrast, is resurrected twice. The first time, he entered a coma-like state as his Kanima form began to evolve. And the second time, he came back as a werewolf, only to be immediately shipped overseas by his adopted father. Even Scott got the Max Revive treatment after being resuscitated by his totally not a doctor mom. Liam went berserk on him after blaming him for the imminent death of his dumb girlfriend, an act for which he never apologized, by the way. The most notorious examples of resurrection on the show, however, come courtesy of my king, Daddy Theo, who uses the Nazi's life serum to bring back Chimera's Tracy, Josh, Corey, and Hayden in a scene that, while dreadfully ill-explained within the text, still ultimately owns as a season-ending cliffhanger anyways. The Dread Doctors' whole thing is that they were working to revive Labette, a goal which they ultimately achieved, so as ridiculous as their Nazi life elixir is as a plot device, it works for the characters. The revived Chimeras become his own makeshift pack, and they go around being knockoff Isaacs and Ericas for the remainder of 5B until Corey and Hayden have misgivings about doing evil. Josh and Tracy, however, are killed by Theo in order to take their power, because strength in numbers be damned. He's a lone wolf. I mean coyote. I mean daddy. what? The topic of a cure for lycanthropy comes up a couple of times over the course of the show's 6 seasons, with increasingly diminishing returns each time. The question of a cure is first brought up by Scott to Derek as a hypothetical, where Derek reveals that he may have heard of one, but it's probably fake, and he's probably stuck like this forever. Wops. The story goes that if a beta kills the alpha that turned them, the Lycan curse will be broken and they can return to their human life. This is, not true. If a beta kills their alpha, they become the alpha. We see this in action with the Alpha Pack, as well as the time when Leo almost killed Scott in order to steal his power and save Hayden. So it's likely that this was just Derek's way of manipulating Scott into working for him until he was able to kill Peter himself. Scott brings up the idea of the cure again at the end of season 2, this time as a last-ditch attempt to save his relationship with Allison, which by now they both had come to understand wasn't going to work out. She rejects him, and the most we get after this is a brief allusion to an old myth by Peter that calling out a werewolf's Christian name will revert it back to its human form. This is, of course, all preamble for the real main focus of this section. Teen Wolf: Search for a Cure, presented by AT&T. A mini-series consisting of 6 micro-episodes, all of which are still viewable on AT&T's Facebook page. This was an officially licensed Teen Wolf tie-in web series, written and directed by MTV's own Jeff Davis. The series centers around Scott and Stiles as they, you guessed it, search for a cure. It's set sometime in season 1 and focuses primarily on the conflict between these 2 teenage boys and this disgraced medical doctor played by, guess who? Tyler Posey's dad. This was around the time that all the cool shows were doing social media tie-ins centered around their most popular characters. And by all the cool shows, I do mean Degrassi. This show aired on Facebook, which I understand was a popular platform at the time. And the thing can be viewed in its entirety in a fan re-upload. It's cute, and it features some fun interactions between the boys, so it's certainly worth a watch if you're really clamoring for more werewolfy content these days. It features the first mention of Omega werewolves in any canon material, which is kinda neat. And there is a bit of foreshadowing for season 2 here, what with the cutting in half and all. The ultimate answer Tyler Posey's dad comes to, however, is that there is no cure beyond a quick slice to the abdomen, so Scott is likely to stay a werewolf so long as he shall live. Season 2 featured another promotional tie-in event. This one, titled Teen Wolf: The Hunt, was an online interactive experience that unfortunately is no longer available in any playable capacity. Users would go to MTV's website where they could see all of the characters' profiles and interact with them on a weekly basis in order to unveil clues and solve mysteries. Players would receive in-character video messages from the cast pertaining to whatever ARG shit they were getting up to at that time, and it all had a very EMH feel to it. Stiles and Lydia had videos, and there was even a conversation with Miss Morell intended to provide some insight into the monster of the season. I loved this stuff when I was a kid, and I really missed this sort of online immersive tie-in stuff with shows that are airing now. Do you remember how after every episode of iCarly you could log on to iCarly.com and check out behind-the-scenes footage and online exclusives with all the side characters? Unfortunately, none of these videos are available today either, with most of the links being taken down from YouTube by the copyright holders. That's so lame. You know, you spend all this time creating this immersive online experience, and then when people want to engage with it years later, you take it down because it's no longer profitable to you? All these events were sponsored, so I'm sure there's plenty of bureaucratic reasons as to why these little online tie-ins are no longer available for public consumption, but I still get to think it's lame and be annoyed by it, because it is lame and I am indeed annoyed by it. MTV has a bad habit of taking their original programming and injecting it with pretty intrusive dance music. Scenes that are supposed to be fun power plays between 2 rivals or dramatic face-offs in the heat of battle become, more than anything, distracting slow-mo fests with some ab shots thrown in for good measure. Like, look at this scene. The first time I watched this on the TV at home, I wasn't really paying much mind to the volume, prompting my dad to yell at me for being a terrible son. And this isn't a problem specific to Teen Wolf or even MTV. The CW has the same issue, just replace the generic dance music with overly wordy pop songs. That being said, MTV does this all the time. Just look at shows like Skins US or the first season of Scream. Hell, it's even there in Faking It, the best scripted MTV production, don't at me, it just is. That being said, the issue is certainly more pronounced here. And when they stray from the dance music to try their hand at original scoring, it's mostly just generic strings and brass with a few anthemic drum beats thrown in for good measure. Very knockoff Hans Zimmer as performed by a high school orchestra. Now, I'm not exactly a musician. I own a banjo and I've been singing for most of my life, but I'm not really much of a music guy. However, I would like to give compliments where they're due. The best and most iconic track from the show is the main title theme, which plays at the beginning of every episode and gets you properly amped for all the guns and witty dialogue the episode has in store for you. I also really like the fact that they tried their hand at musical leitmotifs, even if the results are mixed. Whichever way you slice it, the best and most iconic sound from the show remains the title theme. Fitting, seeing as how the attached sequence is probably the best thing about the entire series. It's such a good intro, guys. Come on. Name one intro as good as this. And don't say The Adventures of Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius, because that one just goes without saying.
3, 2, 1.
Got a blast!
Ooh, let's try it the other way around. Aha, music is so fun. Introduced in Season 3 and remaining an irritatingly frequent locale throughout the rest of the series, Arkham House is an insane asylum located on the outskirts of Beacon Hills. Didn't have those where I grew up. I assume Jeff Davis got the idea for it after watching Season 2 of American Horror Story and got jealous that there wasn't enough crazy people on his show, because he's certainly never been to a real mental institution before. I know that because, in preparation for this video, I showed the episode in which Arkham House first appears to my friend Bailey, who, for the purposes of this video, I've been okay to disclose has spent some time in California mental hospitals. Their expertise informs a lot of this section, so indulge me, if you will, as I clear up what things, as depicted in the show, are and are not accurate to most real-world mental hospitals in the state of California. Number one, right out of the gate, most mental hospitals look a lot more like regular buildings and hospitals than they do Gothic cathedrals. I assume the location scouts chose this depiction for its aesthetic similarities to common cultural depictions of mental hospitals, particularly those in horror or horror-adjacent media. Briarcliff Manor and Batman's Arkham Asylum are the two that immediately come to mind, but this aesthetic depiction has been in vogue since the early 1900s, when hospitals actually looked like that and not like, you know, hospitals. Number two, patients are never just left in wheelchairs in the middle of the hallway. Patients are always accounted for and attended to by hospital staff, particularly those with disabilities so crippling they require a wheelchair. This is also the reason why, number three, Styles receiving multiple blankets is complete nonsense. Switching gears, the 72-hour initial hold is correct. This gives patients time to get acclimated and physicians time to get to know their patients. It also affords staff the ability to factor additional patient care into their routine. What is incorrect, however, number four, patients are generally allowed phone calls within those first 72 hours, and not just in case of emergency. Personal phone calls are time regulated, but they are allowed and monitored by staff. This leads us to number 5. While checking into the hospital, it's true that you are to remove your shoelaces. However, there's also a strip search involved in the checking in process to make sure you aren't sneaking in contraband, as well as to inspect the body for any wounds or scars that might indicate something important for them to note down. I assume they skipped this part because Dylan O'Brien wasn't comfortable being naked on camera, aka the same reason Styles never takes his shirt off on the show. Number 6, beds do have restraints, but they don't have headboards. Number 7, patients are not allowed to casually roam around outside, even in terrace-like locales like the courtyard, and they're definitely not allowed to roam unsupervised within view of the faculty's primary entrance and front gate. This is further exacerbated by, number 9, suicides are not all that common and are generally followed by stricter monitoring and fewer privileges in common areas. Protocol this casual, particularly after a suicide, is practically unheard of, especially in an institution as seemingly well-funded as this. Number 10, all pills are regulated. This little stunt Morale pulls would most likely get her fired and stripped of her medical license. That may be why she never appears in the show again. Number 11, showers are private. This looks more like a locker room at CenturyLink Field than anything you'd find in a hospital. Number 12, yes, the scene where Styles is sedated is accurate, but it should have come sooner. Specifically, both he and Malia should have been sedated after their encounter on the terrace. The sedative and mechanism of delivery used, however, are both entirely accurate. This is called booty juicing, and the active agent in the sedative, Haldol, is incredibly controversial in the medical field, both medically and on the ethical justifications, given its widespread use on children in these kinds of institutions. Number 13, solitary should be padded, lest Styles try to crack open his head like poor B.D. Wong in Bird Box. Finally, and this is probably the most important point of them all, number 14. As a minor, you cannot just check yourself out. It's implied in the show that Malia committed herself to Arkham House after struggling to reacclimate to human life, which is also not how it works. Adults have to sign off on your stay, and most minors are committed against their will. As such, your parent or guardian must be present when you sign out of the hospital, so Malia's signing herself out and walking out of the show until the finale is probably the least realistic thing in a season where Styles gets possessed by an ancient Japanese demon, and Kira sucks electricity up into her hands to save Isaac from being zapped to death in a puddle of electricity. Like most horror media, particularly that designed for YA audiences, Teen Wolf's depiction of its mental hospital is woefully unrealistic. Now, I'm not going to be one of those pedantic, actual person in this profession tells you why this thing is bad because it depicts their job wrong people that have become so popular on this platform. Like I said, most of this comes from my friend Bailey, who, again, has spent a not inconsiderable amount of time in these California institutions. I'm just interested in this because not only does it fall in line with the general pop culture trend of villainizing these institutions to a cartoonish degree, but it seems to actively chase that trend in order to tell its story. And that's so interesting to me because it reminds me of a thought I had watching 3B as a whole. With many of these storylines, it feels like Jeff Davis just watched a documentary and on a whim decided to work its subject into his story. Only here it wasn't a documentary that he watched, but a horror movie centered around a tired trope that on its own wasn't all that accurate of a depiction to begin with. I'm not going to sit here and imply that these kinds of stories are the primary reason why there's such a stigma around mental illness in the institutions that treat it, but I'm also not going to absolve these shows and movies of any and all responsibility to the subjects they portray. And Asylum is excellent, don't get me wrong. I'm just a little worn out by the villainous insane asylum being used as a backdrop for completely unrelated stories. These are real institutions with real institutional problems, and while shows like Teen Wolf pay lip service to those problems, what with the abusive staff and the rampant drugging of teenagers, they don't have much to say about healthcare or the issues that keep the people that rely on these institutions in danger. Most of the kids in mental hospitals are not dangerous, impressionable monsters just waiting to be manipulated into committing horrible acts, nor are they mass murderers responsible for the deaths of all of their classmates. Most of them are simply very young people with serious problems with depression and anxiety. Funnily enough, the blossoming romance between Styles and Malia is probably the most accurate thing in the whole episode. Hospital romances are a thing, and are, in fact, pretty common when dealing with young people. Just a bunch of hormonal teenagers stuck socializing together with no other romantic or sexual outlets. It's like a showman's, but without the, show And as weird as it is that they lost their virginities to each other in the basement while digging through case files on torture victims, as well as the plot-propelling post-nut clarity experienced by Malia seconds after being penetrated, I'm rooting for them. God, I love these two crazy kids, so to speak. Alright, time for some heavy shit. 6B in particular seems to take a lot of cues from the X-Men line of comic books, the most notable of which being turning the story into a supernatural allegory for the horrors of racism and the way that political scapegoating destroys communities. Yeah, remember that thing I talked about where Jeff Davis will just sort of watch a documentary and decide that that's what his show is about now? Well, someone must have spent some time perusing the BLM section on Netflix, because 6B is all about how, as werewolves and werewolf adjacents, the cast are actually in-universe racial minorities, and the hunters are actually Klansmen. Now, on its face, there's nothing inherently wrong with telling a story about real-world prejudices using fictitious elements. For all their faults, I do have to give the original X-Men comics some credit for managing to tell a story ostensibly about racism at a time of extremely heightened racial tensions in the United States. Likewise, the way the Wachowski sisters were able to weave a narrative about trans identity into their Matrix films at a time when trans people were only ever portrayed as either helpless victims or vomit-inducing monsters was revolutionary, and trans readings of the Matrix prevail to this day in most discourse settings. As for the way this show goes about portraying its race allegory, I have some notes. Early on in 6B, we're introduced to Tamora Monroe, the new guidance counselor, and why are we still in high school? Didn't 90% of the cast graduate and get into all their top schools? Instantly we know something's up with Monroe, from the way she interrogates Liam and Mason to the way she stirs up dissent within our boy No Thoughts Nolan over here. However, it's not until she finds herself face to face with a Hellhound that we find out what her deal really is. This guy's name, by the way, is Halwyn, and I have to suspect he was supposed to be a bigger character than he ultimately was, given the amount of preamble his character got in the marketing for this season. So, Monroe's a new hunter, and she spends most of the season stirring up dissent among the townsfolk like she's Gaston and it's the third act of Beauty and the Beast. She's actually kind of playing on easy mode here because the monster of the season's whole deal is that it causes extreme amounts of fear and paranoia to set in wherever it goes. So it's implied that without its influence, the town wouldn't have been so easily duped into falling for her anti-werewolf racism. The whole crux of this conflict is that people have, in fact, been noticing all the weird supernatural shit that's been going on, and they're starting to get a little spooked, see? Monroe herself was not driven to becoming a hunter until that incident on the bus with Labette, and she uses these spooky events to drum up support for her cause, which, again, is basically the in-universe equivalent of ethnic cleansing.
When tectonic plates are crushing together with enormous force, one of two things can happen. Either you release the pressure with a series of small quakes, or you get one devastating quake that levels an entire city.
Okay, Grandma, it's time for your medicine. The allegory starts to really reveal itself during this scene where two of Liam's classmates start beating the shit out of him, and he has to physically stop himself from fighting back, lest they see him as anything other than a perfectly polite second-class citizen and use that as an excuse to persecute him and his friends further. Because, hey, racism is wrong, but you don't want to play into stereotypes now, do you? After all, that's just proving their completely baseless and defamatory assumptions about you and all of your friends right, which is totally your burden to bear, you 16-year-old child. Liam even bequeaths his position as captain of the lacrosse team onto Nolan after the team excommunicates him for being a werewolf. Not exactly how it went down in the movie, but alright. Lydia confronts Monroe in the principal's office early on to try and negotiate a peaceful coexistence, to which Monroe refuses, telling her that the world ain't big enough for the two of them, pard. Assume that's how she sounds in her head. Lydia makes a comment about highlighting differences being where coexistence breaks down, which Okay, so if we're tracking the allegory here, Monroe, a black woman and werewolf hunter, is figuratively racist against Lydia, a white woman who has a cachet of supernatural abilities at her disposal. If the basis of Monroe's argument is that supernatural beings haven't earned their power through any remarkable acts of selflessness or heroism, which in this case is wrong, by the way, then wouldn't that make her the fictional oppressed class here? So within the realm of the allegory, this is like reverse racism, a thing that doesn't exist in the real world. That's how she is justifying it to herself anyways. They have more power than me, and they're more dangerous, so I need to bring them down. The gang ends up cornered in the police station of all places, because that's totally where real-world racial minorities retreat to feel protected from those who would do them harm. Monroe's forces gather outside because they're convinced that two of the minority children weren't taking their oppression respectfully, prompting the sheriff of the police station to refer to the militia run by the black woman that's been targeting mostly white children and young adults as a lynch mob.
If you think it's fair to hand 2 kids over to a lynch mob, this is going to be a pretty short conversation.
You can't make this shit up. The writers were really proud of that line too, so much so that they used it again in the Last Time on Teen Wolf recap. Eventually, the hunters catch up with the children and assassinate them in the back of a truck, and the show just moves on, hoping that no one would see through their flimsy and deeply flawed attempt at a race allegory. But I saw it, so you have to see it too. I have to assume the lack of thought put into the construction of this ill-conceived allegory was, at least in part, a consequence of the season's restructuring in the wake of Dylan O'Brien's injury. They had a plan for how the season would go, only to have to redo everything once they got word of the loss of their most popular player. It actually reminds me a lot of Glee Season 5, how Corey Monteith's death completely derailed every plan they'd had set for the season, whether directly or indirectly, leading to characters being hastily rewritten or written out entirely, and ultimately contributing it to becoming the worst season in the show's history. With that being said, absolutely no one was holding a gun to these guys' heads and forcing them to make their final season about how if minorities don't want to become the targets of racial violence, all they have to do is bow their heads and take their beatings on the chin. And they definitely didn't have to make the face of that violence a black woman who A, hadn't ever appeared in the series before, and B, had nothing to do with previous Hunter storylines. Even the sections where characters plead for peace ring wildly tone deaf. Yes, highlighting differences can deepen rifts between communities, but they are also important to recognize in the fight for equality and social justice. And in a season where the moral of the story is essentially bigotry will eventually go away if you just take it like a sponge and never stand up for yourself or play into harmful stereotypes, Monroe's eventual ascension to God Queen of the Anti-Supernatural Racism Brigade brings particularly insulting and tone deaf. The primary philosophy of anti-fascism is that the existential threat of fascism and bigotry is so great that extreme direct action, even violence, are justified when used against someone whose ultimate goal is to see you dead. If Monroe had stopped what she was doing and told all of her men to stand down and never bother Scott and his friends again, Scott would have left her alone. He made it clear on numerous occasions that violence was the last thing he wanted. However, if Scott and his friends had stopped what they were doing, stopped appeasing, stopped defending themselves, Monroe and her gang would have killed them. That is the cold, hard truth of the conflict between fascism and anti-fascism. If a fascist stops being fascist, the conflict is over and everyone can go home. However, there is nothing that the targets of fascism can do to placate their aggression short of ceasing to exist. As we've established, there is no cure for lycanthropy. Dr. Fenris himself said that death cures all ailments, and that is the philosophy adopted by the Hunters, as showcased during Gerard's war on werewolves in Season 2. Where Teen Wolf goes wrong is not that it dares to portray these issues using a supernatural allegory, or even that the faces of said allegory are horribly mismatched when taken and placed in a real-world scenario. The problem is that in the conflict of racism versus non-racism, the show takes a hard-line stance on using violence as a tool of the oppressed to combat their oppression, which reveals the writer's ignorance when these issues come to a head. Scott's no-kill rule is seen as noble, and in a sense it is, but that rule becomes actively obstructive when translated to scenes where Liam is being brutalized by his peers for something that is completely out of his control. When you have scenes like this, and the moral of the story is good for you for proving that you're not one of the bad ones, it reveals not only a deep stupidity on the part of the writers, but it calls into question their own views of real-world marginalized people. There's also a real danger in telling these allegorical stories using a predator-prey dynamic. Portraying the humans as oppressors and the werewolves as the oppressed when, for all of their saving the day, they have caused a lot of damage to the Beacon Hills community and disrupted countless lives along the way, it calls to mind the question of, hey, maybe these oppressors have a point, actually? It's like in Zootopia, the predators are not only dangerous, they're dangerous by nature, so Officer Judy Hopps, ACAB, carrying around fox repellent when dealing with a criminal that's turning all of the predators feral is, unfortunately, the safest thing she can do for herself, especially when her partner is himself a predator. What this does is complicates the allegory because it implies that real-world minorities are, in fact, dangerous predators by nature, and only a handful of good ones are worthy of your protection, Officer Hopps. I don't have to explain why this is bad, right? These things front as progressive, anti-racist stories about overcoming adversity and striving to create a better world, while simultaneously playing into and validating the same bigoted attitudes they pretend to be against. Teen Wolf and Zootopia are both absolute nonsense because the only way they could manage to tell a story about racism involved painting non-white people as dangerous animals who are one misstep away from killing everyone in sight. Add on to that everything we've already discussed, and yeah, I definitely take issue with the way this show handles the issue of bigotry. Not only does it have nothing constructive to add to the ongoing real-world conversations around these topics, but what it does say is so bass-ackwards that it ultimately ends up reinforcing the sentiments it claims to be challenging. Then there's the way they handle Native American issues. Oh boy. Bottoms up. Yeah, I wanted like a glass of wine or something for this section, but cards on the table, it's like 2 in the morning, and this is the only thing I had in my fridge. Introduced in Season 4 as a set of minor antagonists are the Wendigos, supernatural shapeshifters from Indigenous mythology that, in the show, are portrayed as having pure white eyes and bottomless stomachs that they fill by cannibalizing other humans with their rows of razor-sharp teeth. As relatively minor characters, no Wendigo character lasts for more than 1 episode, with the first one we meet, a teenager named Sean Walcott, killed by the Mute after a brief fight in the hospital. These guys have a secret meat locker under their house where they store all their dead bodies, but they aren't ever given enough time for their lore to be explored in depth. Wendigos, in reality, are staples of Algonquin folklore, with the Wendigo motif showing up in stories and rituals from the Ojibwe, the Cree, the Saulteaux, and many other tribes and bands from around the Great Lakes region of the US and Canada. In these stories, Wendigos are humanoid beasts with ice-cold hearts that prowl the winter woods on the hunt for their next victim. Wendigos are malevolent cannibals who, in some stories, were once human themselves, and every time they consume someone, they grow in proportion, causing them to be perpetually hungry. Wrote Anishinaabe scholar Basil H. Johnston in his book The Manitus, The Supernatural World of the Ojibwe. I really hope I'm pronouncing that right. I'm so sorry, I couldn't find a pronunciation guide anywhere on the internet.
The Wendigo was gaunt to the point of emaciation, its desiccated skin pulled tightly over its bones. With its bones pushing out against its skin, its complexion the ash gray of death, and its eyes pushed back deep into their sockets, the Wendigo looked like a gaunt skeleton recently disinterred from the grave. What lips it had were tattered and bloody, unclean and suffering from separation of the flesh. The Wendigo gave off a strange and eerie odor of decay and decomposition, of death and corruption.
They are associated with winter, famine, starvation, and they are often interpreted by Indigenous scholars as metaphors for the concepts of greed and gluttony, as well as the taboo of cannibalism itself. Some tribes, in great times of stress and famine, would perform a satirical dance known as again, couldn't find a pronunciation guide, not going to try to butcher it, intended to reinforce the Wendigo motif and encourage tribe members to take seriously the taboo of cannibalism. Performers would wear masks and dance backwards around a drum, and it's still performed sometimes in reservations around the Great Lakes. What the writers of Teen Wolf have done here is extract an Indigenous motif from its cultural context and place it in their story, again, without anything to say about its cultural or thematic significance. And this is nothing new, nor is it the highest profile case of this sort of narrative butchering. Just this past year, we saw the release of Antlers, a film set in Oregon about a family who gets infected and subsequently destroyed by the Wendigo. Like it's the plague. The creature's titular body parts are also wildly inaccurate, and fall more so in line with common colonial European interpretations of the myth, drawing in part from their comparisons of it to their own werewolf stories. Supernatural does the same thing, only worse and with Cory Monteith. Oh hey, he's playing Metroid Prime Hunters, nice. But like I said, they're not that important to the story. They're in like 2 episodes, and they never serve any real plot significance beyond setting up Scott's turning of Liam or earning Seth Gilliam his paycheck. However, the Wendigos were not Jeffy Boy's last attempt at mining Indigenous folklore for storylines. Enter the Skinwalkers, a band of shape-shifting women living in the outskirts of the Navajo Nation in New Mexico. Navajo people generally don't disclose much information about Skinwalkers or any stories about them, so much of the lore included in the show is entirely made up. In traditional Navajo stories, Skinwalkers are treated as wholly separate entities from most medicine men and women, forsaking Navajo values and customs for dark magic and witchcraft. As such, they are generally portrayed as explicitly malevolent entities who have the unique ability to disguise themselves as animals. In fact, the Navajo term for skinwalkers is most commonly translated as, by means of it, it goes on all fours. Contrast this with how the skinwalkers are portrayed on the show. They are shapeshifters, yes, but they are not portrayed as remarkably malicious or deceptive, nor are they ever seen in animal form. Initially, Kira, who is undergoing major issues with her Fox Daddy spirit guardian, is wary of the skinwalkers, who seem to be, more than anything, generally annoyed by her presence and ambivalent to her plight. Her mom hits her with the old "you're not so different from them" speech, and the 4 hit it off until they try to make good on their deal and the boys have to nope them the fuck out of there. Eventually they come back and the 3 take her and disappear in a gust of sand. She never reappears, so I guess it's implied that she's one of them now. Season 5 really tested my patience, and it's not super clear what happens to her in the end. There's a lot to unpack with the Skinwalkers. From the way they are othered from practically every other supernatural entity in the show, to the way their role as holistic healers and spiritual guides slides them right into the magical native trope. Unlike almost every other party on the show, the Skinwalkers are not given the dignity of being named, nor are they developed beyond the stoic shiprock warriors we meet them as. And as the only depictions of Native American people in a show set in California, there's a lot to be improved upon here. Despite seemingly being fully autonomous people with their own goals and motivations, the Skinwalkers are written to be no more complex than the mindless Oni and Berserkers of seasons past. There's also an uncomfortable mysticism around them that I don't really want to get into because this conversation is incredibly complex, and I don't want to risk making these criticisms wrong on behalf of people who are more in tune with these issues than I am. That being said, I'd like to share a quote from Adrian Keene, a Cherokee writer and academic who wrote about another popular depiction of the Skinwalkers in a blog post titled "Magic in North America Part 1. Ugh. Wrote Keene,
"What happens when Rowling pulls this in is we, as Native people, are now opened up to a barrage of questions about these beliefs and traditions. But these things are not things that need or should be discussed by outsiders at all. I'm sorry if that seems unfair, but that's how our cultures survive."
She continues,
"My Twitter mentions have been exploding nonstop all day with the typical accusations of my oversensitivity and asking if I understand that Harry Potter is fictional, and more directed hate telling me my doctorate is being misused and I'm an idiot. In addition are the crew who would love to know the real history of these concepts. Again, not for you to know. Or are so grateful that J.K. Rowling is introducing them to these ideas for the first time. This is not the way to learn about or be introduced to contemporary and living Native cultures. Not at all.
It's true that many Native people are generally reluctant to disclose information about cultural institutions to foreigners. And a big part of that, as Keene writes, is a survival mechanism developed after years of abuse and genocide at the hands of European colonizers. As such, it's actually rather inappropriate for Jeff Davis and his team to include the Skinwalkers in their story at all, because, in Keene's words, it opens actual Native people who, by the way, still exist and have existed for a very long time, up to interrogation about their cultures and traditions, reinforcing the colonialist idea that non-Native people are entitled to this information. The fact is, no one outside of the Navajo Nation is entitled to any more information about their culture or traditions than they are willing to give you, which, as it turns out, is not very much. And you'd better believe that after centuries of abuse and ethnic cleansing at the hands of the American government, the people of the Navajo Nation have every right to refuse access to this information for any reason. What Jeff Davis and his team have done by including the Skinwalkers of Shiprock in his story is opened up the people of the Navajo Nation to interrogation and entitlement from non-Native people. And all so they could have a plausible explanation to write out the only woman of color in their main cast. But their mishandling of non-white issues, particularly as they pertain to Asian women, do not end here, because it's time to talk about... After a long discussion about racism as it exists and manifests within popular media, it's probably best to take a breather and discuss something a bit lighter. Oh, what's that? Who could be calling at such a late hour of the night? Why, it's Mr. Bones, the anti-racist skeleton man. And what's this here in Mr. Bones' ribcage? Why, it's the perfect thing we need to follow up a conversation about racism. It's more racism. Only this time it's a period piece, so you know it was made with the best of intentions. So, late in 3B, Kira's mom gives her whole spiel about her backstory as a 900-year-old kitsune. 900 years old, and the time in her life the show decides to zero in on is California circa 1943, an era referred to by historians as... Bad things were afoot, to say the least. Noshiko, Kira's mom, was imprisoned at the fictitious Oak Creek internment camp, where she fell in love with a white soldier named Corporal Reese. Yeah. It's not made explicit whether they met sometime prior to the mass internment of Asian Americans and just so happened to fall on these sides of the fence, or whether they met and fall in love while he, acting on behalf of the US government, was busy holding her captive. Either way, truly a love story for the ages, right up there with Where Hands Touch on the what the fuck who approved this rating scale. Worse too is the fact that the movie depicts the internment camp in a very Life is Beautiful-esque happy-go-lucky way because, once again, Jeff Davis wants us to know that he's seen movies too, you guys, and it all just rings incredibly tone deaf. Noshiko's out here stealing chocolate and baseballs and hiding them under the communal bunk beds, lest they be found and taken away by the handsome MPs who are just following orders, you guys. Corporal Reese, and the flashbacks in general, are all here to depict the Nogitsune's backstory, as it was summoned in a fit of rage by Noshiko to get revenge on the soldiers who murdered her entire community. Satomi basically set him on fire. A riot broke out and the MPs opened fire, and the whole situation, including the camp's existence, was covered up by the federal government. She ended up defeating the Nogitsune in single combat when it came down to it and imprisoned it in a jar, which she then buried under the Nemeton. It's actually a very well done scene, one that I like a lot. I'm not going to comment too hard on the speaking generously well-intentioned depiction of Japanese internment camps here, because while I did grow up in Washington State and studied this topic pretty extensively in school, I'm A, very white, and B, no authority on this subject from an academic standpoint. However, I do think it's interesting that the show introduced Kira and her family in order to set up a story that ostensibly revolved around and was driven by our favorite sad white boy Dylan O'Brien, only to completely sideline them in the narrative once the evil was defeated. Arden Cho has spoken very candidly on her YouTube channel about how she was treated by the writing team in seasons 4 and 5, as well as the months leading up to season 6 and her subsequent release from contract. And it's very fair to criticize the discrepancies in the way Arden was treated in relation to someone like Shelley Hennig, whose character had even less narrative importance and yet was pushed harder and harder by the creative team as one of the new faces of the show. Either way, the fact remains that Kira was one of 3 principal cast members of color in the show's history, and the only one of Asian descent. So while I applaud Jeff Davis and his team for taking a stab at an under-discussed issue like World War II-era Japanese-American internment camps, the way they did it was ultimately just hollow fluff on a story about a dark, twisted white boy at best, and sloppy and tone-deaf at worst. A fact only worsened by the real-world treatment of their only other principal cast member of color at the time, who wasn't the title character. Throughout the show, themes of class are a pretty constant background presence. Early on in season 1, there's this implication that part of the reason Allison's parents don't approve of her dating Scott is the fact that he comes from a low-income home, a fact one wouldn't really guess just by looking at his house. Scott's mom is a nurse at the local hospital where she frequently works long nights pulling double shifts in order to make ends meet. Contrast this with Allison's parents, who made their millions selling firearms to law enforcement. The families first meet after a series of high-stress PTA meetings where both kids fail to appear, so someone of sound mind could write off Chris's incredulous response to Melissa's polite approach as his frustration revealing his underlying elitism. Themes of class and money become much more explicit in season 4, when the writers decide to finally investigate how Melissa is paying for her and her son to live in their beautiful 2-story home in suburban California. The answer, she hasn't been. 3 months late on the bills, Scott ponders stealing money from the wealth-hoarding Peter to help his mom pay off their debt. See, Scott here got the money from Garrett's locker, who, if you'll remember from the Rogues Gallery, was working with Violet to win money in the Deadpool.
I'm only half-hearted till I'm with you.
So here Scott is in an actual moral dilemma. Does he commit a selfish act by taking Peter's money, in turn helping his mother and alleviating the stress of supporting a child on her own? Or does he return the money to its owner, who's apparently broke without his bearer bonds, thereby allowing the financial burden on his mother to remain exactly as it was? Which act, stealing Peter's money or keeping his conscience clean, is more selfish? It's legitimately the most interesting decision they give Scott to make, which is why this storyline's conclusion is so disappointing. Rather than allowing Scott to make a morally ambiguous decision, thereby forcing him to stand beside his actions and own up to the consequences, Melissa finds the bag and tells him he needs to give it back to Peter, taking the decision entirely out of his hands. God, see? This is what I'm talking about. The minute they start building story momentum with their lead character, they get cold feet and back off, returning to the safety of what H. Bomber Guy refers to as coincidence-driven storytelling. Scott's mom happens to find the bag while cleaning his room, taking the decision to show it to her out of his hands, and the subplot about their financial struggles is quietly dropped once Scott returns the money to Peter, rendering the entire thing completely pointless. Stiles' family's money problems are a bit more interesting, if not because their resolution is mostly realistic. Stiles' dad works a government job making a government salary, so when Stiles suddenly has all these medical expenses from his demon brain MRI and his stay at Arkham House, his dad suddenly has to bear the burden of all these unexpected bills. The resolution here is that, in light of abusive orderly Brunsky's attempted murder of Stiles and Lydia, Arkham House agrees to compensate Stiles' dad for his son's stay. Given the quality of care provided at Arkham House, one is left to assume that the apparently astronomical bill is meant to cover facilities rather than treatment. Once Stiles' dad gets the memo that the bill is being dropped, he opts to use the money set aside to pay it to take Stiles and Malia out to dinner, leading to one of my favorite exchanges on the show.
Malia, what's your favorite food?
Deer. Pizza. She likes pizza.
Most of the popular kids at Beacon Hills High seem to come from affluent families. Jackson drives a Porsche, Lydia and Allison live in McMansions and later penthouse apartments, and Danny writes his own code, a very high-level skill that one would assume would only be made accessible to an interested teenager via a very expensive curriculum or tutor. Likewise, Liam's stepdad is a big-shot doctor, and Mason's parents bought him a beautiful new car for his birthday while enabling him to maintain a 5.0 GPA. This isn't Gossip Girl, but these kids definitely come from a lot of economic privilege, so using class as a subtle way to alienate lower-income students like Scott, Stiles, and even Corey from their peers is a great way to drum up drama between them. Whereas The Vampire Diaries was a bit ham-fisted in making Matt and Vicky the only poor people in town, I feel Teen Wolf manages to thread the needle in a way that is mostly satisfying to the senses. I'm gonna be a greedy bottom once again here when I say that all I want is more. Lean into that subtle storytelling, Jeff. Use it to motivate Scott's actions when he first gets his werewolf powers and starts peacocking. You don't need to go all in on the hunters and the alpha in the first episode. Use the kids' economic situations to drum up drama and motivate their actions in relation to each other, then introduce the more existential elements at play here. It's good to have both internal and external motivations for your story, because without them, everything starts to feel a bit lopsided. Sure, what we have is entertaining, but imagine how much better it could have been if Scott was allowed the agency to breathe and motivate his actions himself, taking initiative rather than responding to all the things happening around him. It's the Scott problem all the way down with this show, and it's one I really hope they try to rectify in the movie, because what we have now is only really a story in the technical sense. While the plot itself is motivated, the main character isn't, and the story, as told from his perspective, suffers as a result.
I think the king should finish his last race.
When they're not stumbling their way through the epic highs and lows of vigilante racism, most of 6B revolves around our heroes attempting to solve the mystery of the Anukkite, an amalgam of Lakota myths about the Inagate and the Anpo. In the text, the Anukkite was captured by the Ghost Riders in the Wild Hunt, and was unleashed when the gang saved Beacon Hills and redirected the spirit train to presumably the next town up the road. The Anukkite first manifests as a swarm of either scarabs or spiders, before then taking over a host body and leaving behind an empty husk devoid of all DNA and instilling an overwhelming sense of dread and panic in all who come near. This part of the show is actually really fun, especially if you've been drinking, because the show is working so hard to make this faceless body seem scary when in reality it looks much more like a crash dummy covered in kimchi than anything particularly spooky. And the actors really earn their paychecks drumming up the fear responses here. I'm ready to cast Melissa Ponzio in anything after the scene where she has to take a sample from it. The camera work and sound design are also really good here too, just A+ for everyone except the person who decided to center the last season around this damn thing. The Anukkite goes from person to person, wiping out Satomi and her pack off screen, as well as the hippies that excommunicated Scott's AP Bio teacher. Eventually, it settles on the forms of a lacrosse player and the teacher's daughter, before merging together in a blood duel that ultimately ends in the deaths of both hosts. Its final form gives it purple eyes and all kinds of scary, evil, supernatural powers. It's basically Medusa. My man can turn people to stone, he can summon swarms of bugs, he can make you see your greatest fears. It's great. Scott and Malia go to Deucalion to learn how to fight with their eyes closed, but they're too late and Deucalion is gunned down by Monroe's goon squad. But then Derek appears, and Stiles, who hasn't been in the show all season because of Dylan's accident, hits a dude with his Jeep before declaring,
"You think you're doing this without me, did you? Without us?"
That line was all over the promos for this episode. The fans were literally frothing at the mouth trying to get more Stiles content this season, myself included. So this moment instantly got the hype train going for the last episode. With Scott, Stiles, Lydia, Derek, Jackson, Malia, Ethan, and Peter all reunited, the gang is ready to take on the Anukkite. It all feels very classic Teen Wolf. Meanwhile, Chris tracks down Kate and Gerard and poisons her with yellow wolfsbane before allowing her to kill the old bastard, leaving them both to their inevitable deaths, and the gang corners the Anukkite at the school while Liam and Theo fight off No Thoughts Nolan and his army of dweebs at the hospital. It's around the third act that things start to fall apart, however. The Anukkite basically separates them and turns them all to stone one by one, meaning that Derek, Jackson, and Ethan's returns ultimately benefit the plot not at all, other than to satiate the appetites of the show's content-hungry fans. Derek has a moment where he sees his worst fear, and it turns out to be Miss Blake, aka the Duroc from Season 3, which is a nice callback, but remember, this is Derek Hale, the guy whose entire immediate and extended family tragically died in a house fire, instigated by the woman who was, at the time, grooming him to be her romantic and sexual partner. I think he has deeper issues than, oh, my girlfriend turned out to be the bad guy of the season. It's put a real damper on my ability to open up to people since then. Maybe they couldn't get Talia or Cora's actors back, who knows. Well, I knows, because in a post-show Facebook Q&A, Jeff Davis admitted that the finale was incredibly rushed, even by Teen Wolf standards.
Rushed. Good question. I would have loved to do a 2-hour finale, but sometimes it comes down to economics and how much the network will give you, how much airtime, but 2 hours would have been awesome.
I feel this is felt most egregiously in 3 places. 1, Malia was supposed to have a vision of the Desert Wolf, just like how Derek saw Miss Blake. This scene was meant to bring closure to her whole storyline, and there's even footage of it in one of the teasers. Ultimately, the scene was cut and Malia gets frozen in the coach's office off screen after splitting up with Scott deliberately. 2, the Anunnaki is ultimately defeated by Styles throwing mountain ash on it, causing the ash to swirl around and reflect its power back at it, killing it. This is not a property mountain ash has ever been shown to have before, but it is a logical extension of its established uses, so I'll give it a pass. However, again, Scott essentially gouging out his eyes to fight the damn thing had nothing to do with the plan to stop it. He was essentially a distraction to get it to look away while Styles, the real main character, ended up once again doing all the work. Come on, guys! So yeah, that's that. No more Anunnaki. For my third and final #rushed moment, the episode begins and ends with a very cheesy framing device set 2 years in the future, where Scott and Chris help out a teenager named Alec who's being pursued by a couple of Monroe's grunts. I don't like this because it betrays the fact that Scott, Chris, and Monroe all end up surviving their encounters with the final boss, stripping the episode proper of a lot of its suspense. So Monroe survives by just noping the fuck out at the last second, and we flash forward 2 years where we learn that Monroe is still at large and is continuing to build her militia, which now has thousands of members at this point, despite the fact that it was established that the Anunnaki's influence was what was converting people to Monroe's side in the first place. But whatever. MTV has set a deadline for us and we need to wrap this shit up. So yeah, that's the finale of Teen Wolf. Scott ended up with Malia. Ugh. Stydia turned out to be Endgame, Jackson and Ethan are living out their best lives away from all this shit in London, Chris and Melissa have the hots for each other, and Theo ended up becoming a real boy after all. It's easy to dog on the Teen Wolf finale for being about as rushed as a bathroom break on the side of the freeway, which is good for me because it's also very fun. However, I certainly can't blame the creative team for the episode's lackluster quality. They were on crunch time, and combined with Dylan's tragic accident on the Maze Runner set, what we ended up getting was probably the best case scenario, all things considered. All of the storytelling problems that plagued the show since its inception are still there, but they are, at the very least, mitigated by a fun energy and an emphasis on fan service. The last episode was also the show's 100th, which is always the episode on reserve as the love letter to the fandom. So I'm glad we got more of Lydia knocking down doors with her voice and gay Jackson and Ethan, even if it came at the cost of some low-level character resolution. I don't think anyone was really clamoring to revisit the Desert Wolf storyline anyways.
Great gowns, beautiful gowns.
The actors of Teen Wolf, for the most part, have spent the years following the show's end in relative peace. I feel like the answer for most of these teen shows when the question of where are they now comes up is just working. Just working as actors and creative people, trying to get by in an increasingly absurd world. Tyler Hoechlin and Crystal Reed have both been working pretty steadily in the realm of DC television for years now, with Hoechlin starring as Superman in the CW's series-length Man of Steel remake Superman and Lois, and Reed playing Abby Arcane in the DC Universe app Swamp Thing. #save Swamp Thing. Arden Cho is making music on her YouTube channel, and it's pretty good. Very undiscovered pop starlet, like the Gem and the Holograms movie, but better. Holland Roden, meanwhile, had her own YouTube channel, which was dedicated to documenting her and her best friend as they restored and refurbished a used van. I love that. Obviously, the biggest career to come out of Teen Wolf has to be Dylan O'Brien's. Since the end of the show and the concurrent Maze Runner series that he managed to close out in triumph, he starred in many high-profile projects playing a variety of roles. He has a few high-profile projects coming up too, such as the M. Night Shyamalan-produced The Vanishings at Caddo Lake. I don't really care for Shyamalan's films, but I guess I'll see it for Dylan. No matter what way you look at it, O'Brien's filmography is very impressive. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Tyler Posey's career trajectory as well, because it's without a doubt the most interesting of the lot. After the show's end, Posey did a few bad movies and TV shows, the most notable of which being the third season of MTV's Scream, in which he starred alongside Keke Palmer and Tyga. Then, in a plot twist so shocking it rocked the foundation of Beacon Hills itself, restoring power to the Nemeton and unleashing an army of evil fireflies, Tyler Posey made an OnlyFans. Now, I don't want to approach this from a sense of stigma or anything like that. I like porn, I watch porn, and I think it's great if anyone wants to dip their toes into the realm of adult entertainment. I just think it's an odd, funny turn of events, and I want to mention it here. Tyler Posey used to have an app where he, like so many other promising young up-and-comers at the time,
and it's basically just Instagram if the only person allowed to post on Instagram was Jeremy Renner.
I've used Instagram for a long time, and my biggest problem was like, there's too many people on here distracting me from Jeremy Renner.
would communicate directly with his fans through exclusive posts and streams to the tune of about $3 a month. I see his OnlyFans as a logical extension of that plan, where fans can pay for a premium membership to get access to, essentially, him, as well as whatever content he decides to produce, be it heartfelt coming out posts, tasteful nudes with his genitalia obscured by a guitar, or a nudes reveal as thanks for all of the support over the years. You're welcome, I guess. Thank you. In February of last year, he said in an interview just how uncomfortable his experiment on OnlyFans ultimately ended up making him, referring specifically to his distaste for posing nude in front of a camera. Either way, his most exciting upcoming project is the currently untitled Teen Wolf movie, due out on Paramount Plus sometime in 2022. Sure, I'll cover it one day. Also, I just had to mention this. Apparently, the English voice cast of Square Enix's Final Fantasy VII Remake features not one, not two, but 3 Teen Wolf alums. My beloved Cody Christian provides the voice of protagonist Cloud Strife, a role he'll presumably be hanging on to for the future, considering he hasn't been announced to return for the Teen Wolf movie.
Guess it's time for introductions. Hey, you okay in there? Coming in.
Isn't that right?
Why are you yelling?
Oh, that's right, you always have a problem.
What the hell are you doing?
Shut up!
Opposite him is Tyler Hoechlin as Daddy of Daddy's Sephiroth, who serves as the game's villain and also my father. The last cast member to make an appearance in the game is Gideon Emery, aka Deucalion, who voiced the role of Biggs. A character, I guess. I don't know, I haven't played it. I'm sorry, I don't have a PlayStation. The Teen Wolf fandom is alive and active, and with the Teen Wolf movie on the horizon, I don't see that changing anytime soon, unless it's bad. Not to say that that's what's going to happen, it seems like the project is getting the extra time and attention it needs to really be something special. But if it's anything like the show, well, here's hoping it's most in line with Season 3. I know after all this it probably sounds like I don't like this show, but I do. Remember the wise words that once were spoken.
But remember that it's both possible, and even necessary, to simultaneously enjoy media while also being critical of its more problematic or pernicious aspects.
I really love Teen Wolf. I do. I have so many great memories of watching it as a kid and falling in love with all the characters and the mythos and the setting in which it takes place. I just wish, revisiting it as an adult, that the show could have lived up to its classic scenario and iconic characters, because that's the meat of any program. I return to the show for the characters and the scenario, only to be let down time and again by the lackluster story. Perhaps I wouldn't be so hard on Scott for not driving as much of the plot as he should if the story surrounding him wasn't also lackluster. Lots of great stories have passive protagonists. Drawing a blank right now, but I'm sure there's some. However, when your title character is so unmotivated, so underdrawn, such a blank slate that any attempt within the narrative to turn him into an active protagonist either falls flat with little payoff or is taken back the minute things get complicated, the story suffers and the show is worse for it. So while it's fun and all to have cute little coffee shop AUs where Isaac writes his number on Scott's latte and they fall in love at the end, when it comes to writing television, you'd better give your lead a bit more depth than, oh, well, he really loves his friends, and he had asthma, but he doesn't anymore, and, oh, wow, okay, he's popular now. And he's a good leader, too. He just doesn't know it yet. Also, he had a dog, but then it died. Oh, and his dad abused him, but he's cool with it now. It's fine. So if after this video you're feeling unsure whether or not you'd like to dedicate 100 hours of your life to this whole ass show, take it from me that there's always going to be something to get out of this thing, even for a soulless, cold-hearted cynic like me. Hello again. Since we last spoke, there have been a couple of changes around here on my end. For one, I fucking moved. Yeah, a word of advice to anyone looking to move from one apartment to the next in the heart of New York City: treat your friends kindly. This was a nightmare. When I began working on this video in August of last year, there wasn't a whole lot of information available about the upcoming Teen Wolf movie online. However, one of the bright spots of the very long walk that was this video's production is that I've been able to follow the film's production in real time, and I have some news to report. For my sake and yours, I'm going to keep this brief. Principal photography wrapped in mid-May after about a month and a half of filming, and the project has been in post-production ever since. A mighty short turnaround for a film of this genre, especially considering it was only announced last September. We can use that short turnaround to inform us on the most important piece of news that has come out about this production since I finished working on this script. Dylan O'Brien, our beloved Styles Stilinski, will not be featured in the film, at least not in any capacity outside of mentions or archival footage. O'Brien has attributed his absence to the apparent short notice that was given to the actors by the production team, and seeing as how he's such a big star now, working an extra film into his already packed schedule was an apparent impossibility. O'Brien's not the only cast member who won't be returning for the movie. Arden Cho was also initially set to return as a post-desert training Kira. However, and this is from Cho herself, she was apparently only offered about half the salary of her white co-stars Holland Roden, Shelley Hennig, and Crystal Reed, leading her to pass on the project. I'm honestly at a loss for words here. Like, I thought Jeff and his team would have learned from the mistreatment of Cho and the subsequent backlash that occurred during the show's initial run, but we're still doing this, I guess. Oof. For the record, I 100% understand and support Cho's decision to pass on the project. If I was in her shoes, I would probably do the same thing. Returning cast includes Tyler Posey as Scott, obviously, Tyler Hecklin as Derek, Holland Roden as Lydia, Shelley Hennig as Malia, Dylan Sprayberry as Liam, Melissa Ponzio as Melissa, Lyndon Ashby as the Sheriff, J.R. Bourne as Argent, Orny Adams as Coach Finstock, Seth Gilliam as Dr. Deaton, Ryan Kelly as Colton Haynes as Jackson, Kylan Rambo as Mason, Ian Bowen as my beloved Peter, and in a shocking turn of events, Crystal Reed as Allison. I'm not really sure how they're going to work Allison's return into the story, but she's an excellent actor, so I'm glad she's coming back. New cast members include Nobi Nakanishi as Deputy Ishida and Amy Lynn Workman as Hikari Zhang, a ramen chef and presumably kitsune, given that kitsunes have been all over the marketing for the film. The most conspicuous new addition, however, is Vince Mattis as Eli Hale, Derek's 15-year-old son.
Hang on, does anybody know how much older Derek is than Styles? Yeah, neither do we.
Overall, I'd say I'm tepidly excited for the movie. It'll be fun to see a proper conclusion to this story that's not working overtime to fit into an MTV time slot or set up a canceled spin-off. And like I said, I love these characters, so any chance to see them on my screen one last time is something worth celebrating. However, the stuff with Arden has really put a sour taste in my mouth, so the movie's gonna have to work overtime to earn its keep in my book. We don't know much about the story other than that it's set 12 years after the events of the show, meaning the actors can finally play parts a bit closer to their age. The trailer synopsis reads like the premise for any one of the show's later seasons, so I can only hope that the film's condensed structure forces the team to be economical with what they include and what they omit. I'd like to take a moment here at the end to say thank you. This show really meant a lot to me growing up, and this is a video I've wanted to make for a really long time. So to finally be standing here at the summit with all of you, it feels great. I love you, and thank you for coming on this journey with me. My goal with this video is not to make anyone think less of this show or the people who worked on it, because they did some really great work, and I hope I've given proper credit and praise where it's been due. I love analyzing and critiquing media like this, so please know that it all comes from a place of love. I wouldn't be making this if I didn't love this show with all of my heart. So with that, thank you for watching my Teen Wolf video. And if the movie ends up getting a sequel, well, I'm sure I'll be seeing you again soon. Later, Gators. Also, while I was researching, I found out that the show actually had a positive impact on the sale of Jeeps in the US, and Jeep Wranglers in particular. Throughout the show's run, and specifically in seasons 3 through 6, Jeep sales broke numerous domestic records for units sold in a year. A similar thing happened back when Supernatural was in its heyday, and suddenly everyone was clamoring for a 67 Impala. Styles' blue Jeep became one of the show's most iconic symbols, akin to the Winchester's Impala or the TARDIS from Doctor Who. So much so that by the end of the show, the thing had basically become a character in its own right. So it's no surprise that so many people wanted to drive this thing. I always wanted a Wrangler. Maybe I'll get one if I ever leave New York. Doesn't seem like a really good city car. Good for finding dead bodies though.